Everywhere I see bathing establishments, spas and medicinal baths making use of water for all kinds of cures and treatments, salt water baths, marsh baths, hot and cold baths, compresses, and many other applications of water for the curing of physical ills. People even take advantage of the healing power in dew by walking about barefoot in the wet grass. Then towards the end of this era, when the vernal point approaches the next constellation, that of the water-bearer, people make technical discoveries and inventions based on wave energies. This is one of the early effects of the budding water-bearer era, an age of technical achievement. The radiation of the water-bearer constellation, which knows no limitations and sweeps all obstacles out of its path, reveals itself in the ideas and social concepts of humanity. At the end of the era of the fishes, these new energies cause great revolutions in the places where people react most powerfully to them. I see thousands of people of the ruling class sitting in prison, while a spirit with the characteristics of a new coming era decapitates or otherwise kills countless people of the upper class. A vision from the time when the energies of the water-bearer are working with full power shows me that the great teacher of this epoch abolishes all the boundaries between the three dominant religions. With his own person he proves that the inner core of all religions is one and the same truth, one and the same God. The boundary between religion and science disappears too, as people discover that everything, even matter, is a wave movement. They learn that the only differences between manifestations of the spirit and those of matter are differences of frequency, while in its essence everything is only the manifestation of the one, single, prime source of all forces, God. Everything is a wave, just as the symbolic representation of the water-bearer constellation shows, a supernal being pouring waves out of his pitcher. The spiritual movements on the earth show this effect. Science discovers the wave theory, and I see countless inventions based on waves. I see pictures of people, landscapes and objects, pictures made by the effect of light waves. I see different kinds of devices which send out waves. Waves penetrate matter and reveal its solidity. There are waves that show what elements are present in the matter of the planets and fixed stars, electric waves, waves of sound, light and smell. Medical science has stopped giving treatments with water in favor of treatments based on waves. All kinds of waves, from infrared to ultraviolet, short waves and still shorter waves, even more penetrating waves and frequencies. All in use by science. The constellation of the water-bearer belongs to the airy face of God. And mankind conquers the air, with energies won from matter in the airy state. I see people moved onward from the steam engine to other machines operated by gas. And then my astonished eyes follow huge locusts high up in the air, made by human hands and carrying people in their bellies. These machines are powered by gas. Air conquers air. Through the complementary sign of the lion, people again recognize the strongest manifestation of God on earth. The sun, the great Ra, is again acknowledged as the prime source of all manifestation of earthly energy. Once more people have become sun worshippers, even though not in a religious sense. The influence of the lion shows itself in another plane too. The effect of the water-bearer is to abolish all boundaries, all limitations. But the absence of boundaries without a concentrating midpoint means mental disease, spiritual death. The boundlessness of the water-bearer would affect the unconscious masses as a mental illness running throughout all humanity, causing anarchy and chaos, and destroying everything. Through the complementary sign of the lion, however, dominion is concentrated in individual persons, dictators who group the people about themselves and guide them. In this epoch people discover traffic and intercourse with other planets. Boundaries and obstacles disappear, and with them the isolated state of the Earth in cosmic space. And as the boundaries between countries disappear too, all humanity is governed from one center. One stable, one shepherd. The eternal wheels roll on, and the Earth moves into a new epoch, under the sign of the goat and its complementary constellation, The crab. People direct their attention to the earth again, noticing that although their knowledge may be very great, they still know very little about their own marvelous Mother Earth. In this epoch they solve the problem of conquering Earth. The sign of the goat belongs to the earthly face of God. People design a special machine based on the same principle as that of our Ark of the Covenant. With it, they controlled the weight of matter. That is, they can overcome the Earth's gravitational pull, or through ultra-material radiations, they can vastly increase it. People communicate with each other directly through the Earth, in the depths of the mountains, in short straight lines, instead of taking the long way around the Earth. This new machine of theirs radiates an energy which dematerializes everything in front of it, thus moving forward quickly, freely, without let or hindrance. At the same time it spews out condensing and solidifying radiations behind it, restoring the matter of the Earth to its original condition. People have conquered matter, with the energy of ultramatter. This enables them to penetrate into the depths of the Earth and harness for the service of mankind the enormous forces and energies raging there like primordial volcanoes. The combination of the two zodiacal signs of the goat and the crab has a strong influence on the spiritual life of mankind. The great teacher of this epoch reveals unto man the mystery of the immeasurable sources of power hidden in the depths of the human soul. Those who hold the key to these sources of power possess abilities which the ignorant call supernatural. All over the earth I see public schools where even little children are taught to attain these higher abilities through the kind of exercises which only candidates for the priesthood are permitted to practice in our temples. This high and wonderful knowledge spreads into ever greater circles, reaching ever greater numbers of people. The visions suddenly pale as I come back to normal consciousness. Still lying on the couch, I'm almost dizzy from the tremendous experiences of the future. Ptahhotep stands in front of me and helps me get up. He ends his instructions for today. As you see, my child, the inhabitants of the earth receive their initiation in small groups and then in larger and larger ones, all interrelated one with the other. A person can be initiated individually within his own lifetime, and a nation can receive initiation if it works its way up to the highest level of development and fulfills its task here on earth. Eventually the whole world will receive initiation by completing the full circle of the four faces of God, experiencing step by step all stages of initiation in a systematic development, and finally achieving complete spiritualization, salvation from matter. Measured according to earthly time standards, it will take ages and ages for this development to be achieved. For countless times the earth will have to go through the zodiacal circle, both in terrestrial and cosmic years. I've shown you only the tiniest part of this exceedingly long path of development. The history of mankind on earth is not a matter of accident or happenstance. It's important for you to know that every step of development takes place according to divine providence, following a divine plan. A person can cover this infinitely long way in a single lifetime if he concentrates his will exclusively on this goal. As he gives me his benediction, Ptahhotep says, "Come back again tomorrow, I have important things to tell you." Final preparations. The next day I can hardly wait till evening to report to Ptahhotep. On the other hand, I've made enough progress in self-control for me not to let the reins slip out of my hand regardless of any amount of pressure external things may be exerting upon me. Fully conscious, I observe how external events affect my nerve centers, and I simply refuse to let my nerves get stirred up when I don't want them to. The moment their natural reaction begins, I move in with my consciousness between them and the action they have begun to take, and I consciously command my entire nervous system to become as calm and cool as a piece of steel. But now, after Ptahhotep has told me he has something important to say, I can scarcely keep my heart from beating faster every time I think about it, and I think about it often. Evening comes at last, and I walk through the long colonnade to his little reception room. Fully composed, I stand before him again. Ptahhotep receives me as he always does. His noble face radiates something indescribably exalted, and so I have no way of knowing whether he has something special in mind. "My little daughter," he begins, "you've progressed to the point that the ability of your mind to control all the natural forces in your body has been made completely conscious. From now on, it depends on your own will whether you give expression to a force or not. Neither in your mind nor in your soul nor in your body are you any longer a slave of nature. But I must point out to you that there still exists the possibility of your becoming a slave again. If you consciously apply your will, nobody and nothing can keep you from preserving your freedom, or from allowing yourself to be enslaved again by the forces arising from your own self. It is God's will, and therefore a law, that every spirit has complete freedom of will. No one may violate this freedom. That's why you should never stop exercising constant self-control and self-analysis. You are now ripe for initiation. But remember that the omniscience and the omnipotence conferred upon you by initiation includes commensurate responsibility. Carefully and thoughtfully, you must now finally decide whether you want to be initiated and, through initiation, take tremendous responsibility upon yourself. Stay home for 3 days and practice complete silence. If you are still determined to go through with initiation, your father will accompany you here on the 4th day, the day of the new moon, so that you can make your final preparations. I would like to tell him that I am already determined, but I notice that he is perfectly aware of my determination. Nevertheless, the regulations must be observed, so I bow again and leave. I use the 3 days first and foremost to take leave of everything to which I am personally attached. I know I'll be a completely different person when I come home from the temple as an initiate. I wander about the garden again where once I walked with my mother among the flowers. I seek out all the favorite spots of my childhood where I used to play and later dreamed about life and what it would be like. In all these places I stand for a time in silence, taking leave of each tree and each flower, and simultaneously taking leave of the little girl who once was so happy here. Then I visit the goldfishes in the great pond. I used to feed them when I was so small I could hardly walk, and a slender, delicate person dressed in white took me by the hand to keep me from falling into the water. Today again, I feel this fine, white, ethereal being near me. We are still closely attached, and I know that according to the laws of incarnation, just as she, like a door between the other world and this, helped me to be born, she will help me on again from this world over into the next. At last I come to the court of lions where I take leave of my favorite lions. Until I am initiated, I am only permitted into the court in the presence of the keeper. Today he accompanies me for the last time. As an initiate I too will have power over all animals and will no longer need his protection. Only the lions used by the ruling family are kept here. One of them is the magnificent animal that always sits beside my father during his audiences as a symbol of his superhuman power. Then there are the lions that pull our chariot, and finally my own 2 animals, Sugar and Shima. Both of them were sired by the lion my father has with him in his audiences. They're both equally intelligent, hypersensitive, wonderful examples of their race. Both of them love me just as if I were a lioness rather than a woman. Sugar in particular is crazy about me and gets excited and jealous whenever I stroke Shima. I have to watch out that his love doesn't turn into blind and jealous rage. This would be dangerous. As I enter the court, Sugar runs over to meet me and pokes his mighty head under my arm as an invitation for me to scratch his neck and ears and stroke his mane. Then, as usual, he tries to lick my face while I dodge as deftly as possible so as not to offend him and make him angry. I hand him a piece of warm meat, and while he devours it I get a moment to pat Shima and give him a piece of meat too. On the 3rd and last day father and I go out before sundown for a chariot ride with our lions. We race about with tremendous pleasure. In accordance with Tahotep's instructions, I am not allowed to speak, but even without this commandment, we wouldn't be talking anyway. We understand each other without words. Truth is like an invisible man. He can only make himself visible by putting on clothes. If he puts on a lot of clothes that fit loosely, we get only a very imperfect picture of him. The less he wears, the thinner and tighter his clothing is, the more exact the impression we get of him. But regardless of how well his clothing may reveal his shape, it still covers him, and we see only the clothing but never the invisible person himself. It's exactly the same way with truth. The less words we use to express truth, that is, to cover it and make it visible, the better we can recognize it. But by the mere fact of expressing truth in words, covering it with words, we simultaneously keep ourselves from seeing truth itself in its immediacy, its nakedness, its true being. For people who cannot second into each other's minds, words are the only means of communication they possess. But they never see what the other is thinking and would like to say only words about it. But we, Father and I, see each other. Why should we cover our thoughts and our souls with words? We are here for each other and enjoy the unity of existence. The lions race ahead. We ride in silence. We both know what these last days mean. Early in the morning of the great day I take leave of Menu and Bo-GHAR. Menu cries as hopelessly as if I were going to my own funeral. She has baleful forebodings of something terrible to come. There's simply no way I can console her. Little Bo-GHAR has no idea what's happening, but he cries bitterly too because he sees me going away and because Menu is crying. As I start to embrace him, he throws himself on his knees before me and puts his arms about my feet. From the very deepest depths of his soul, he cries out, "Oh Queen, my dear Queen, don't forget what I swear unto you now. Any time, any place you are in danger, I'll save you. Even if I am at the other end of the earth, I'll come to you. Remember, as God is my witness, I'll save you. Dear little Bo-GHAR. He'll save me. But what from? If Ptahhotep finds me prepared and ready for initiation, how could I get into danger? And why is the boy saying that he would even come from the other end of the earth to save me? He's here with me now, how could he possibly go so far away? But I can't think about his words, for the time has come. I embrace them both, then walk over to my father's chambers. Father receives me with a sad and earnest expression, and I see that he is withdrawn and deep within himself. Does he too see something baleful and forbidding in my future? He embraces me, lovingly places his right hand upon my head, and blesses me. Then we go. Ptahhotep awaits us in his little reception room. Before we enter, IMA appears for a moment in the long colonnade. His angelic face is beaming, his eyes smile at me with encouragement, and then he's gone again. I know that his love too will be accompanying me in the difficult, challenging hours ahead. Father takes me up to Ptahhotep. He takes my hand and puts it into Ptahhotep's hand. Once again he gives me a loving look and then leaves the room. "My dear daughter," says Ptahhotep, "a great circle of the law in which your destiny manifests itself in the world of time and space is closing today. This circle, your earthly career, was already determined and set the very moment you fell out of divine unity for the first time, just as a boomerang, at the moment it's thrown, has within itself the forces that determine the kind of circle it will make, how high it will rise, how much time its flight will consume, and when it will return to its starting point. Your present character and your destiny were built up by the same forces. Both of them are the result of cause and effect, actions and reactions, deeds and experiences through countless lives in which the self has manifested itself throughout ages and ages of time. All these actions and reactions, deeds and experiences have crystallized out in your present person and character. Your character determines your destiny and consequently your future. The self radiates its creative forces through the sieve of the character into the incarnation, and through picture-making forces in the depths of the soul. These energies create dream pictures. These latter project themselves outwardly into the material world where they manifest themselves as your person and your destiny. The self radiates into every human being the same creative forces. The fact that so many different dream pictures and so many different persons and destinies arise from these same creative forces is the result of the different influences to which people have been exposed since their fall from paradisiacal unity. Whether the future projections of the self which have not yet materialized but are still waiting for materialization in the depths of the soul, in the subconscious, become realities on the material plane, or whether they merely remain dream pictures depends on the plane with which man identifies his consciousness. A dream is also reality, only in the immaterial, picture-making energy world, while what happens on Earth and what people call reality is also only a dream, a projection of the self, the only difference being that it is a lower projection, working into the material plane, and visualized into the atmosphere of the Earth. Destiny is thus an incarnated projection of the future, a materialized dream. As long as a person allows the will of his self, the will of God, to rule, what happens on the material plane, in the so-called reality, is what he himself consciously wants. Consequently, he is also in control of his destiny. This is because a person's self has the power to take those dreams of his which are waiting in his subconscious for materialization and transform them into spiritual energy. On the other hand, the moment a person identifies himself with extraneous forces which are rising, not from within his self, but from within his lower nature, his body, and the moment he recognizes these forces as his own will, what happens is no longer what he himself wants but what his body wants, even though he may be fully convinced that this is his own will. In this way he loses control over his destiny and is completely at the mercy of the blind forces of fate. In this case, the dream pictures and projections lying latent in his subconscious unavoidably and with absolute certainty turn into real events on the earthly plane. In your initiation, before you reawaken out of your physical consciousness into the divine cosmic self-consciousness, the energies which you have created through your deeds and their reactions throughout ages and ages of time and which are now waiting in your subconscious for the time of their materialization, like seeds of future events, will appear in your consciousness as dreams. You can't destroy them because they come forth out of creative forces. But you can prevent these energies from coming down and turning into reality on the level of the material world. You can do this if you yourself, with your consciousness, go down into the depths of your soul, where these forces are hiding in a latent state, and if you awaken them to life in your consciousness and experience these dreams yourself as full reality. To experience means that you draw the forces that have been sent out back into your consciousness and live them as states of consciousness. In this way the inattention within the forces is dissolved away. The energies then fade away, lose their power, and are destroyed. In your initiation you will experience your whole future destiny as a series of different states of consciousness, as dream pictures, without being conscious of either time or space. In this way you will become liberated from your person and thus from your own personal fate. You will continue to use your body as an absolutely impersonal instrument of God. This is because every initiate has the duty of continuing to work on earth in order to help other people out of the fetters of matter, out of the fetters of the body, out of the claws of blind fate, back into the divinely spiritual state of unity. Everything and everyone that has fallen into separation and into matter by virtue of becoming incarnated must find its way back home to the lost paradise, back to the divine state of unity. But when an initiate works in the opposite direction, that is, when he uses his high spiritual energies to create personal realities for himself by directing the supreme, creative, all-penetrating forces from his divine consciousness into his body, he falls lower than an ordinary person who does the very same thing with his consciousness that has fallen out of the paradisiacal unity. The ordinary person directs into matter only the forces arising from his material being. He experiences physical forces in his body, and for him this doesn't represent a fall. He manifests forces on the level from which they come. Material forces remain on the material level. The initiate, on the other hand, isn't just working with physical forces, and when he directs his high spiritual energies into the body, he falls from his high state and falls down low. The higher the energy, the lower he falls. That's why you have to remember that as an initiate, if you want to become one, you can't do things that ordinary people can do with impunity, because as an initiate you radiate and set in motion divine forces, not human ones. If you direct these forces into your body, you burn out your nerve centers and plunge into the lowest depths like a falling comet. Your preparatory exercises have developed you to the point that you can understand these truths. So now, in full consciousness, you can give me your answer. Have you the courage to take upon yourself these laws, the danger and the great responsibility? Do you desire to receive initiation, or do you wish rather to withdraw and live out your earthly life according to the laws of human existence? For a time I keep silent. Then, earnest and determined, I reply, Father of my soul, throughout the years I've been preparing, I've had enough time to decide whether I wanted to choose the temple or a worldly life. And during these last 3 days I've concentrated again on this question and on nothing else. My only longing is for the divine, primordial state. I am absolutely determined. I beg you to initiate me. So be it, says Ptahhotep, and may God be with you. Now follow me. He takes me to another wing of the temple where the neophytes live. There he turns me over to a young priest, a chief among the boarders, who is awaiting us. I have seen him before. Turning to me, Ptahhotep says, You will now prepare your body and your soul for initiation. On the day when the moon reaches its fullness, come to me at sundown. We both of us bow, and he departs. The priest leads me to a cell where I spend the next few days alone, devoting myself exclusively to my exercises. The purpose of these exercises is to bring the purity of my thoughts, my soul, blood and body up to as high a point as possible. Even during the years when I was going to the neophyte school, I had to follow a very strict dietary regimen, in order for the new cells constantly being produced in the body to be chemically purer than those they replaced, and in order for my body tissues to develop resistance enough to be able to bear the highest vibrations. This is because any chemical change in matter alters its resistance to the forces conducted into it. Now the process reaches completion. I am permitted to eat only certain special roots and herbs. I have to chew them thoroughly, and I am permitted only to swallow the juice I can chew out of them. These herbs and roots are so chosen that some of them tend to strengthen and stimulate the organs of excretion, while others have a similar effect on the heart and nerves, so that my whole organism is not weakened. As a result of this new dietary discipline, I feel lighter and lighter with each passing day. Within a few days' time, I even feel as if I didn't have a body at all. On the other hand, my mental lucidity and ability to concentrate increase to a degree I have never known before. In all my life I have never been able to think so clearly. Never been able to perceive spiritual truth with such pristine crystal clarity as now. By mere fasting alone, without the use of strengthening herbs, one can also reach a high degree of mental clarity. But the nerves can suffer damage in the process. Although they become hypersensitive during fasting, they are greatly weakened at the same time. Through the use of these herbs, all the disadvantages of fasting are eliminated. One by one the days go by, until the day of the full moon comes. Withdrawn deeply inside myself, I go forth to report to Ptahhotep. I entered just as the sun is disappearing below the horizon. Follow me, says Ptahhotep, and leads the way out. Ptahhotep takes me through the temple around the sacrificial table and on over to the great stone wall. The gigantic stone blocks fit together with hairline precision. Now I know why. Ptahhotep steps over to the middle one, which slowly swings outward, revealing an opening in the wall. Beyond it lies a broad stone staircase leading downward. We go down to the bottom of the steps, then follow a long passageway. My sense of direction and a certain feeling in my lungs tell me we are walking under the ground. Surprisingly enough, however, there is no mold or mildew, and the air is fresh and pure, with even a scent of ozone in it. At the end of this subterranean passageway, we reach another staircase, leading upward. After we've climbed it, Tahotep leads me through more passageways, some wide, some narrow. We walk through rooms of various sizes containing strange and incomprehensible apparatus, then climb up more steps. Finally we enter a large room. All these passageways and rooms, including this one, are brightly illuminated just as if by daylight, yet nowhere can I see a source of light. It seems as if the light were coming from the stones themselves. The equipment in this room is so mysterious that it immediately captures my full attention. The room is radiantly bright. I see a large, strange, prismatic something that gives me the impression it's made, not of solid matter, but of light. Of some kind of concentrated, solidified light. This concentrated light mass radiates ordinary light too. That's why the room is so bright. Once while I was visiting a potter, I had a chance to look through the peephole in his fiery kiln. In it several clay vessels were standing in a row, all glowing white with the heat and all completely transparent. I could see them all, one right through the other. They were all radiating light too. And this great mysterious prismatic form is radiating light in just the same way. Yes, light, but no heat. But there are still other incomprehensible objects in this room. They are made of such a strange material and in such remarkable shapes that I can't begin to imagine what purpose they could serve. But there's no time to study them, for I am completely engrossed with the question of my initiation, how it will take place and what I will experience. Tahotep leads me into the farthest corner of the room where I discover an empty stone sarcophagus. Up to now, remarks my guide and mentor, you've always heard what initiation is, but you don't know how it takes place. During initiation, the candidate's body is subjected to a higher frequency than that which corresponds to his degree of consciousness. Thus he becomes conscious on this higher level. Only a person prepared through long and strict training can be initiated in this way into a higher power, into a higher level of consciousness, without suffering harm. Only such a person is able to control his body with the help of his intellect, understanding and willpower, and to attune his nerves to higher frequencies. As you already know, animals are not able to alter either their mode of living or the condition under which they live. That's why they are not able to bear higher frequencies than their own. To take an example, if a monkey was subjected to a current of the same frequency as man's, it would die within a few minutes of a stroke, undergoing unspeakable nervous cramps while dying. Man, however, can adapt himself, up to the range of an octave, to different vibrations and bear these vibrations without death. In this way, an average person, after adequate physical preparation and training, could be subjected without damage to the current of a genius, in other words, the current of the fifth degree. He would feel a heavenly bliss. That's because every higher vibration, so long as it's bearable, induces an exhilarating feeling of happiness. Then, however, the vibration becomes a torture because the nerves are unable to bear up under the excessive current. Lower vibrations than those of the individual concerned induce dejection, fear and dismay. If an average person, because of longing for the blissful state once experienced, could later reach the state of initiation into the fifth degree and reach it often through patient and persistent practice, the nerves and cells of his body would gradually become so inured and transformed that he could really raise himself by one step upward and actually become a genius. He would go on experiencing a steady flow of intuitive knowledge. The feeling of bliss connected with a higher state of consciousness is known to every person who is gifted with intuition, and everyone who drinks wine or uses other stimulants is seeking the same blissful feeling associated with a greater flow of current through the nerves. But the artificial stimulation is always followed by a depression which throws the person further down than he was before. In the Great Initiation, all the currents of force corresponding to the 7 levels of consciousness are conducted into the body, beginning with the lowest and moving progressively upward to the very highest divine creative currents. The candidate is initiated in all these forces and becomes conscious on all levels. For a candidate to be ready to go through this initiation and come out alive, his consciousness, and with it his power of resistance, must previously have reached the 6th level. For any creature whose consciousness had not attained this plane, the act of initiation would certainly mean death. In this way, with the help of the current of force, a candidate attains the 7th, divine degree which he never would have been able to reach alone. No one can attain initiation on the divine creative plane through his own unaided efforts. Here he goes through the great transition from his previous, negative taking attitude to a positive attitude of giving. Regardless of how much he may strive to do so, no human being can go through this transition alone and unaided, although many are able through their own efforts to develop to the point where they are perfectly prepared for initiation on the 7th plane. In such cases, the laying on of hands is all that is needed to initiate them into the divine cosmic self-consciousness. Never again do such initiates fall out of divine consciousness, as they have moved through the entire cycle of total consciousness, acquiring all necessary experience as they did so, and only the reunion of their two complementary halves, each of which has become perfectly conscious, remains to be accomplished. Only this last help has to be given from the outside. From then on they live in a state of continual God consciousness. Through initiation in our temple, however, it's possible for candidates to be initiated into the divine 7th degree even though they may not have developed all the way up to the 7th degree in readiness for it. As a prerequisite for such initiation, they must have become conscious at least on the 6th plane, and they must have adequately prepared their body. Through this external aid of initiation, their path to the true self is opened, and in the act of initiation, their consciousness is linked up with the divine flow of power. These candidates are not able, after initiation, to continue living in the divine state of consciousness. They fall back to their previous state. But they remember the bliss they experienced in initiation, and as their path to God has been opened for them, they enjoy the possibility of attaining the 7th plane of development faster and easier than by merely following the long path of earthly experience and human development of consciousness. Initiation High the temple is thus able to bring back many more people to the bliss of union with the divine self than would be possible without this aid. On the other hand, there is a danger that a person initiated in this way, after his initiation and before he is able to become a God-man through his own efforts, may not be able to resist earthly temptations and thus falls lower than in his first fall. This danger does not exist for the uninitiated. If, without initiation, a person completes his cycle of living along the long path of mortals all the way to the end, to the great goal, until he returns home to the Garden of Eden, there remains nothing in experience, nothing unknown in him. He achieves the divine plane after having gained experience on all levels, in this way gradually effacing his person. To achieve this, however, it takes a living creature an entire age of creation. It is God's will for the great initiation in the temple to continue to be available to mankind for some time to come in spite of this danger. Countless people have already been redeemed in this way and brought back to God, and many more will be. And the few who relapse after their initiation will reincarnate themselves in later times when mankind is left to its own resources. They will remember the great truths they experienced through their initiation and will proclaim these truths to their fellow men in their words, writings and actions. The secret of the great initiation will be guarded by the temple for some time yet. But when more and more earth-minded people come into power in times to come, we will close the initiation pyramid with blocks of stone from the inside and will dematerialize everything in the initiation chamber. The secret of divine creative energy will not fall into uninitiated hands. Thousands of years later, when people break into the pyramids, they will find nothing, absolutely nothing, not even human skeletons. There are many souls on earth today who fulfill the prerequisites for the great initiation. It is our duty to initiate all of these candidates if, despite our warning, they repeat 3 times their wish to be initiated. In initiation, the candidate becomes conscious on every plane of creation. All unconscious portions of his soul become conscious. He has no subconscious and no superconscious. During his initiation, the consciousness of the initiate becomes whole, total all-consciousness. The circle which began with his becoming conscious in matter, in the body, the moment he fell from unity, is closed. The candidate consciously unites with his own complementary half, which previously was always present as an unconscious portion of his soul, like a negative image, a strange being, and which because of its power of attraction manifested itself as longings, powerful urges and unrest in his body. The consciousness returns to unity, and there is no longer a complementary half, for the complementary half has also been made conscious. This reunion we call mystic marriage. Marriage always means a union of positive and negative. On earth, however, marriage means the vain attempt to achieve union with another being in the body. But the mystic union of the spirit takes place in the consciousness and brings complete, never-ending fulfillment, for the union with one's own complementary half means union with God. The circle is closed again. The human body is so constructed that it contains a special nervous center for each octave of vibration. On the one hand, these nerve centers are distributors, sending out through the nervous system the vibrations they receive from higher centers. On the other hand, they act as transformers when they pass on vibrations to the next nerve center below. In the ordinary human being, these transformers in nerve centers work separately from his consciousness. That's why he can't control them. The laws of nature control him without his knowing what is taking place in his body and in his soul, in his subconscious. In his initiation, the candidate must consciously experience the high flow of current in all 7 major nerve centers and the powers corresponding to them. With his consciousness he first descends to the lowest sphere of creation. He must experience the forces ruling there and become master of them. This is his first test. When he passes it successfully, he moves up 1 degree into the second octave of vibration, recognizing and experiencing it in order to master it. This is the second test. Then he climbs on into the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and finally into the 7th octave of vibration. When he has passed all these tests and succeeded in consciously remaining master in all these spheres, then he has become an initiate. Consciousness is light, unconsciousness is darkness. When we see light above us on earth, we say it's day. Thus each state of consciousness is a day of God, for in each consciousness, from the lowest plane of matter up to the God-man's consciousness of self, God recognizes himself on the different levels. On all these days on all the levels of consciousness, there is activity, unrest, motion except on the 7th day of God when there is no activity, no motion, no work. On the 7th day creation ceases because on this day there is complete unity and perfect equilibrium. Then God rests within himself. When, after his initiation, an initiate succeeds in becoming conscious again in the eternal being and experiences this divine state again during his meditation, and when he succeeds often enough in thus raising himself by his own power from his normal 6th plane up to the 7th divine plane, in time he consolidates his position definitively on this level of consciousness, and the divine creative plane is the one he lives on day in and day out. Then and then only does he become a God-man. Only a person who, in his consciousness, is peace and calm itself, so that everything he does, thinks and feels flows forth naturally out of this divine state, manifesting God's will always and under all circumstances, always radiating only positive giving forces of divine love. Only such a person is truly a son of God, a God-man, Tahotep. The God-man consciously manifests and controls all 7 levels of creation. But his consciousness identifies itself only with the 7th, divine plane, not with the lower ones. He knows them, masters them, uses them, but does not eat of these fruits of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He consciously remains in God, in the paradisiacal state, He unites within himself all 7 planes in divine unity. He is matter, has a body, is a plant, animates, nourishes and cares for his body as for a good instrument. He is animal, he has instincts and feelings. He is a man, he has intellect and the power of logical thought. He is a genius. He has intuition and works out of the plane of causes. He is a prophet. He stands above time and space, seeing the future and the past, loving the entire universe with selfless, all-inclusive love, helping all creatures towards redemption from the fetters of the world, and he is a God-man. He is omniscient and omnipotent. He is what he is, the eternal being, life itself, God. Initiates, as you can see, are not all of the same degree. Most of them only reach the 7th degree after further development. That's why there are different degrees in the priesthood. The duties of a high priest can only be fulfilled by one who has reached the 7th degree of the God-man with his own power, no longer expecting and receiving the highest divine power, the way the candidate expects and receives it during his initiation. On the contrary, the high priest radiates and gives out this highest divine power himself. 6 of the 7 degrees of consciousness receive their creative vibrations, the power of life, from the 7th degree, from God. Even the initiate who has been able to reach the 7th divine degree only during his initiation, still expects and receives the creative power of life from the 7th degree, from God. Only God and those who have become identical with God are truly and exclusively munificent in their radiations. Matter, on the other hand, as a negative reflected image of God, only receives. All beings on the other levels receive from above and transmit to the levels below. The plant has a vitalizing effect on matter, while on the other hand it receives 5-fold from the levels of intelligence above it. The animal gives off 2-fold to the levels below it, while receiving 3-fold from those above. Man gives 3-fold towards the levels below him and receives 3-fold from those above, as his consciousness stands in the middle of the 7 planes. As the consciousness of the genius is on the 5th plane, the plane of causes, he radiates his creative powers out over the 4 levels below, while he receives power only from the 2 highest. The prophet, the initiate, transmits his beneficent vibrations to the beings on the 5 lower levels of consciousness and receives his power from the divine level. He still lives in a dualistic relationship with God. Only a person who has attained perfect cosmic consciousness by his own efforts emits positive radiation, and only positive, in all directions, life-giving and munificent towards the entire universe. He lives in God, in monistic consciousness of self. You have already learned that giving, radiating, is the law of God, of the Spirit, while taking, contraction, is the law of matter. Every frequency has a powerful and penetrating effect on the levels below it, whereas it has no effect on those above. If you take 2 people on different levels of development, the person on the lower level, although he may be a bad person in the view of people about him, can only harm the person on the higher level through deeds, but never through his radiation, as his powers have no effect on the levels above his. On the other hand, his radiation, especially his evil eye, can do harm on the levels below his level of consciousness. An initiate, on the other hand, can transmit his high magic power to every living being without exception. During initiation, the divine creative power will flow through your spinal column, reaching each of your 7 major nerve centers in turn, and you will experience this power as a state of consciousness on each level. But remember very carefully what I'm telling you now. When you become conscious in one octave and vibration, you are in tune with this frequency, and its whole sphere represents absolute reality for you. When you have passed the test in 1 degree, you will waken in the next sphere and realize that you were only dreaming on the level below. But if you don't pass the test, that is, if you identify yourself with the events and don't succeed in remaining master of them, all of these dream pictures remain real for you, and you'll have to experience all of them to the very end as real events in the world of time and space. That would mean that your body would die here in this coffin and you would have to go on dreaming your own dream pictures in countless reincarnations, on the long path of mortal existence, for many thousands of years, while you gradually struggled upward from this lower level to which you would have fallen. The difference between dream and reality is only that what you accept on one level of consciousness as reality immediately turns into a dream when you awaken on a higher level of consciousness and realize that it wasn't reality at all, but merely a projection of the self, in other words a dream. Every dream is reality as long as you believe it to be real. The one and only reality, the only objective reality there is the self, God. When you pass all the tests, you experience all the lives that you would have to experience as a fallen soul on earth. Free of time and space, you experience them as dreams, awakening on the next level of consciousness. Finally you awaken on the seventh level, in the cosmic consciousness of the self. In this divine state, you become one with the last unit highest and only reality, with yourself, with God. This is no longer an awakening, but a resurrection. Then you have been liberated from your person, which also is only a projection, liberated from your personal fate. You are redeemed. After that you will fulfill the duties of a priestess in the temple. Then, if through further practice you succeed in raising yourself up to the seventh level through your own efforts, keeping yourself his level as a permanent state of consciousness, you will have attained the divinity of a God person. Then you will be worthy to become a high priestess in the temple. Father of my soul, I ask Ptahhotep, you've told me that it's possible for a person to fall from the higher consciousness even after he has been initiated. You've also told me that the initiate, when he identifies himself with his body and thus channels his higher energies into his body, falls lower than an ordinary person living in physical reality. Another thing you've told me is that a candidate, during his initiation, experiences his whole future destiny, just as it has been provided for from the moment of his first fall all the way back up to his return home into divine unity. So how is it possible for an initiate, who has dreamed all the events and trials and temptations of his destiny and who has, during his initiation, successfully passed all the tests that might later cause him to fall again, how is it possible for such an initiate to fall later in the three-dimensional world of time and space? If he has seen his entire destiny all the way to the end as a dream, why hasn't he also dreamed about his fall as part of his future destiny? When a boomerang is thrown out, answers Ptahhotep, how it will fly and how long it will take to complete its circuit are factors that are already known the moment it's thrown. So it carries within itself its entire career as an immutable future fate. It would be possible, however, for an external force to catch it in the middle of its orbit and bring it back to its starting point and goal in shorter time and by a shorter path. The boomerang would thus have returned home. But because it maintains its original form and weight, it still carries within itself the possibility of being thrown out again and making another circuit, because this possibility is given by virtue of its form and weight. An initiate who has attained initiation by means of external aid resembles this boomerang. He has dreamed his entire future destiny out to the end, to his return into divine unity, but he has experienced these conditions only in his consciousness. His person and his personal circumstances, which arise from his character and fate, still remain in the material world. With his initiation, he has not ended his present life, just as you, after your initiation, will still be the daughter of the pharaoh and the representative of the queen. And if an initiate has not gathered all the necessary earthly experience before his initiation, if he has not got acquainted with all the creative forces within himself and learned to control them, he is to some extent still inexperienced when he returns home into the divine state of unity. This means that he is not yet completely liberated from the personal composition of his powers and his personality is not yet completely annihilated. During the intervening time until such an initiate is able to reach the seventh degree by his own efforts and maintain himself in it as a perpetual state of consciousness, he carries within himself the possibility and the danger of falling again from his high scale of consciousness and starting on a completely new wheel of destiny. because he has become conscious in the divine creative power. However, even though with external aid, this tremendous power throws him out again, and then he must go through a much larger cycle than was the case after his first fall before he became conscious in the divine power. The black magicians, for example, who destroyed the home of the sons of God, have fallen to the lowest plane of creation. They now lie as mountains, rocks and stones on the earth, and must work their way up through ages and ages along the path of consciousness from inert matter through the realms of plant and animal life, up to the human level again. Some of them fell only as far as the plant or animal level, while others fell only to one of the other levels of human existence. The course a creature runs through in the material world takes a definite amount of time, but individual creatures can always run through the circle in a shorter time and reach their goal thousands or even millions of years earlier. This, however, is only possible for man. Only man, thanks to his conscious use of intellect, can experience states of consciousness without reference to time. Animals and plants are not able to do this. Now you can understand why animals too must suffer. Like everything else on earth, they are limited manifestations of consciousness of fallen spirits that once lived on a high plane. In the initiation, all the negative forces that were made manifest in the fall from a higher level of consciousness are offset by positive forces. The debts are thus paid. After you have successfully passed your initiation, you'll enter a condition without fate. As long as you manifest God's will, you will have no person of your own and consequently no fate of your own. You will be free of the law of action and reaction. But if you identify yourself in your consciousness with your person, with your body, you'll create a new wheel of fate for yourself and again be subject to innumerable reincarnations. Now you know all the consequences of initiation. And I'm asking you again one last time. Do you have the courage to go through with initiation? With perfect self-assurance, I answer, yes. A tall, dignified man then enters the room. I know him. He is a priest of the highest degree, a high priest too, Tahotep's representative. He steps over towards us. Then Tahotep motions to me to get into the sarcophagus and lie down in it. I do as he commands. As I lie in the sarcophagus, Tahotep casts a last glance at me, full of infinite love, and then the two priests lift the stone cover and lay it over me. In pitch darkness I lie there enclosed in the stone coffin. The initiation. As usual, I watch what happens. Nothing happens. I lie in the stone coffin and peer into the darkness. Darkness? It's not really darkness, for in the middle of my field of vision I observe a greenish phosphorescent light. Around it points of light seem to flash up and then disappear. I watch these points of light and try to guess where they come from and where they are going. Suddenly I notice that the points of light, when they appear, aren't as close together as they were. On the contrary, right in the middle, where the greenish phosphorescent light was before, there's an empty space that none of the points of light approaches. They leave more and more space around this spot which, because of the complete absence of light in it, is a pitch-black hole through which I peer into nothingness. Then I notice two points of light that appear in this total, dead darkness. Slowly they come closer and stare at me like two eyes. I don't see the eyes, they have neither light nor color, and yet I'm obliged to see them. I know that two eyes are staring at me. These two eyes do not belong to a body. They are centers of force of streams of energy which take effect invisibly. These dim, black energies attack the points of light. The points of light are sucked up by this force, destroyed. A contour appears, creating a boundary around this empty, dark hole that radiates this invisible force. Before my horrified eyes, there gradually appears a face. The eerie features of a monster, a silhouette that is only recognizable because where it is there is absolute nothingness, a negative image. I just know this disembodied monster is evil itself. I know it. I've seen its horrible grimaces occasionally glowering through human faces as the expression of those faces. Now the cause of that expression, the being itself, without a human face, without a body, is here. Or was it always present and I just didn't notice it? This bodiless face resembles the head of a goat. The silhouette clearly shows the form of horns over a long, pinched face that ends with a little goatee. Or perhaps, are all these shapes only radiations of invisible forces? The being's eyes, set so close together, have a terrifying effect, like bottomless maelstroms that irresistibly pull everything down, down, down to complete annihilation. Through these two baleful eyes, the monster now radiates all his fearful powers upon me and into me. These awful eyes bore into me, and through my entire being, swallowing me irresistibly into themselves as if I were being sucked into a gigantic maelstrom. Absolute panic seizes my heart. I feel myself turning limp and lifeless out of sheer terror. Coming closer and closer. His horrible eyes get more and more penetrating. I can feel how this satanic being, is it Satan himself, is forcing me into his power. The monster spreads out over me, swallows me, and in a moment I feel I am no longer myself. I am it. I feel its horrible features in my face, its immaterial body in my body, its devilish streams of current flowing like blood in my veins. This hellish, fiendish sensation turns my whole being cold and stiff. My body curls up in horrible cramps. And deep within me it talks to me, without words, through the power which produces words, through the meaning of words. Now I've got you. Now you're in my power. Now you see you haven't been able to crowd me out of your consciousness. In spite of your efforts to do so, you belong to me anyway now. You and I are one. There's nothing to separate us anymore. I am the I in you, and you are the I in me. You are subject to my law of cooling, contraction and solidification. Do you feel how your body is curling up, how you're drawing your knees up all the way to your chest? They're crossed now and your feet are pressed close to your body, as close as if the soles of your feet were joined to your body. Your arms are crossed in front of your breast. Your hands are curled up into fists pressed against your body as tightly as if they were joined to it. Now your head is dropping down onto your chest, pushing itself close between your fists, closer, still closer. Just as if you were in your mother's womb. That's right, and now you've shrunk and shriveled into just one piece. You're getting colder and harder until you become a little oval piece of stone. A piece of stone, rigid, hard and dead. But you still have your consciousness and know that you're dead, that you've solidified into this piece of stone, that you are this piece of stone, you're welled up in it, dead for endless time. For timeless eternity. Look around and see the mountains reaching up to the sky. Do you see all these rocks and stones and boulders? Don't just look at them, look into them. Look into their being. Can you see that all these stones are petrified but conscious beings like yourself, exposed to burning sunshine, raging storms and splitting frost? Every creature, every animal, every human being walks on you and all these other stones. Spring torrents drag you into wild waters, and you rub and scour each other in these whirling rapids. Endless time. Timeless eternity. Horrified, I experience everything the evil one says. This is hell indeed. Alive and conscious, yet locked up and immovable, grown into this tomb, with no possibility of giving so much as a sign of life. To be a heavy, dead stone. To be? No. I am not that. I am only imprisoned, entombed in this stone, but I am not the stone. Myself is not matter. I am the dimensionless self, a spirit beyond any concept of time and space. And with the inner strength of the spirit, just as I learn to speak with it in my telepathic exercises, without body, without mouth, speaking in spirit, I soundlessly scream at the monster, no. I am not you. And you are not I. We are forever separated in our beings, for you are death, and I am life. We can never be identical with each other. You with your law of contraction and solidification, you're the negative, the reflected image, the caricature, of the eternal source of all life, of divinity resting within itself. You're not a horrible phantom. You're not a monster. You're not the evil one. You have no independent existence. The divine self created you and goes on eternally creating you whenever it clothes itself in a material envelope, in a body. You are the inner being of matter, you are the law that maintains matter, so you have power over my body, because you had to construct it on the command of myself when I was born into this material world and became a person. But you have no power over me, over my creative self, for you're nothing else but the law of matter come to life through my spirit. Not I am you, but I am that I am, and you are also what I am. Your essence is contraction, and on the spiritual plane, in consciousness, contraction manifests itself as fear. And you must disappear, because I don't fear. The effect of my unspoken, soundless words is terrifying. It gets pitch dark around me, and the mountains cave in with a deafening thunderous roar. Rocks and boulders fall, the earth opens, complete chaos rages about me. Only I stand firmly on my feet in this cataclysm. As things become quiet again and I slowly return to my senses, I realize I've just had a horrible dream. How good it is to awaken from such a nightmare. My first sensation is one of extraordinary hunger and thirst, but I don't want to waste time with eating and drinking, for my goal is God. I want to get on as fast as possible. I look about me. I am in a spacious room illuminated by soft reddish light. Pleasant, well-mannered people offer me tempting delicacies in beautiful dishes and heavenly drinks in magnificent golden vessels. They try to persuade me to eat and drink with them. I smile. The pleasures of the palate were never a temptation for me. Why should I permit myself to be delayed by hunger and thirst on my path to God? I thank them for their friendly invitation and go on. Singularly enough, I no longer have any sensation of hunger or thirst, but I still can't quite make out where I am and what's going on around me. It is apparent, however, that everyone around me is in constant, chaotic motion. Another one of my first impressions of this place is the strange smell in the air. The smell of overheated human bodies. Not exactly unpleasant, but nevertheless repugnant to me. Little by little my eyes grow accustomed to the subdued light. I am in some kind of an underground cave, where great numbers of men and women are lounging about pell-mell on sofas or rocking and careening about, holding each other in tight embraces, dancing together and making extremely odd movements. I watch them with growing amazement. Are they drunk? Or mentally deranged? To be sure, I have seen animals during mating season when nature is creating a new generation. But even when they are so keyed up that their whole bodies tingle and tremble with passion, they never lose their dignity. They never carry on like these people here. And the priestesses, too, who serve in the temple of love, fulfill their duties with a noble attitude of spiritual dedication because they know in doing so they are laying an offering upon the altar of divine love. How can people fall so low that they debase the supremely divine act of love and make it an end in itself? After all, these are respected, reputable people, made in the image and likeness of God! And yet they act as if they've lost their reason. I recognize some of them as people of rank, statesmen and ladies of the court, but they don't see me. They have neither eyes nor ears for anything or anyone beside themselves. The outside world has ceased to exist for them. They're completely enclosed, locked up in their own imagination. They talk with each other too, but it seems as if these men and women have forgotten that speech is a spiritual manifestation of man. They use speech to say the most impossible, completely illogical things. For example, I hear one man, as he dances with his partner in a tight embrace, ask her again and again, "Are you mine?" "Yes, darling, all yours." The woman answers, and they go on dancing. A little while later the same couple dances past me and I hear the man, with his eyes half closed, asking the woman again, perhaps for the 100th time, "Are you mine?" "Yes, darling, I am," the woman answers just as untiringly. What's the matter with them? Isn't it enough to ask a question once and get an answer? Why do they have to repeat it 100 times? And how senseless it is to ask a person such a question. A person belongs only to himself. He is a free being with an inalienable right of self-determination. So how does this man come to think he can possess a woman? It's scarcely possible to possess a lion. If even these regal animals don't give up their independence, how can this man get the idea the woman belongs to him, and why is he asking her 100 times? Is he mentally ill? And perhaps the woman, who goes on answering his nonsense, too? And perhaps all these other men and women who are behaving in just as impossible a manner? At this juncture, a tall, broad-shouldered man steps up to me. Seemingly he can read my thoughts, for he replies to my inner questions, "Beautiful lady, don't you know that this is love?" Love? I certainly do know love. It is a beautiful, noble sacrament when two living creatures love each other with absolute devotion, but not with mere passionate desire for possession. But in the hearts of these people I see no love. I see only that they've lost their senses. That passion, this fever which dulls and deadens those finest, most sensitive nerve centers created for transmitting spiritual revelations, holds them completely in its power. These people should be saved and awakened from their semi-conscious condition. I step up to a very young woman, seize her arm and shout into her ear, "Wake up! Don't let your consciousness be dulled and darkened by passion. You are spirit and not body. Don't allow your body to debase you. Don't let yourself be dragged down lower than an animal. Wake up! Do you hear? Wake up and get out of here. Save yourself before it's too late." The young woman peers at me as if through a veil, like a sleepwalker. "Leave me alone," she says, "I want to be happy." And with that she goes on dancing. Oh, how blind! How could she possibly hope to find happiness through a physical embrace without spiritual content? Happiness is something one experiences in consciousness. Happiness is in the self. How could she possibly hope to find happiness through mere trifling play of the body? "Now just forget your intellect a while," says the man. "You're not qualified to judge because you've never tried it. Dance with me and you'll see for yourself." So saying, he embraces me and drags me out into the whirling mass of people, acting just as foolishly as all the other people. I dance with him and observe myself with great curiosity. Will I too become as intoxicated, as carried away by the close contact as these poor demented people about me? The only thing I notice is how extremely unpleasant I find the close proximity of this man. His breath is hot, and I find it very revolting for him to be breathing into my face and down my neck. Exhaled air is used up air. Why should I be inhaling air he has already used up? Then too, I find the odor of his body and his perspiration most unpleasant. I want fresh air. I want to get away from this repugnant place. As I try to get away from him, the man suddenly changes. In a trice he turns into a gigantic, fiery flaming spirit. He no longer has a body. He is only a mighty flame, trying to force me into subjection. He surrounds me, trying to force himself into my mouth, into my body. But the power I radiate, the power of my clear and sober consciousness keeps him away. He cannot reach me. He reacts by growing hotter, greater, more eager. He takes on tremendous proportions, spreading throughout the whole room, devouring all these passion-drunk people in his consuming fire. Nobody is left. Nothing more. Only a sea of flames, devouring and consuming everything. But I stand untouched, unscathed, and I am that I am. Then I hear a thunderous voice from out of the flames. "You have won! You have passed your test, but watch out. You haven't won because you're stronger than I. You can't be stronger, because I'm the fire of your own self. You just didn't come alight because your purity and your lack of experience stand between you and me. Your body and its senses are still sleeping. That's what protected you. But watch out, we'll meet again. We'll meet again." And with that everything disappears, fire, room, smoke, everything. And I find myself alone again. "We'll meet again?" I repeat these last words. I'm not afraid of you. Even if my body had burst into flaming passion, this would not have touched myself. I stand above everything physical. But what was that? Didn't it sound like a scornful laugh? I look around to see where this voice may have come from. So doing, I notice that I'm in a meadow as green as emerald, and a strange form is approaching. It's the form of a handsome, well-built man, half concealed by a veil of mist. I'd like to see through the mist. I'd like to see the splendid form it hides. I'd like to chase the mist away. But I can't. But the man interests me, and so I ask, "Who are you?" Then the handsome man comes close, and with a voice that makes a deep impression on me he whispers into my ear, "Oh my sweet beloved. I've been looking for you for a long, long time, for an eternity, ever since we fell out of the Garden of Eden and became separated from each other. At last I've found you. I come into my arms. Come, lay your sweet little head upon my breast. Come and let us unite in divine unity, let us merge our beings in heavenly bliss. How wonderful that you haven't yielded to the animal urge of the body. How glorious that you've kept yourself pure and untouched for me. You belong to me and I belong to you. We supplement each other completely. Do you feel the irresistible power of attraction that links us and draws us closer and closer together? Come, let us unite in love, you dearest of creatures, my one and only heavenly bride. I love you. I hear his voice, I see his manly stride, I feel a tremendous force radiating from him to me. And yet he's strange. I don't know him. How could he be my complementary half? No. One never finds the complementary half outside oneself. Tahotep says our complementary half is always behind the manifested form as a mirrored image in the unmanifested state. No. No human being can be my complementary half. And why is this man veiled in a dense mist? I don't know who you are. I answer him. But whoever you are, you're mistaken. You're not my complementary half. And you'll have to look elsewhere for yours if you think you'll find it anywhere in the outside world. No one can find his complementary half anywhere except within himself. In the world around us it's only possible to find projected pictures similar to one's true complementary half. But neither you nor I can become complete by virtue of a picture, a projection. Only the divine unity of the self can bring blissful happiness. I'll find my complementary half within myself. To find your complementary half within yourself, says the handsome man, would mean that you, in your consciousness, were already identical with the divine self. How do you expect to experience the consequence before the cause? The divine self is the paradisiacal state of unity through which you can only return through becoming one with your complementary half. How do you expect to achieve this without me, without your complementary half? You're forgetting that you are half of a unit and I am the other half. We are the living reflected images of each other, and we belong together. You carry me about in your subconscious, just as I carry you in mine, and even without wanting to we seek each other with the irresistible attractive force that comes from our belonging together in the paradisiacal state. Throughout ages and ages of time, our fate brings us together again and again until we make each other conscious within ourselves and experience each other completely in body as well as in soul. Only in this divine identity can we really be the total consciousness of the whole, of the higher self. How do you expect to be able to return to paradisiacal unity without me? How do you think you could escape from facing the fact that we also belong to each other on the earthly plane? How do you expect to get the experience you absolutely need, without me? But I refuse to allow myself to be influenced. No matter how much you try to convince me, I still don't want you. As far as I'm concerned, it's enough to know that you're present in the unconscious part of myself, and I only want to get acquainted with you within myself, but not in the outer world. Get on your way and let me get on mine. At these words of mine, the handsome man recedes and begins to evaporate like a morning mist in the sunshine. And from farther and farther away his voice comes back to me, this voice that has made such a deep impression on my heart. I'll go on looking for you on the earthly plane. Looking. Looking. His voice fades away in the distance, and suddenly all is quiet. But there's still something I want to know, so I shout after him, why is there such a heavy mist about you, so heavy it keeps me from seeing you face to face? From far away in the distance I hear a voice fading out as if it were the echo of my own heartbeat. The heavy mist is covering your eyes, not me. It's your lack of experience. That's what's protecting you from me. It has helped you resist me. But we'll meet again, meet again. There's still a lot I'd like to ask, and I run towards the spot where he's disappeared. But I see him no more. One turn around to go back to the beautiful meadow, but I can't find the way. There is a dense mist covering everything wherever I look. No matter how hard I try, I just can't see through it. Yet I know I'm no longer alone. I hear voices of people around me, and I know that there is some kind of a relationship between these people and myself. Various events follow each other in which I play an important part. I hear voices speaking to me, and again I recognize the voice that spoke to me from out of the misty figure and made such a deep impression on me. I realize that this being, in various different forms, belongs to me again and again, but how and where? What are these voices all saying? And what am I answering? I can't quite fathom it. It's as if the mist were covering my ears as well as my eyes. Now and again I see something, but before I can recognize what it is, it disappears again in the mist. Once I see a tower, and I know that someone is living within it as a prisoner. He has the same voice as that of the misty figure, and I hurry to try to smuggle in something to eat. I am the daughter of the gatekeeper, and I have to watch out that no one notices me. But an overpowering force draws me towards the prisoner. I know I must help him. Then everything disappears again in the mists about me. As I try to get my bearings again, I suddenly see large, colored stone tiles just in front of my face. I wash and scrub them until they're clean. Then again in the mist I hear a voice that sounds like my own, asking over and over, have you found my child? I get the impression that an old, decrepit body, which somehow or other is related to myself, is very, very tired. Then this strange feeling disappears, and suddenly, to my great joy, the mist disappears too. Once again I am standing in the green meadow. Now I am ready to go on. The air is fresh. The sun is shining, but still it's not unbearably hot. How strange. Never before have I noticed that it wasn't hot at midday, and now there's even a gentle pleasant breeze. There's something more that's strange too. As the mists disappear and I see the ground below my feet again, I notice that my feet as well as the ground they stand on arc much farther down than they ever have been before. That means I've grown much taller. How peculiar. At my age a person doesn't grow anymore. So how is it possible for me to have grown taller? And what a remarkable dress I have on. It's really funny. And where are my sandals? And my hands? How very much they've changed. Everything is so peculiar, as surprising as if I were not myself, as if I were dreaming. But my consciousness is clear. I'm awake. I'm not dreaming. I look around. Not far away I see a forest, and as I approach it, a house becomes visible among the trees. But what a strange house. The place seems familiar to me, and yet I know that I've never seen such trees in all my life, nor such a house. No. These trees are not even remotely similar to our palms. The house stands on a hill, and as I go up the steps through the forest leading to it, I know the house belongs to me. But how? I've never seen such a house, and yet it is familiar to me. It's not made of stone, and its roof is slanting instead of flat. As I enter the house, I know every room is familiar, so I walk straight into my room. As I step into the little room with its whitewashed walls, I stop before the window for a few moments to enjoy the magnificent view. I see that both the little house and the beautiful green meadow are high up on a mountainside, offering a view into the wide plain below. At the foot of the mountain a broad river flows majestically past with big ships navigating on its surface. Singularly enough, they have no sails and no oars, yet move along very fast, much faster than our ships. Another thing I don't understand is why they all have a big, black pipe sticking up and spewing out thick black smoke. The sun has gone down, and twilight is spreading out over the valley below me. Off in the distance where, I have a strange feeling I have often looked out before, there are many little villages, and between them and over them I see little flashes of lightning. Again and again. And after each flash there is a clap of thunder, just the way the thunder booms out of the Great Pyramid. I observe these flashes of light and this thundering for a while until suddenly a shrill bell rings behind me. I turn to the little apparatus that is emitting this ringing sound, lift up an odd-shaped part of this apparatus and press part of it to my ear. All of this seems just as much a matter of course as if I had been accustomed to doing it for a long time, yet I know precisely that I've never seen such a thing in my life before. As I hold the little round black part of this apparatus to my ear, I again hear the voice. The voice that spoke from out of the misty figure. "I kiss your hands, darling. How are you?" "Thanks, fine," I reply. "But I'd like to come back home. Could you perhaps come and fetch me tomorrow? The enemy is already quite close. Every evening I see the hits. They're coming closer and closer with frightening speed. I'd like to be home with all of you." "All right," answers the voice of the man again, "I'll come tomorrow to get you. But wouldn't it be more sensible if you were to stay in the forest? Here in the city we're getting bombarded day and night, and it's getting worse." "No," I answer, "I want to be back home with all the rest of you. I've taken care of the house and property here, but when danger is near, I want to be with the rest of you. Please take me home." "Good," I hear again out of the apparatus. "I can see you have courage enough. Tomorrow afternoon I'll come and pick you up. Get all your things packed before then. Goodbye, my darling. I kiss you again and again. Good night." "I kiss you too. Good night," I answer and put the apparatus back where it was before. Who was that? How do I come to hear his voice speaking to me through an odd-shaped piece of apparatus? How come I hear him with my physical ear instead of through an inner link of spirit? A thought flashes through my brain. Is perhaps everything I am experiencing now only a vision? Perhaps it's only a dream? Only a test of my courage? No, unfortunately, it's not a dream, however much I might like to wake up out of this reality, just as I woke up before out of a dream and found myself in the midst of a beautiful green meadow. Yes, that was a dream. But now I'm wide awake and have to deal with all kinds of things. Unavoidably. The air is heavy with fear and terror. So heavy people can hardly breathe. The enemy is approaching from every side. If this goes on for a few days more the city will be surrounded. And we keep hearing such unbelievably horrible stories from the refugees who have succeeded in escaping from the occupied areas. But we are in the hand of God. And I calm my anxious heart and nerves with the thought that everything that happens is for the good, because nothing can happen without God's will. And God's will is always good, absolutely always. I start to pack my things quickly. The next afternoon, I look up at the window and see our dog running down the mountainside like a streak of greased lightning. That's how I know my husband is coming. A few minutes later, they arrive. My husband and our dog. Our dog is so happy. He jumps up to greet my husband again and again, up to shoulder height out of pure enthusiasm and excitement. I run out to meet him too and we embrace each other with tender affection. We've been living together for nearly 20 years and are just as much in love as the day we married. My husband's bearing and manner, his voice and the warm touch of his hand are all so reassuring. He has courage, safety, dependability itself. "I hope you're not afraid?" he asks me with a smile. "No," I answer as I lace my arms around his muscular back. "God will be with us." I snuggle up close to him for a moment, leaning my head on his broad shoulder. As we start to pack the luggage in the car, I stand still for a moment. What kind of a car, carriage or chariot is this? I suddenly remember that I'm accustomed to traveling in quite a different kind, but then I smile again because this is one I know very well too. Of course it's my husband's car, but how strange that it runs by itself, with no lions harnessed up in front of it. I stroke my forehead with my hand. Have I gone completely mad? Lions. Lions in front of a motor car? And here in this country? Yes indeed, there were some beautiful lions in the zoo, but they were long ago put to death because of the bombings. It would have been dangerous if one of the wild beasts had been freed because of bomb damage to its cage. I can't understand where I get ideas like these about lions and other impossible things. The pyramids of Egypt, which I certainly only know from photographs. Have I perhaps become a victim of too much excitement? We drive home. I run into our apartment. Just as I am about to open the door, it opens all by itself, and there, beaming with joy, "Oh, how in the world did you get here?" is little bo-GHA. But he isn't little anymore. He's grown up, even though quite young. He smiles as sweetly as ever, bows before me and kisses my hand. "How good, how very good to see you come home again, my queen," he says quietly. But I stand there looking at him in sheer astonishment. "Bo-GHA, you're here? How did you get here?" I ask. Now it's his turn to be surprised. "But you know that I've been living here for the last 3 years. In your house. Why do you ask? I just can't understand it. He isn't exactly as I've known him. He's already grown up, yet I know that he's really still a child. Or should be still a child. But why? Since he's come from his far-away homeland, I just don't know him. And even then he was already a grown-up young man. Why do I have a strange feeling that he's only a boy of 10 or 12? Why do I feel again as if I were dreaming? And here's my husband. The whole apartment is full of flowers. How sweet of him to welcome me home after all these years of our being married, in the same sweet way he did during the first few days of our honeymoon. After supper we sit near a strange, fairly large wooden box in which a human voice is speaking. The voice tells us the latest news of the war, along with rules and regulations for us to follow. How strange. This is another materialization of a mental process, like the telepathic apparatus up there in the little forest house. Ptahhotep, my dear master, also emits high-energy radiations through the atmosphere of the country every evening. All the people, while they sleep, are aided and strengthened by his powers and his love. But his radiations reach into the very depths of people's beings, not just to the outer ears like the low-frequency vibrations coming from this odd little wooden box here. Then we all go to bed. And in many of the nights that follow we are suddenly awakened by a horrible sound. Sirens howl throughout the whole city. We jump out of bed, slip into our shoes, warm underwear, a house dress, a fur, a warm kerchief around our head. We snatch up the little suitcase with jewelry and money and the old album with the symbolic mystic drawings. We rush downstairs, my husband and I, down into the cellar. On the stairway we meet my younger sister with her newborn babe in arms, her 3-year-old boy and 2-year soft-old girl. Other doors open up into the stairway, and other people come out, blanched and drawn and silent, to join us on our downward march. As we reach the ground floor, a door opens and an old man with snow-white hair and beard comes out. Those eyes. Where have I seen these eyes before? And like a flash of lightning, I suddenly see again the handsome figure of my father's general, the one who made such a fine career for himself, his eyes. And how has he come here? And how old he is? And how do I come to be whispering to him now, "Father dear, are you dressed warm enough?" He smiles and gives me a reassuring wave of the hand. Yes, don't worry. And we all go on to find our place in the cellar. The enemy comes closer and closer. The ring of steel he's forged around our city gets tighter and tighter. One afternoon the door opens and IMA walks in. How does he come to be here? and dressed in this clothing? I embrace him and ask, what kind of a suit is that? He looks at me with equal surprise. What a question, mother. He says. What kind of a suit? Why, mother, you act as if you were seeing me in it for the first time. An Air Force uniform. But you've known that for a long time. I stand there just as confused as if I were about to woken from another dream. Yes, of course, an Air Force uniform. And he is my darling, my only child. And yet I know that he's IMA. Of course I know him. IMA. Is he really my son? I can still see him clearly in his priestly robe. He gave me lessons in concentration. Even then his radiation was as strong and clean as steel. I know him. But he doesn't know me and acts as if he had never had anything to do with the temple. Mother, he says, my outfit is moving on to another place, because our planes can't operate anymore from this airfield. If we stayed here any longer, we'd all be destroyed with our aircraft. We're moving on somewhere into the countryside. I don't know when I'll see you again. My heart turns cold in panic. I've already got used to knowing my son was in constant danger. When he went into the Air Force, I felt as if I'd been struck dead. I walked around lifelessly in the apartment, feeling as if I were dreaming a horrible dream. How could that be reality? How could mothers really be sending their sons, their healthy, young, vigorous sons out into this mass murder? It's certainly only a bad dream in which people have become so depraved and so degraded as to be killing each other with the most gruesome weapons imaginable. And killing off precisely the healthiest, strongest, fittest young men. Young men who should be begetting a new, strong, healthy generation of people. These young men are the first to get killed simply because they are considered fit for service. The weak and sickly ones stay home, and because they do they are the very ones who can become fathers. The majority of healthy young people are killed off in the fighting. This is the fastest road to the complete degeneration of the entire human race. And people have already sunk so low they don't even recognize this fact. For no other reason than blind hate and fear of each other, people kill off the best and healthiest generation. Dream. Nightmare. Then, little by little, my sense of reality came back, and I turned my child over to God. Nothing can happen without God's will, and whatever happens is good because God wants it so. Compensation. Everything that happens is only a searching and striving to return to equilibrium. Back to paradise. These words of my dear master, Ptahhotep, and all the other things he taught me in the Great Pyramid made such a deep impression on me that this gave me courage to go on living, to go on doing my daily duties, despite the terrible realization that my child and millions of others were using each other as targets in this mass butchery. But now I knew that we would be separated when he left the city, for the enemy had us almost completely surrounded. And whether he or we would come out of this mass murder alive, or whether we would see each other again in this life, these were all just big question marks. And still I must not feel pain, because I am not permitted to link myself with anyone in such a way that my happiness is dependent on him. In this young man whom I carried under my heart in order that he might be born again, in this young man who is now my son, I do not love the body. It is not his physical manifestation I love, but God within him. His divine self has built up this body, just like the bodies of all people, animals, plants and even inert matter, in order to be able to express itself. So it's the manifestation of the impersonal divinity I love in my son's person, in his beautiful body. All of creation is the manifestation of the one and only God, so why should I now tremble about the possibility of losing this particular manifestation of God? Why should I shudder at the thought of not seeing it again? Perhaps because his flesh and his blood are from my flesh and my blood? But myself and his self are the same self, and not flesh and blood at all. I must go into my own self and become fully conscious in it, then I am identical with the self of my son, and at the same time with the self of the entire universe, and so I cannot lose anything or anyone. It cannot make any difference to me whether those who die are of my own flesh and blood or total strangers, because the same self of God is changing one of its many bodies whenever a living creature dies, whether it's the body of my one and only child or someone I don't know at all. I must completely conquer my flesh and blood which now feels such terrible pain. Oh God, give me the strength to pass this test. Even though I haven't yet attained cosmic consciousness, give me the strength to act as if I were living every moment in this divine state of consciousness. My knees tremble as I go to my son, embrace him and say, "My dear little boy, my one and only child, farewell. I put you in God's hands. He won't leave either you or us. Just remember that everything passes away except true love. Even now we love each other because we are one in God. This spiritual unity, this true love, has brought us together here on earth. We can't lose each other. We will find each other and meet again. If not in this life, then in the next, or in another form of life. Wherever we may go, our love for each other will bring us together again. Farewell, my darling. In difficult times to come, hold on to this invisible power that stands behind us and never leaves us. The power we call God. Neither of us cries. We hold each other in a long, warm, loving embrace. I kiss his smooth, young forehead. He holds me to his heart, then leaves. I wave to him from the window. He waves back, then disappears. Tonight we celebrate Christmas. The cannons are thundering continually, but still we make all the preparations we can to celebrate the day as beautifully as possible. It doesn't matter much to me, for in eternity there are no Christmases, no holidays, and no weekdays. Every day is a holiday, a holy day, because in God eternity is an everlasting, holy day. But my husband likes to celebrate Christmas Eve. He is happy when he can give me pleasant surprises, and he likes to be surprised himself. He is already decorating the tree in the parlor, and bo-GHA is helping him. For the last several weeks, bo-GHA has been living with us. Even if he wanted to go home evenings, he would not have been able to do so recently because of the heavy bombings. He lives in the room my son has vacated. Several years ago bo-GHA left his homeland far away in the Orient. He came to the West to teach people in this part of the world the ancient science of his ancestors, which enables people to bring the body under the dominion of the spirit. After wartime shortages made it impossible to obtain stone or bronze for sculpturing purposes, my studio was empty and I turned it over to bo-GHA as a room in which to give his lessons. From the beginning of our acquaintanceship, he acted as if he were our own child. And now he and my husband are decorating the Christmas tree in the greatest of harmony. I am with the cook trying to think up ways and means to prepare a festive menu with the food supplies we've succeeded in obtaining with so much difficulty. Today we've been invited with the whole family for Christmas Eve supper at Father's, and tomorrow we'll need to be able to serve a Christmas meal ourselves. Then the doorbell rings. My young cousin rushes in, all white and shaken. "Esther," he says, "the enemy has completely surrounded the city, and their troops are making a surprise move. They're not coming from the other side of the city where we expected them, but straight towards us. I was in the city with Father and we telephoned Mother. She told us the enemy troops have already reached our villa. Their heavy tanks and men are moving towards the center of the city. Lucky thing the telephone lines weren't cut. Enemy tanks and troops will probably be here any minute. Get ready. Now I've got to run. Goodbye." And with that he goes. I run to my husband to tell him the news, then on through all the house spreading the alarm, so that my sisters, brother, father, and the caretaker's family all know what we're up against. Our villa stands on a hillside. From our windows we can see far down the street in the direction from which the enemy troops are coming. Everything is quiet for the moment. My husband says it may be hours before the enemy reaches our vicinity. So he suggests we celebrate Christmas immediately, then go downstairs to Father's where we've been invited to join all the rest of the family for supper. That way, We'll all be together at Father's and can wait and watch for further developments. My husband lights the candles on the Christmas tree. I think of my son who at this very moment may be obliged to take part in an air raid. I commend him to God's care. We all shake hands, exchange presents, leave everything lying where it happens to be, and hurry down to Father's flat. "Children," says Father, "let's eat quickly, for we may soon have to take refuge in the cellar." We sit down. As has been the custom since my mother died, her chair stands at one end of the table, empty, and a candle is burning at her place. Thoughtfully, quietly and calmly we eat our supper. We all feel that a solemn, somber time is coming soon when we will be face to face with our destiny. While supper is still in progress, a bomb goes off with a mighty blast right near our windows. We all look at each other. "Let's go right on eating," says Father, "maybe we can finish supper." We eat as fast as possible, but the explosions come closer and get more and more frequent. The doorbell rings. Officers of the Federal Army are standing in front of the door. "We're going to set up our cannon in the garden," one of them says, "and we're going to billet our troops in your house. Give us the keys to all the flats in the house." My husband gets up to show the officers around. We hear a particularly loud explosion. The whole house is shaken as if by an earthquake. A few minutes later my husband comes back. "Father," he says, "we'd better get down to the cellar. The garage has been hit. Our central heating plant has been damaged. We've got to turn it off immediately and drain out the water. Get below, all of you, your lives aren't safe anymore in the flat. The enemy troops must be very near now." The officers are saying the enemy has already reached the other side of the street. The fighting won't last long, but still we must expect to spend the next few days in the cellar. Thoughtfully and with perfect calm, Father says, "Let the women and children all go below. I'm going to finish eating my supper. Please bring the coffee." We know there is no arguing with Father. My younger sister gets up and takes her baby into her arms. I take her little boy by the hand, and my other sister takes the little girl. Together we go downstairs to the underground shelter. My brother, my husband and Bo-GHA stay with Father for coffee. The explosions keep getting louder and stronger. Sitting in the cellar, we feel the house shaking in its foundations every time. After a while, the heavy iron door opens, and the men come in. Stepping over to me, my husband whispers in a low voice so that no one else can hear, "They're putting up cannon in our garden, and they intend to defend our house to the very last. They refuse to give up the city. Our house is in a key spot for them. If the enemy troops take it, there will be no way to stop them from here right down to the river. We can expect they'll fight to the very last man. I only hope it won't last long. The city is completely surrounded, and any further resistance will simply entail senseless destruction. I'm going to get the janitor to help me bring down all our mattresses so that we can get some sleep." And with that he leaves. Even the longest night is followed by dawn, and so this night can ease to an end too. The iron door opens and closes continually, as our menfolk come and go. Soldiers come in too occasionally and try to warm up a little. Outside a blizzard is raging and the thermometer stands at 15 degrees below zero. It's cold in our cellar too. We sit there in all the clothes we can put on underneath our fur coats. There's no heat anywhere in the house now. The soldiers are mere boys. Pale and trembling with cold and fright, they get ordered out into battle with brutal unconcern by the older officers. Poor children. They're not older than 16 or 18 and have already been dragged away from home into this mass murder. We try to rest, but the little baby yells so loud and long not one of us can sleep a wink. The next morning my father comes in looking surprisingly pale. "Children," he says, "the water main has been hit. Go easy on what you use. There isn't any more water in the house." With that he goes out. We hear the men outside talking about the possibility of bringing in water from somewhere else. All the water in the water pipes throughout the house is drained out into basins and bathtubs. Down here in our air raid shelter, we have a big wooden barrel full of water for firefighting purposes. Are we going to have to drink this old, stale, smelly water? My younger sister looks at me inquiringly. I know she's thinking about her babe in arms. Ever since her husband disappeared, her own milk ceased flowing. From that time on, her babe was fed cooked food. But for that we have to have water. And the baby's bottle has to be thoroughly washed between feeds. I try to calm her fears by whispering, "It's snowing, we'll melt snow to make water." My husband hears me and calls me out into the room outside the shelter. Do you realize how little water you can get out of snow? The soldiers are taking all our water away. Unless we want to die of thirst, we'll have to get water from somewhere. We could go a long time without food, but without water the heart is affected. We have to have water. There are 26 adults in the house, and we can't even cook beans if we don't have water. I'm going out to try to find water somewhere in the neighborhood, he says, and leaves. A short while later he comes back and reports, the houses all along the street haven't any water either. We'll have to go with buckets and carry water from the next through street. Please don't go. I answer him, the machine gun fire is too terrible, and cannon and airplanes are shooting continually too. You might get hit. Stay here and wait. My husband smiles, don't be a child. The First World War wasn't fought with cap pistols, and I still came through all right. God will not forsake us. Whatever is going to happen will happen anyway. I embrace him and he disappears behind the cellar door. I go back into the shelter and sit down. And wait. Quiet and cold, I wait. If it's God's will for my husband to come back, no bullet will hit him. If not, then it had to be that way. Things are never bad, it's how you think about them. I heard a voice in my heart. I tell myself that hundreds and thousands, even millions of wives are sitting somewhere, just as I am, praying for their husbands. These husbands are men like mine. The fact that my person loves his person so deeply is a manifestation of the self, which is the same in every person. When two people love each other, it means they are experiencing the unity of the self in their consciousness. They feel they belong together because they are one in the self. I quiet my trembling heart, but it still goes on trembling. Keep calm, I tell it. Steady does it. Just beat slowly and calmly. Now let's breathe slowly and deeply, still deeper, and still deep. Keep calm. We all of us have to put away the body someday. 100 years from now it won't matter a bit who went first. Time and space are inventions of the intellect. But the spirit, the self, stands above the intellect, above all thoughts, above any concept of time and space. Breathe calmly and regularly and think of nothing. Just be. I don't know how long I've been sitting there, when the door opens again, and there is my husband with 10 quarts of water. Water. Wonderful water. All of us, 26 people, have enough of it to last a day. I don't stand up, and I don't throw myself about his neck. No, the great moments are always very simple. No sobbing, no tears, and no big words. From where he stands, portioning out the water, my husband glances over at me. Our eyes meet and we understand each other perfectly. I think to myself, reprieve. How long? We sit in the cellar, in darkness. Outside the thunderous fire continues unremittingly. The earth trembles beneath, and we have to hold onto the bench below so that we are not thrown bodily to the floor. Cannon and tanks put up a steady barrage of fire. Airplanes roar past overhead. Bombs scream down and burst. The barrage of fire goes on and on. How long have we been sitting here in the cellar? By now I've lost all feeling for time. There is no day or night in the cellar. It's always dark. A dim little light is all we are allowed. We've had no electricity for a long time, and we have to husband our supply of oil. Whenever the barrage of fire stops for a half hour, We step out into the other cellar room and have something to eat. We are lucky to have laid in a supply of emergency rations. But all too often we have to stop eating suddenly and rush back into the shelter, for our house is now getting shot at from the other side too. After every hit, we hear tiles and beams from the roof and upper walls falling down on the ceiling above us. We never know whether or not the next blast will cause the ceiling to cave in and bury us all alive. One day a deafening blast blows a huge hole in the wall of the next room in the cellar. Fortunately, it's not in our shelter. Later, during a lull in the barrage of fire outside, my husband goes out to see what's happened. A gigantic hole gapes in the cellar wall. The bright sunshine streaming through it makes us both blink. Tile and bricks lie all about us. Splinters of wood, bits of everything covered by a heavy layer of dust. And on one end of a beam that sticks up out of the general mess and confusion, a hen, also covered with a heavy layer of dust, stands there on one leg, just as calmly as if nothing had happened. She's one of Father's chickens, the only one left. Poor animal. What an awful opinion it must have of us human beings. A few days later the cook's art has turned the hen into a delicious soup. While we're eating it, we discover how badly injured it was. Its leg bone had been shot through, and part of the leg was missing. That's why it stood there on one leg. With what stoic patience and indifference it bore up under its injury, not letting out so much as a squawk or a cackle to tell how much it was suffering. After hour we go on sitting in the shelter. Will the barrage of fire outside never stop? I hold my sister's little boy on my lap. My body is cold with fright, for even though a human being may face death with calm and quiet in his spirit, the body revolts. We don't know whether we may be hit by a bomb, buried alive, or die of thirst. The little boy begs me, "Tell me a story, Aunt Esther, tell me a story." And I tell him stories by the hour to keep him quiet. He holds a toy automobile in his hand, and it's my job to wind it up again and again. While he plays, he sings a little song. It sounds so familiar. What's the name of it? Now I remember. It's the song the little pig sings, "Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf?" in one of Walt Disney's films. Oh, how lucky I am that it's dark here in the cellar. Nobody can see that I've lost control of myself, and big soggy tears roll down over my cheeks. God. Oh God. You are present with us here. Your sacred message tells us all we mustn't be afraid. Aunt Esther, tell me some more. Tell me what happened then. Why have you stopped telling the story? Asks little Peter. I hold the dear boy close to my heart and go on with the story, and the little goat's mother came back and, after seemingly endless hours, the barrage of fire stops. Just as he's been doing day after day, my husband goes out to get water. When he comes back, he waves to me. "Esther," he says, all shaken and in a voice trembling with emotion, "I've just been upstairs in our flat. The beautiful furniture you carved yourself, and all your lovely sculptured figures are a total wreck. The floor of one room is gone and so are the walls of the other rooms. We haven't a home anymore." And the poor dear boy drops his head on my shoulder, crying and sobbing like a baby. I embrace him in his heavy winter coat. "Don't cry. What really matters is that we're alive. We're still alive and uninjured in the midst of all this destruction. I can always make new figures. Don't worry about material things. Life stands over everything." He tries hard to control himself. "I loved all your carvings. The whole apartment. So very, very much. And now everything's gone. All gone. No matter, even this hell will come to an end someday." I lay my head for a moment on his broad shoulder. We embrace each other tenderly, then go back into the dark shelter. This is no time to be sentimental. Bo-GHA comes and whispers, "What's happened?" "We heard the roof and walls falling in up where your apartment is." I tell him what my husband has just told me. Bo-GHA, the ever calm, ever smiling, gets all excited. "I'm going up there." I have to salvage my slides and film on yoga. My life's work will be ruined if they're destroyed. I'm going up. Bo-GHA, you mustn't. Enemy sharpshooters will pick you off in a minute. I won't let you go up. My brother hears our conversation. I'll go up there with Bo-GHA, he says. I'll help him. Together they leave the cellar. We wait anxiously. Minute after minute goes by. A quarter hour. An hour. We're still waiting. Finally the door opens, and Bo-GHA and my brother come in, dusty and dirty but beaming with success. In their hands they hold the precious boxes of slides and reels of film. My brother tells us, the walls have all caved in, but the cupboard was still standing in the corner on a little piece of floor. We had to get over to the cupboard, but there wasn't any floor left to walk on, only an iron beam. And we had to watch out that the sharpshooters across the street didn't see us. So both of us lay down and crawled across the beam. Bo-GHA dug out all the boxes from the cupboard and handed them over to me, one after the other. Now we've got everything. We're all of us happy that the two men have come back to us. Bo-GHA hides his treasures in a corner so no one can find them. The very next moment we're blasted almost off our feet. A deafening blast shakes what's left of the house. Another air attack. We hear the airplanes roar past overhead. Bombs, mines, shells and shrapnel of all sizes beat the ground and the walls around and over us. The explosions come closer and closer, and after each of them we hear tiles and bricks and rubble tumbling down overhead. The barrage of fire is so continuous it sounds as if it might be some gigantic, cosmic sewing machine. Any moment the next shell may burst through the ceiling overhead, our last protection, and blow us all to kingdom come. We sit there mute and cold in this horrible anxiety, in deathly fright and fear of death. How long can the walls hold? Then, a gigantic blast, so powerful the whole cellar floor dances beneath us. And my father's chambermaid suddenly starts to scream with a nervous shock. The other women servants start screaming too. I jump up and yell at the top of my lungs, quiet. Quiet. God is here. God is here. Explosion follows explosion, so loud they can hardly hear my voice, but I keep on shouting. I just have to shout at the top of my lungs, God is here. Let all of us, everyone, think only of God, nothing else, only of God. God be with us. God exclamation mark God exclamation mark God. And one by one the others join me as we repeat together, God is here. God. 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 None of us knows how long this has gone on. Little by little the pandemonium outside has lessened. The blasts have become less frequent, and at last it's quiet outside. We can hear soldiers dragging something heavy. I go out to have a look. On the stairs are bodies lying motionless. On the floor is blood. I recognize several of the young soldiers. Only an hour ago they were seeking warmth with us in the shelter, telling us about their homes and families far away. Their poor parents. Waiting in vain for their children to come home. My son. Where can the poor boy be now? In what department of hell? Then we grab a bite to eat. We know we have to take advantage of every moment of calm. We have to strengthen our body's resistance. As long as we have anything to eat. Two men go out to get water. How long have we been sitting here in this shelter? Weeks have gone by while we've been in this barrage of hellfire. My husband reminisces, in Dobodo, in the First World War, we were caught in a barrage of fire too. But every 48 hours we were relieved. People thought a person's nerves couldn't stand any more than that. I never dreamed I would one day be sitting through an unending barrage, together with women and children, for several weeks, and without any relief. We all sit there in furs and heavy winter coats. None of us has been able to take off a stitch of clothing ever since we came down to this dungeon. Little Peter is lying in my arms. With one hand I hang on to the little suitcase containing money, my jewelry, and a box of cakes by way of food supply for the babe in arms in case we have to flee. We are all of us ready to jump. The villa next to ours was burnt out with flamethrowers. My husband has given orders to everyone to be ready to flee at a moment's notice. We don't know when the enemy may set fire to our house and drive us out with flamethrowers. But flee where? We haven't the vaguest idea. Only out and away from here. Our neighbor and his son were both picked off with sharpshooters while they were trying to escape from their burning house. Only his wife came out alive. She crawled and wriggled on her stomach all the way to the fourth house down the street, where people took her in. We wait in readiness, my younger sister with her babe in arms. My snowy-haired father wrapped in his big black fur coat, my elder sister's family, my brother, our servants, all tense, all holding our most precious possessions all ready to jump and run. Then for a little while it's quiet outside again. We'd like to get some sleep. My nerves are burning and my head feels ready to split. I close my eyes and try to withdraw my consciousness and fall asleep. But then the baby starts to scream with its shrill penetrating voice. My sister tries to quiet it, but it keeps on crying and screaming without a moment's intermission. I take over the child from my sister and try everything I can think of, but it keeps on crying, crying desperately. I hand the child back to my sister, and it still goes on crying, crying. In the darkness, Bo-GHA stumbles over to my sister, picks up the child, holds it gently in his arms and starts humming a tune from his far-away home soft-land. It's a tune his countrymen use to control snakes. The child quiets down instantly. As calm returns to our cellar, we all of us fall asleep, sitting there just as we are. Only Bo-GHA is awake, holding the baby in his arms and humming his exotic little tune. More days go by, or are they weeks? We don't even bother to ask any more. Behind a protective wall in the garden, my husband scrapes together some snow, brings the pail downstairs and shaves in the next room in the cellar. He refused to give up his habits. All the other men have bushy beards. Only my husband and Bo-GHA keep on shaving day by day in the midst of this hell. Then my husband sits down beside us. A new attack begins and we endure the torture for hours on end. My sister brings her baby's bottle and gives him his meal. 4 times a day she goes upstairs to her flat and cooks for her baby, despite the hail of bullets flying around. After her child has had its fill, she comes to me and asks, just as she asks every day, "Do you think it's over yet?" "No," I whisper back. "I just feel it isn't over yet." A moment later a mini bursts directly over our head. Once again we hear tiles and bricks and mortar and wood falling. The shelter ceiling has held up under the blast. But how much longer? We sit there quietly, and I ask God within me, shall I get ready to die? My horoscope says I'm going to die in the crash of a building. Is it now? Am I going to die, or shall I go on fighting to live? Then suddenly amidst the darkness I behold a vision, a tiny little hill, and on it a candle, a tiny one like a Christmas tree candle, burning with a tiny flame. Then before my very eyes, the little hill begins to grow, turning into a big hill covered with emerald green grass. And the tiny candle grows into torch, burning with a bright strong flame. The vision disappears, but I know I am not going to die yet. I'm going to have to be this torch. I'm going to have to bring people light, 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 light. At night the baby cries incessantly until Bo-GHA picks it up and lulls it to sleep. While we're trying to sleep a mine explodes nearby, and afterwards I feel ice-cold air come into our shelter. The men jump up to see what's happened. The cellar wall has caved in, leaving a gaping hole. We all think of the coming attack. We wait. I whisper to my younger sister, "Now it's the end. In the morning our villa will be taken." "Yes," she answers, "I think so too, or else we'll all die." My husband whispers, "It's 7 weeks to the day that we've been sitting here in the shelter." Strangely enough, the enemy cannon have ceased firing. No bombs are falling either. We hear only continuous machine gun fire. Sitting next to me, my husband whispers into my ear, "That means the infantry is quite near us. They've stopped using field guns in order not to hit their own troops. Enemy soldiers may walk in any minute." In the afternoon I go out to see where Father is. As I step out of the shelter and look out through the door of the house, I see foreign soldiers running towards us from the burnt-down villa next door. "Father, Father, and all the rest of you," I scream as I run back, "the enemy is here." We all rush back into the shelter just as enemy soldiers lunge through the door, their rifles at the ready. Deathly silence. We and they look at each other for a seemingly endless moment. It's as if time itself was standing still. All the soldiers are dressed in broad white coats. Outside everything is covered with snow. The soldiers look like children playing in a Christmas pageant. Then with a word we cannot understand, their leader points to the women. We understand we must move to the right, and we do so. Then with another incomprehensible word, he points to the men, who all have to leave immediately with one of the soldiers. No time for fond farewells. The men are gone, and we women remain alone with the foreign soldiers. With their sub-soft-machine guns in readiness, they poke into every corner of the cellar, looking for any of our troops who might be hiding there. One young soldier steps over to the pram where the baby is sleeping. Even as he looks at it, tears come into his eyes. With infinite tenderness, he says a strange word in a foreign language. Nevertheless we understand, "Little baby." Then he looks at us and points in the direction of his homeland, telling us high sign language that he too has a little baby at home. I feel somewhat consoled as I note that these soldiers are loving, kind, soft-hearted human beings too. Now an officer comes, sits down on a chair, and tells us in a European language, "We won't harm you. We are storm troops. Sons of people who now belong to an exterminated class. But watch out, we have to go on. Behind us there'll come soldiers of another kind. They're not like us. Watch out." Late in the afternoon the shooting begins again. But now the fire is coming from our country's own soldiers. They want to recapture our house. Again we sit still in the dark cellar and listen to horrible fighting going on at close quarters in the street outside. All of a sudden there is another deafening explosion, followed by a stream of cold air coming in on us. The explosion has blasted open the heavy iron shutter of the cellar window. Through the open window bullets rain in on us like hailstones. We all jump to one side, flattening ourselves against the walls, but this way we are unable to move. In this situation every one of our lives is in danger. A single step can mean death. The heavy iron window shutter must be closed. I look about me. All the women and children seek refuge by flattening themselves against the wall near the window. For the moment any one of us shows herself in front of the window, a shower of bullets rains in upon us. This situation is untenable. The shutter must be closed. I feel a strange chill within me. My every nerve is cold, frozen so cold I can't feel myself at all. Afraid? I ask myself. No. Who is there to be afraid within me when I feel as if I didn't even exist? I only know that I am the one who must close the iron shutter. Nevertheless I observe myself curiously. What does it feel like to be in such a position? What does a person experience? How does nature react within the human being when we involuntarily have to be a hero? Standing in one corner of the cellar is a heavy walking stick with a curved handle. Lying flat on the floor, I crawl slowly and cautiously over to the cane. Then, grasping its lower end, I crawl back towards the window. While I am executing this maneuver, a weird thought flashes through my head. The candidates in the pyramid had to pass a test of defying death. Maybe I am now passing this same test here in the shelter? Maybe this is all only a dream during my initiation in the pyramid? While I crawl back cautiously to the window, my intellect replies, yes, the candidates in the pyramid had it easy. They knew they were only undergoing a test in their initiation. But these bullets aren't dreams. They really kill. How many poor young soldiers have already lost their lives right here. Nevertheless, the window shutter must be closed, and for that very reason. Kneeling beneath the window and holding the cane in readiness, I suddenly jump up and poke out my arm and the cane through the window. Then, noting that the iron shutter has been blasted wide open, I find I must extend my head and shoulder through the window in order to reach the edge of the shutter with the cane's curved handle. I have to reach out and stretch until I feel as if my whole body were getting longer. Finally I have the shutter and draw it slowly, surely, inward. Now my sisters jump up to help, pull the heavy, iron shutter into place and bolt it firmly closed. Well done. All very simple. No excitement, no theatrics, no histrionics. And yet how strange. Up till now the sharpshooters across the street poured a hail of fire into our window at the slightest sign of life. And yet throughout my whole maneuver to close the iron shutter, they didn't fire a single shot. Maybe they were being prevented from shooting, or simply didn't want to shoot, because they saw I was a woman. "Aunt Esther," begs little Peter, "tell me another story." And so I go on telling stories by the hour. The next day we women had to flee from our bombed-out house. The intervening night was one of indescribable horror. I can hardly believe that such things can really happen. The conquest of a country is like the meeting of male and female power in a violent marriage. One country conquers another, forces its way into the body of the other. Blood flows. Individual inhabitants die like the cells of the ravished body, and yet new life comes forth from this meeting. A new world, a new creation. The meeting is cruel and violent, just as the creation of new life always is. But nature only looks forward into the future, willingly sacrificing countless individual cells and beings in order to reach its goal of bringing forth new life. And new life does come forth, both on the spiritual and on the material level, from the intimate meeting of two countries, that of the conqueror and that of the conquered. Out of the marriage of two countries, a new civilization arises. The cells of the bodies of these two countries meet and mingle, bringing forth children with some of the characteristics of both races. Nature creates hybrid races and individuals who represent a transition, softening and bridging over the hard boundaries between races and nations. It was my fate to learn this fact that night in the air raid shelter of that bombed-out house. I was forced to look on and see that the violent marriage of two nations is very cruel and causes many individual tragedies. It was IMA who saved me from the fate that overtook almost all the women in that house that night. When one of the soldiers started to drag me from my seat in the corner of the shelter, forcing me to follow him, I told him in a pidgin version of his language, "Mother, son in war, you have mother at home too, please go away." In the half-drunk eyes of the poor young man whose body had been poisoned with storm pills there flashed an expression of understanding. I saw that he was forced to think of his own mother. Then with a gesture of frustration and rage, he pushed me back under the bench and stormed out of the cellar. The next morning we felt an inner command to flee from the bombed-out house. We felt the guidance of a higher power. For reasons beyond our comprehension, it saved us from the fate awaiting all women, without exception, in the ruins of our house. Everything happened as if in a chaotic dream. After 5 weeks in darkness, we step out suddenly into bright sunshine, so bright our eyes can hardly stand it. I cast a backward glance at our big beautiful villa. A pile of rubble, topped off by broken beams pointing their splintered ends skyward. Then we run across the street, picking our way between corpses and rubble, over to the steps. My sister carries her babe in soft arms. As I watch, I see her plunge down the steps in the deep snow. I run to her side, help her up, then fall over myself with the little boy I am holding by the hand. Under the snow are wire obstacles. While we are trying to climb over with the children, an elderly soldier of the enemy army lifts the little boy over the wire barrier, then helps all the rest of us over. The women and the children, one after the other. I am the last. We cannot talk to the soldier. We wouldn't understand each other. but we look into each other's eyes, and I give him a hearty handshake in sincere appreciation. He reciprocates the handshake. Then we run on, zigzagging back and forth in search of cover from the mines which are still exploding and from the bullets falling about us. The children yell at the top of their lungs. The snow is too deep for little Peter, so with all my might and main I drag him along stretched out flat behind me because he isn't able to walk. From time to time we stop under a terrace to catch our breath and to warm the children's hands by blowing on them. Then we run on, scarcely knowing which way we're going, driven onwards, or led on by an inner power. And it's like a dream to be taken into a house at long last where a good-natured officer of the enemy army protects us from violence at the hands of his own comrades. As we get to be good friends, he tells me, "Mama, watch out. 1 good soldier, 10 bad soldiers. Not all the men in our army would give you protection the way I'm doing. Watch out when I get orders to move on." Yes, we know all enemy soldiers are not so humane. We have the experiences of our first night behind us, and will never forget them. And the men have disappeared. All except father, whom we have soon found again. Calmly, without excitement, paying no attention to the cannonade going on around him, the old gentleman walked through this scene of mass murder, and while everyone else was being robbed of everything he possessed, fur, coat, gloves, money, watch, fountain pen, and everything else one can carry on his person, my father arrived safe and sound in the home of an old friend without a single soldier's having so much as touched him. His powerful radiation even affected the enemy soldiers and kept them away from him. Then a few days later there is a knock on the door of this strange room in a strange house where 14 people, soldiers, refugees and we women and children, are living. A knock on the door, and Bo-GHA stands before us, in tattered clothes, with bleeding feet. After all he has been through, it's a miracle he's still alive. Neighbors told him the direction in which they saw us flee. He has found us again. A few days later my brother comes back, also in tatters. He too has had to travel several hundred kilometers. Somewhere he found himself 2 shoes, both of them for the left foot, and wears them both with his accustomed dignity. He's alive, that's all that matters. As the days go by I still have no news from my husband. I can't seem to get the thought out of my head that I've seen him one day, in a vision, lying helpless in the snow beside the road. What could have happened to him? After long weeks of waiting in vain, I finally find my husband, gravely injured, in the house of a good-hearted farmer. My vision wasn't wrong. Months go by. We're hungry and don't know where our next meal is coming from. But one day, at long last, the war is over. We try to make some rooms in the ruins of our house inhabitable. Bo-GHA and I work day and night to get something to eat in this time of terrible famine. My husband is forced to lie flat on his back for many long months until he recovers sufficiently to be able to walk about cautiously with 2 canes. How fortunate I am a sculptress. I do bricklaying, take doors out of the remnants of walls, and move them to where we need them. We put together window frames. Having no glass, we cover them with heavy wrapping paper. Digging in the rubble with our 10 fingernails, we bring out a few usable pots and pans, plus some bent and beaten silverware. Bo-GHA and I managed to borrow a cart and use it to bring home several hundredweight of coal, pulling all the way like 2 strong horses. Downhill, we find it hard to keep the cart from running away from us. Uphill, it takes all our pushing and pulling to get it up to the top where we reach a level street again and can trot along lightly and gaily. Then we clean up the remnants of our furniture, using miscellaneous odd bits to make new pieces. We keep on hammering and nailing things together until at last we are able to reopen our yoga school in the ruins of our old home. Bo-GHA gives lessons in the physical exercises he learnt from Mentoptah, while I teach what I learned in Egypt from Tahotep. Months go by again, and little by little the problem of finding food becomes somewhat less acute. Our pupils who have relatives living in the country bring us an occasional handful of flour, a few potatoes, eggs, and once in a while even a bit of butter. But I still have no news from my son. Then one day, after a year and a half of waiting, someone rings our doorbell. I open the door, and Ima stands before me. I would have thought that in such cases mother and son would fall about each other's necks with loud cries and sobs. But no. I look at him in surprise, then we embrace each other quietly and earnestly. I draw a deep breath of relief. He is alive and not crippled. Only a scar on his beautiful, high forehead shows that he has been through an airplane crash. But still I am deeply dismayed. I know Ima well enough to know there is no room for him in this country where vulgarity, brutality, stupidity and utter chaos are the order of the day. And without jeopardizing life and limb excessively, a person can experience such conditions only if he preserves his inner peace, his perfect trust in God and keeps silent. But Ima won't keep silent. He doesn't understand that we're not in the temple now where love and truth and unselfishness prevail and where everyone may speak his opinion freely without risk of being misunderstood. Ima won't be able to get along in this world. He won't tolerate injustice, and he'll want to fight against the infernal spirit prevailing here now. Apparently he has forgotten who he is, and yet he has retained his high-mindedness, honesty and courage and expects the sons of men to display these same virtues. He insists on believing in people, and he has crowded off into the unconscious part of his being his indomitable faith in God. Poor Ima has to experience one disappointment after another. Why does he repress his faith in God? Why does he refuse to believe in God? That's the reason why he's lost his self-confidence. I can see that he must have experienced a serious mental crack-up. But when and where? And why do I have the strange and oppressing feeling that I have been the cause of this mental rupture, a horrible disappointment? I know that somewhere, sometime, he has lost his faith because of me, but in vain I seek the reason. One thing I know with absolute certainty is that it is up to me to lead him back to God, and that's why he has become my son. I must awaken his self-confidence, which is identical with confidence in God, and make him conscious again of this confidence, because I was to blame for his having lost it. I must realize that the deep love and confidence he has in me is only a projection of the profound confidence in God he has in the unconscious part of his soul. He must come to realize that he has to learn to recognize and love God in every person. The person is only an outer cover, a mask, through which God manifests himself. Ima must learn that what he loves in any person, and what he finds good, beautiful and true in anyone is God and not the person. And that applies to me too, whom he loves. I know it, more than anyone else here on earth. It's up to him to lead this love in him back to God. He must come to realize that he loves God in me too, and my person is only an instrument through which God manifests himself in the form of maternal love. Ima has yet to learn that in every person who loves him it is really God who loves him and not the person. When he realizes these things he will understand me and everyone else and even himself better. Then he won't experience any more disappointments. And there comes a night in which my one and only child, the person I love most here on earth, is living in an unheated room during an unusually cold winter when the thermometer has been dragging along at 20 degrees below zero for week after week. My one and only child doesn't even have a warm blanket and has scarcely anything to eat. I could easily provide a heated room for him, I could give him food and everything else he needs. But I know I must not. I know it's more important for him not to lose his soul than his body. Out of love for him I must be cruel. I kneel in the darkness in my bed and speak to my God, you be with him, O God, and let him find himself and you again. Let him find the way that leads to you, and let him never deviate from it. Awaken him. Awaken yourself in him, O God, for you are also dwelling in him and you must awaken in him so that he may awaken, for my strength is inadequate. He must become conscious. Unless he does so he's lost, and you know the one and only path for him to follow in order to recognize you, O Lord my God, in himself. You know why he feels he has been forsaken by everyone. Why he's convinced that even I have forsaken him. He has to feel disappointed in everyone. He has to give up hope in everyone in order to find you. In order to become conscious in you, conscious of himself. You know, O God, that I don't see any other possibility of saving him. I cannot and must not show my love for him any more. He must find you by his own efforts. I am only a weak, human being, my Lord, but you are God, love itself. You love him more than I can love him. You, O God, are always with him. Love him now with your divine love. Now when I must be cruel, take care of him and keep him from losing his health during this present struggle of his. While he's going through this school, you know that he's sinning against his health because he has no confidence in himself anymore. Because in his unconscious he would like to die. To kill himself. Take care of him, open his spiritual eyes and don't forsake him, don't forsake him, don't forsake him. And so I go on night after night. One night as I'm kneeling in my bed in the darkness again, preparing to speak to God about my child, something strange happens. To my great amazement, it begins to get light about me. It gets lighter and lighter, and in the growing brightness I see a remarkable landscape. A high mountain with a steep, stony, narrow path leading up to it. I know this path leads to the goal, to God. Without hesitating I start to follow it. The path leads through friendly countryside, higher and higher. I climb untiringly until the charming green landscape lies behind me and I gradually reach the inhospitable region of the high mountains. The pathway gets ever steeper, narrower and stonier, but I climb with astonishing ease, so light as if I were gliding. The inhabited territory lies behind me. My horizon widens, and I see everything far below me. But there is no time to look around, and I go on. After many curves, the narrow pathway ends in front of a short stairway with 7 steps. Each step is twice as high as the one before. Under a crystal blue sky I stand there all alone in front of these 7 steps and know that I must climb them. With a deep sigh and with faith in the power the Creator has given each of his children, the power which in my case has miraculously gone on undiminished and even increased as I have climbed this long path, I walk up to the steps. The first step is low. I must conquer the weight of my body in order to lift myself up onto it. I succeed easily. The second step is somewhat higher and awakens the resistance of my body. I have long ago conquered the forces of the body, and so this step too causes me no trouble. The third is noticeably higher. In order to conquer this one I have to conquer my feelings. As I become master of my feelings, I am on the 3rd step. As I face the 4th step, which is surprisingly high, thoughts of doubt overcome me. How will I be able to climb it? Have I enough strength? Then I realize that my doubts are weakening me, paralyzing me. But doubt is a thought. So I must conquer my thoughts in order to master doubt. Thanks to my long training and my exercises in the temple, I know what I have to do. I gather all the strength of my soul. I am absolute faith in God, and think of absolutely nothing. And behold, as my thoughts disappear, my doubts disappear too. And I am on the 4th step. Curiously, I feel I have grown much larger while I have been climbing these steps. Each time I've gone up a step, I've grown some more, and now I'm much larger than I was at the beginning. Now I face the 5th step which, even though I've grown a great deal, is so high that I can only get up by using both hands and both feet. As I pull myself up with great difficulty, I suddenly find to my great surprise that I have no body anymore. Everything in me or about me that was material has disappeared, and I am invisible spirit. The 6th step is very, very high, and a new difficulty awaits me. I have no body, no hands with which to hang on and no feet with which to push myself up. How am I supposed to get up there? I look about me for some way to do it, and as I turn around, I suddenly see the whole world spread out below me. Country after country. city after city looking like little toys and houses with countless people living in them. Infinite love for them all seizes me, and I am pained to think of all the people who would have to travel the long, laborious pathway of recognition. Of all the innumerable people feeling their way forward in the darkness, imprisoned in their own selfishness just as I was once. And, wonder of wonders! The moment universal love floods my heart, I am raised up and find myself on the sixth step. Now I stand before the last and highest step of all. It is just as high as I am. I long so much to get up there, and this wish fills my whole being. In vain. I just don't know what to do. I have no hands, no feet, nor muscular strength of body with which to pull myself up. But I must get up there at any price. Up on top I'll find God, and I am determined to see Him face to face. I stand, waiting, but nothing happens. As I look around me, I find to my great surprise that I'm not alone. At this very moment a being similar to myself reaches the sixth step and begs me to help him up to the seventh. I understand his tremendous desire, and, forgetting my own longing to reach the seventh step, I try to help him reach his goal. But the very moment I forget my own wish, I suddenly find that I am up on top of the seventh step. I don't know how, and my companion is no longer there. He has disappeared without leaving a trace. He was an illusion who helped me forget my last self-centered wish. As long as I wanted to raise up my own person, I would never be able to conquer the step that was as high as I myself. I have arrived. Quicker than the flash of lightning I see the form of a heavenly being woven of dazzling light. My complementary half. His irresistible attraction draws me to him, and, full of delight and fulfillment, I melt into complete union with him in his heart. I realize that he was always I and I always he, the dualistic projected image of my divine, true self. In this dualistic state I always faced God as a being separate from myself, and I felt him as you. Now in paradisiacal unity, I feel that this invisible power I have so far always called God will become myself in the next moment. A disk woven of fire begins to rotate about me. And in its immovable axis, in my spinal column, my true self, I, am dwelling. And I feel my spinal column burning like a white-hot bow, like a bridge made up of the current of life, radiating brilliant light through 7 centers of force, vitalizing my body. Then, beyond all concept of time, I simultaneously see the endlessly long chain of the different forms of life in which I have been incarnated throughout ages and eons of time as I travel the long pathways of development from my first fallout of paradisiacal unity up to the present moment. I see that my countless lives have been, are, and will be inseparably linked with the lives of the same spirits. From the events of past lives new relationships emerge, new ties, new developments, all supplementing each other and fitting together perfectly like the little stones in a big mosaic. I recognize the threads linking me with my complementary half, with Tahotep, with Atdothis, with IMA and bo-GHAR and many, many other people. I see clearly how these threads have bound us all together for ages of time. How souls more advanced than we are have helped us, how we have helped each other and those less advanced in the great task of the spiritualization of the earth, in developing our consciousness in matter, in the body. The experiences we bring each other in all these lives help expand and deepen the consciousness in the body, while the bodies we inhabit get progressively more spiritual, more beautiful. The matter composing our various forms of manifestation becomes ever more elastic, more responsive to the will and the radiations of the spirit, until finally the body becomes an obedient servant of the self, no longer isolating or obscuring a single ray of light from the spirit. I understand the secret of the pyramid, for now I have become a pyramid myself, only using matter, the body, as a firm footing, but constantly manifesting divinity. Then everything about me, the earth, sky, the entire universe, all merge in a single gigantic sea of fire. Huge flames encompass me. For a moment I feel as if I, with the entire cosmos, were being destroyed. Flashes of lightning crack and snap through my veins, through my entire being, as the fire burns me. And then, suddenly everything changes. The fire is no longer consuming me, but I myself am this heavenly fire, penetrating everything, animating everything, consuming everything. A flood of light surrounds me, but this flood of light is arising within myself. I am the source of this light and of everything else that is. The earth has no effect on me anymore. Its attraction which held me in fetters ceases. I am floating in nothingness. My being has no limitations anymore. 7 a.m. Now the one who attracts everything, but nothing ties me down anymore, nothing attracts me anymore. I seek those whom I have loved, for I know they couldn't be destroyed, but I seek them in vain, in the nothingness about me. In the emptiness there is nothing but myself, so I have to turn my attention inward. Behold, even as I do so I realize that everyone and everything is living in me. The universe is in me, for everything that is living in me. Everything that is, I am. In everything that I love myself. And suddenly I realize that everything I have always believed I didn't love was what I had not yet recognized within myself. Now that I recognize myself perfectly, I love everything and everyone equally, for I am one with them. I am I in everything, in all. I am fulfillment, life, radiant, eternal, immortal being. There is no longer any struggle, any regret, any suffering, no decay, no end, no death. In all that is born I, the immortal, begin a new form of life, and in all that dies I, the immortal, withdraw into myself, back into the eternal, creative, divine self. I realize that time and space exist only on the periphery of the created world, which is like a disk rotating with dizzying speed. But I, within myself, am timeless, spaceless eternity. And while I am resting within myself, my eternal being fills space and everything living in it. I am the only reality. I am life. I am that I am. I rest within myself and feel infinite peace. But in this peace a call reaches me and compels me to return to my deserted body. I turn the searchlight of my consciousness onto it and recognize the voice speaking to my being, the well-known, dearly beloved voice of my Master Tahotep. He is calling me back. And I step out of my heavenly self and put on the garment of my personal ego again. But I bring with me the consciousness of who I am. I am a human being again, but in my heart I carry the divine self that has become conscious in me, God, and from now on this divine self will be acting through my person. And slowly I open my eyes. My glance meets the deep blue, heavenly eyes of my Master Tahotep. His eyes radiate the same light, the same love and the same peace I have just experienced during the blissful state in my initiation. The same light, the same love, and the same peace I now carry in my own heart. I can't bring my lips to utter a sound. I am still unable to find the connection between myself and my body. But I don't need to speak, for I know my Master's every thought and wish. We are in spiritual unity, in God. All one. He lays his right hand upon my heart, and gradually I feel life returning to my body. I draw a deep breath, and the renewed regenerated stream of life flows through my numb limbs. My heart beats vigorously again. Gradually I regain control of my body. Tahotep and his deputy help me sit up and slowly get out of the coffin. I stand insecurely on my feet. Tahotep and the other high priest take me by the hands and lead me out of the niche where the initiation coffin stands. Then I see that all the initiates of the temple, priests and priestesses, are assembled in the great hall where the Ark of the Covenant is kept. Expectantly they are all waiting for me. And as I come out, led by the two high priests, they greet me with the sacred word and secret greeting of the initiates, Om. In this circle of the resurrected, I stand there like a newborn babe. I have the same body as before. And yet I am a new being. I find myself in a new world. I no longer see everything from the outside, but simultaneously the inner being, the core about which the external form is built up, the center for which the external form merely serves as a manifestation. I stand in the circle of the resurrected. My inner being vibrates in the tone of the sacred word, the divine mantram. And with the aid of this indescribable vibration, in this magic tone, I experience in my own physical consciousness the divine unity of the self with all these initiates and with the entire universe. They have all come, priests and priestesses, to greet me after my resurrection and to express divine infinite love. My father, at office, is here too, wearing the plain white robe of the initiates. Then there is the soft-spoken Master Mentupta, and my dear brother Ima. The moment I see his noble countenance, his eyes light up with a smile, and I remember all my dream pictures, the most difficult tests of the initiation, the test of renunciation, giving up everything, and the test of cruel love. Ima, you dearly beloved, do you know that in my initiation vision you were the reason for my passing the most difficult test of all? The majestic figure of an elderly priestess now moves forward from the circle of initiates. She hands Ptahhotep a robe, and together they invest me with my priestly clothing. Then she hands Ptahhotep the headdress, the sign of initiates, and he sets the band of gold upon my head. In front, the circlet of gold bears the head of a serpent, symbol of the procreative energy of life, transformed and spiritualized. Now, at last, I can wear this insignia, not only as a queen, but also as an initiate. Now I am a priestess, in the lowest degree of the priesthood. It's up to me to reach the higher degrees step by step until I am worthy to be permitted to use the staff of life. Ptahhotep steps over to my side, lays his hand upon my head and blesses me. Then he takes me by the hand and leads me to the initiates. First, of course, to the second high priest. He too lays his hand upon me and blesses me. Then I step before my dear father and feel him, through his hand, pouring out all the love in his heart upon me. And so one by one, according to their rank, I step before each of the initiates and receive his blessing. At last I stand in front of Ima, who received his initiation shortly before me. He blesses me too, but I feel his hand tremble. Then Ptahhotep leads me to the Ark of the Covenant. I kneel before it. For the first time in my life I am permitted to lay my hands upon it. In every drop of my blood I feel the fiery power flowing out of the Ark of the Covenant into my body. I breathe deeply, into my innermost being, and now with my consciousness awake, in my body, I experience the fulfillment of paradisiacal unity, the omnipotence and omniscience in God. I understand and experience the meaning of being. Wherever I turn the searchlight of my consciousness there is clarity and light. In radiant brilliance the last and highest truths of life stand before my eyes. I experience the absolute omnipotence that comes through the guidance of divine creative power in myself. Ptahhotep again takes me by the hand and leads me back through the rooms through which we came here. Back through the passageways, through the stone door, back into the temple. The initiates come after us. In the temple all the neophytes are waiting, and it's my turn to officiate as priestess for the first time. I stand before the altar with Ptahhotep, while all the neophytes come, one after the other, to receive my blessing. Upon each I place my right hand, and each accepts my blessing in deep silence. Finally the children of the neophyte school approach, among them my little adopted son, bo-GHA. He kneels before me, looks at me devotedly, then bows his head and receives my blessing. O bo-GHA, my little bo-GHA, what a strange role you played in my initiation vision. This ends my first priestly office in the temple. In the little cell I used during my preparations for initiation, Ptahhotep leaves me alone. After the prescribed time of complete rest, I am again allowed to eat light foods and beverages. For a long time I sit on my couch unable to shake off the effect of the strange visions experienced during my initiation. What horrible pictures! How lucky I am to wake up and find these dreams are not real. How was it possible for me to carry such pictures within myself and thus come to dream them? They just can't be real. It's absolutely impossible for people to become so depraved and degraded as to kill each other with such cruelty and with such hellish instruments. The cellar, the horrible shelter of my dream. And still I know the eternal law that a creature can only imagine pictures which could actually exist in reality. Whatever a person can imagine can materialize. If this were not so, he wouldn't be able to imagine it. But these horrible pictures, these gigantic birds piloted by the sons of men, flying overhead with a fearful roar, often climbing so high one can't see them anymore, and throwing down evil eggs upon the earth. I saw with my own eyes how these eggs destroyed everything within a wide radius of where they hit the ground. With deafening blasts, they brought down whole houses. How was that possible? And why should the sons of men put their intellect in the service of fiendish senselessness? And what strange apparatus I saw and used in my initiation visions. I heard human voices speaking from tremendous distances, and others heard my voice in the same way. How Ima would laugh if I were to tell him that people could communicate over long distances by means of such devices instead of using the much simpler method of mental telepathy. He would surely want me to give him a thorough explanation of the construction of such a device. And that I couldn't do. Just as I couldn't give a description of the inner construction of the Staff of Life or the Ark of the Covenant in a way that would enable anyone to make such devices. Yet nevertheless they do exist. And in the same way I know this telephone device can exist. And Ima, you pure, true servant of God, in my initiation dream you too had to pilot such a big iron bird. You and all the handsome, healthy young men, you had to go out in great numbers, as if bewitched, to kill others and allow yourself to be killed. How could you go along with this madness? How could you obey such inhuman orders? And who was the burning man who was my husband in my initiation dream? How close he was to my heart. He was my best friend. And still he didn't know who I am, and I don't know who he is. And so I experience each individual picture of my initiation dreams again. I recognize all the people who were my parents, brothers and sisters, friends and enemies in my present life here in Egypt. And often I really have to smile about the curious relationships. Evening comes, and the day ends with a feast in which all the priests, priestesses and neophytes take part. The pharaoh is present too, and since the relatives of the new initiate are permitted to attend an initiation feast, my dear old Menu is there with the rest of us. As I step into the garden, she runs towards me as fast as her heavy body will carry her. Beaming with joy, she embraces me and sobs with the relief of her pent-up anxiety. Oh, how good it is to see you alive again. Tell me, will you still love me, now that you're a priestess? Will you still love me? Can I go on living with you? I stroke her dear old head and calm her fears. Menu, naturally I love you. Of course you can stay with me. Now even greater love binds me to you. As a priestess. The priestesses in the temple have different tasks corresponding to their different abilities. Some teach the temple dances. Some help the restless souls of departed dead who wander about aimlessly in the earth's atmosphere. In holy sleep, the priestesses help them on their path towards further spiritual development. Without help they would stagnate for hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years because, without organs of sense, they have no opportunity to gather experience or to contact other beings. They are introverted and find no path on which to progress. The priestesses seek out these restless souls, penetrate their beings with the power of love, and thanks to their inner identity they irradiate their consciousness with ideas that help them find a solution and a way out to their condition. These priestesses thus perform a twofold duty. They help wandering souls forward and simultaneously purify the Earth's atmosphere. There are priestesses who work towards developing healthier, more beautiful and more spiritual young people through initiating them in the mysteries of physical love. They teach young men to transmute their physical urge through the power of the Spirit and to aim for a higher spiritual union, a sacrament. They also teach young men who are on the point of marrying about this sacred power, so they can transmit this energy to their wives after marriage and thus beget noble children. Lastly, certain priestesses perform the same tasks as the priests. They teach groups of neophytes, give instructions for exercises in concentration, and receive people who need advice regarding special problems. As soon as these priestesses reach an advanced degree of priesthood, they are permitted to use the staff of life in healing the sick. In this way a priestess can become a high priestess. I have been assigned to this group. I am truly delighted with my task. It's nothing less than wonderful to observe the minds and souls of my pupils as they develop step by step and manifest more and more of divinity. For me it's like watching a bit of opaque material gradually become transparent, allowing the divine creative principle to shine through. Every day I experience this with my dear neophytes. I also enjoy taking care of people who come to the temple seeking advice in affairs of the spirit or matters of the body. I receive them in my little cell, the same one IMA assigned to me when I first came to the temple. At such times people show me their other face, the face that nobody else sees. A face they often do not know themselves. I see this inner face in every creature, and it's very instructive to hear about all the different events and experiences that have shaped this inner countenance in accordance with the law of action and reaction. Oh, if only everybody could see their own and other people's inner countenances. They would never hate each other, and they would never be afraid of each other. There are no bad people. They often harm each other, doing evil things, even cruel things, to others because they believe others are going to do evil to them and they try to defend themselves in advance out of pure fear. In this way they don't give others a real reason to believe they are acting with bad intentions. But if one could only convince both parties to such evil actions that neither is acting malevolently and that both are merely afraid of each other, they would both breathe a sigh of relief and shake hands. People are ignorant and blind. They don't see each other, and this is the reason for all the enmity and hostility on earth. There's nothing more beautiful than being able to open blind eyes and watch the brilliant look of understanding and knowledge begin to shine. In addition to this work I am permitted to be present when Ptahhotep or his deputy uses the staff of life to heal the sick. In the early morning they arrive, coming by themselves or with the aid of friends or relatives who bring them to the temple. Ptahhotep then conducts new vital force into their sick bodies. I often watch how the staff of life completely heals broken bones or horrible wounds in just a few moments' time, leaving behind only a thick spot in the bone or a tiny scar to show where the wound or the break was. Just as two pieces of metal can be welded together into one piece through heat, broken bones are mended by the staff of life, and deep wounds in muscles, ligaments, blood vessels, nerves and skin grow together again. With equal speed this staff of life can heal the most serious inflammations of the lungs, kidneys or other organs. Great indeed is the mercy and grace of God for the gift He has made to mankind of this means for the recovery of health. Beside my work in the temple I continue to fulfill the duties of the wife of the pharaoh. Just as I used to do in the past, I sit beside my father at festive receptions and other public events. At such times I have plenty of opportunity to observe the people of the court and all the others who attend these high feasts. Sometimes we receive messengers and emissaries from strange countries. They are quite different from these sons of men among us. The color of their skin, their physical stature and the shape of their heads are all different, and they radiate different forces. They sometimes bring us wonderful things as gifts, things that are quite unknown in our country. Animals I have never seen before, precious gems, cloth, beautifully painted pottery. Father has arranged for artists to come from some of these far countries to teach our young people of the temple. On the other hand, some of our artists and wise men have traveled far abroad to teach our arts and sciences. Father has told me that we will someday visit these great countries. Ever since my initiation I have also been permitted to go for chariot rides alone with the lions. Through my initiation I received the ability to guide my willpower into the nervous centers of other living creatures, thus bringing them completely under my power. I now control in my own body the activated nerve centers which are still latent and undeveloped in the sons of men, and I can send out penetrating radiations of willpower that other such living creatures are turned into unconscious tools of my will. I never forget, however, that God's highest gift to man is the right of self-determination, and I know this right must never be infringed. That would be black magic. That's why I never use my willpower against a person. Often enough it would be so easy to help a person solve a difficult problem if I were merely to fill him with my will. But this would mean that I would be taking on the responsibility myself, and the solution of the problem would be mine, not his. In this way I would be robbing him of an opportunity to pass a test. Every person must solve his own problems, for only in this way can he gather experience, develop his willpower and widen the horizon of his consciousness. Animals are directly subject to natural forces. They automatically and instinctively carry out the will of nature and possess no self-determination. So I can completely subject my lions to my will. It's wonderful how these magnificent animals immediately carry out my thoughts. They react to the slightest impulse of my will, and I often have the feeling that they belong just as much to myself as my hands and feet do. The same divine self is the life of every living creature, and the love animals feel is nothing but the unconscious striving to achieve the unity of the self on the lowest, physical plane of consciousness. A child going through the phase of awakening consciousness also tries involuntarily to achieve this same unity and identity by putting into its mouth everything it can get its little hands on. Animals have the same instinct. The unity and the love between me and my lions is so great that they like to tuck my hand or even my head between their jaws as if they were going to eat me. Naturally they don't bite, and their play is not to be taken seriously. I can understand that when they eat a gazelle, for example, they are only following out their instinctive striving for unity. The instinct for self-preservation has the same source as the instinct for the preservation of a species, striving for the divine state of unity. That's why the manifestations of both instincts are so close together and often overlap. Nature exploits this primordial tendency towards unity in order to create progeny through the instinct for procreation and propagation of the species, and in order to preserve the body through the satisfaction of hunger. This is the reason why the meat lions get from their keepers never tastes as good as the flesh they tear from the body of fresh killed prey, for in this latter act they are unconsciously experiencing a form of union with the living, with life itself. With dead flesh they can satisfy only their hunger but not their subconscious striving toward union. I get a great deal of pleasure out of spending time with my lions. It's thrilling to observe how these majestic animals manifest all the characteristics of the divine Ra, the sun, transformed to the animal level. Little bo-GHA, too, shares my pleasure in the lions, just as he is in harmony with me in everything I do or say. How well I remember the endless patience my father exhibited when he taught me how to stand up in a chariot speeding over uneven ground. It's my turn now to teach the same techniques to bo-GHA. He's very skillful, instinctively making the right movements, and after a short time he is able to accompany me even on long rides. During quieter periods father and I withdraw to our little holiday house on the seashore. bo-GHA comes with us, and the three of us enjoy the pleasures of sun and sand and water. Father too likes to spend time with the little boy, and we find it thrilling to watch his pure soul develop like a magnificent flower. Once, after watching bo-GHA for quite a while, father calls and asks him to come over close. As soon as bo-GHA is near enough for quiet conversation, father asks him, "Well, bo-GHA, would you like to work with me?" bo-GHA prostrates himself before father, and with his hands together as a sign of profoundest respect, he replies, "Master, I'll devote my whole life to the task you give me in order to be worthy of it." Father pats the boy's head. "Stand up, bo-GHA," he says, "you will work with us in the great task of redeeming the earth. Just do what your teachers in the temple tell you, and one day you will be a co-worker with us." Stand up. You don't need to throw yourself on the ground before me. Bo-GHA can't contain his joy. And he jumps around like a little monkey. Then he tries to be dignified like a grown-up worthy of father's confidence. Finally he runs down to the seashore to look for mussels. When I'm alone with Father I ask him, Father, now that I've been initiated, when I raise myself above the level of time, I can look into the past and the future the same as you, but I still can't recognize anything in my own future. Why is that? The only importance I attach to the future is the development it will bring me in my progress up to the last, highest, divine degree. But please explain to me why I can see everybody else's future but my own. I see only mist before my eyes when I turn my consciousness towards my own future. Father looks at me, smiles and waits. I smile back and answer him in thought. We understand each other. His look tells me, what are you asking for? If you don't see your future, it simply means that's the way it's meant to be so you can fulfill your task properly. Don't bother about it, but do everything to attain by your own efforts the highest degree you reached with Ptahhotep's help during your initiation. When our tasks call us back to the city, the days go by as in the past, and I spend some of my time in the temple and some in the palace. I love my work. It satisfies me completely. Nevertheless, all day long I go about with the joyful anticipation of being able to withdraw into myself, into God, when my day's duties are over. Every time I turn inward with the determination to reach the highest degree by my own efforts, and I actually do come nearer and nearer to perfect fulfillment. Yet every time I return to my personal consciousness, I get up disappointed. Once again I realize I have failed to achieve the last and highest reality which I experienced in my initiation and which burns in my memory like an unquenchable flame. My only consolation in such moments is that of looking forward to participating in Vesper prayers and meditations with Ptahhotep. Ptahhotep, his deputy, the priests and priestesses, initiates all, meet in the temple at sunset. We sit in a circle, with Ptahhotep and his deputy sitting diametrically opposite each other and thus forming two poles. All the rest of us form two semicircles on either side. It takes us a while to free our spiritual body from impurities which we have unavoidably absorbed during our contacts with the sons of men. Then Ptahhotep extends his blessed hands to his neighbors, on either side. All the rest of us join hands too, thus forming a circuit through which Ptahhotep and his deputy conduct a current of the highest, supreme, divine degree into our bodies. This helps us experience the supreme state of divine unity. In this way our nerves develop resistance much faster than they would if we were dependent only on our own energies. These moments of bliss, experienced daily during our evening prayers, give meaning and content to my whole life. O God, give me the strength to reach you with my consciousness by my own efforts. We will meet again. One day the court is making ready to celebrate a great reception. Some time ago Father sent his commander, Thistha, together with many notables, a large number of troops, and ships full of presents and goods for barter, as an emissary to a far country. The ruler there received our dignitaries very cordially and soon thereafter sent his own troops bearing presents and goods for barter to our country. Today we are going to celebrate the arrival of these foreign troops. Menu decks me out in my most beautiful dress, and with the usual ceremonies, ROO-KHA brings me the Queen's jewels. Then the two elders escort me to Father, and we walk through the long colonnades accompanied by the whole court. In this manner we walk out in a column onto the terrace before the palace. In his full dignity and great beauty, the pharaoh takes his place on his golden throne in the middle of the terrace. To his right is his audience lion, while I take my seat to his left and a bit out in front, almost at the edge of the terrace. The people of rank take their proper places to our right and left according to their degree and station. Then the great reception begins. The troops of the foreign power march up in a long festive procession. Their leader and his retinue step up before the terrace and bow down before us with outstretched arms. Then their leader makes a fine speech in our language to tell us how eager his ruler is to reach a long-term alliance with us. Then he calls his porters forward to bring us our gifts. I observe the changing scene from above and look at the men in the leader's retinue. All of splendid physique. They wear their ceremonial robes and military armor. The strangers are big, strong, broad-shouldered and very muscular men. In our country only the descendants of the race of the sons of God are as tall and strong as these strange soldiers, but much more slender, nimble and resilient. Ptahhotep, father, and some of the other descendants of the sons of God like Ima, Mentoptah, Imhotep and some priestesses have beautiful and powerful bodies, but they are majestic, dignified, full of spirituality. Less robust, they don't look so much like splendid animals. Never before in my life have I seen people like these strangers. They don't please me at all. In our country I am accustomed to seeing finely chiseled facial features that reflect spirituality, especially among the descendants of the race of the sons of God, and even among the hybrid race. These strangers have irregular features that make them look like animals. Especially their ears. Our ears are small, narrow and finely chiseled with the lobes separate from the side of the neck. These strangers have big, broad ears, their lobes joined to their necks like those of monkeys. And what strikes us all as particularly strange is their red hair. Their faces, hands, arms and feet are covered with an abundance of hair, shining like golden threads in the sunshine. They are self-assured, and when they talk or laugh they reveal rows of beautiful, white, glistening, strong teeth. But this feature too makes me think of animals. They radiate great strength, but not spiritual strength. No. I don't like their looks. I can see our guests from abroad find us just as strange as we think they are. They don't like our looks either. I see their eyes have not yet been opened to the spirit. They are unable to appreciate, or even to perceive any fine, delicate, spiritualized shapes. They see only the people of our country as smaller than they. Reading their thoughts I can see they hold us in contempt. I am accustomed to seeing the fire of admiration kindled in the eyes of men when they look at me. These strangers admire my robe and my jewels without noticing at all that I am beautiful. I can see very well that they're curious about me, the queen of this country, and they stare at me at every opportunity without noticing that I am beautiful. Yes, I know I inherited my mother's small stature, but a woman's beauty does not depend on her size. But these men, these strange warriors from a far-off country think a woman has to be big and fleshy to be beautiful. I observe myself as I always do. Have feelings of vanity sprung up within me? No. Far from it. I am merely displeased because they are so ignorant, immature and crude, like people in the lowest class of the sons of men in our country. All these people are so lacking in culture and polish, including their leaders and the people of rank accompanying them. One of them is standing in front of the terrace, right in front of me. He must be a high officer because he has come forward in the closest proximity to their commander. Now he's standing amidst a group of soldiers and staring at me incessantly. The corners of his mouth show a disrespectful attitude. The way he acts really doesn't befit a person of rank. How can a man stare at a woman so impertinently? In all our court only ROO-KHA is as impertinent as this fellow, and even he can't conceal his admiration for my beauty. But this stranger merely stares insolently without the slightest admiration. Nevertheless, I fight down any and all feelings of vanity within myself. I watch out and keep myself under constant control. I turn away to watch the ceremonies again. Fascinated by the military games these soldiers are playing, I must admit they possess physical strength unknown in our country. Their race is descended from a half-blooded son of God who manifested his father's high divine power in his blood, instead of his spirit, and so became a giant. His descendants intermarried with primitive people and developed a big-boned race with enormous muscular strength. They're not nearly so agile and adroit as our warriors, but they can perform feats of strength that would be beyond the ability of our soldiers. During these military games I glance down once in a while at the insolent foreigner in front of me. He is still staring at me untiringly. Actually, it would be a truly inspiring task to guide such an uncultured, red-headed stranger into the mysteries of the spirit. To help him step by step to open his inner eyes. To enable him to see the beauty of a woman's spirituality instead of only her flesh. For several days I am so preoccupied with our guests from abroad that I have no time to go to the temple. Feasts and ceremonies follow each other in rapid succession. Exhibitions, excursions and banquets, and at all of these events it is my duty to take my place beside my father in officiating as host and hostess. Menu is in her element, clothing me in ever more beautiful, ever more magnificent robes. Bo-GHAR, however, is embittered and saddened because I have no time for him. ROO-KHA comes frequently with his jewel bearers to bring me new creations of the jeweler's art. I go through with all this because it's my duty to do so. Nevertheless, I look at my image in my great silver mirror with eager curiosity, wondering what the foreigner from abroad will have to say about my new robe or my new jewels. Especially when father and I and all the court once dress up after the fashion of our guests from abroad in order to show our friendly attitude towards them. I really have to laugh to see how odd father looks in this strange costume. And I? Won't our red-headed guests from abroad find me beautiful even in these clothes? For by this time I have got acquainted with him. Father introduced me to his commander and all the ranking officers, including him, and now I find myself in the company of these emissaries from abroad every day. Their country's ruler, in preparing for this expedition, selected only men who had succeeded in learning our language in a very short time. Thus we are able to converse very pleasantly with our guests and exchange ideas with them. But I find myself ill at case in the presence of this strange guest from abroad who stared at me so insolently throughout all the reception ceremony. And my heart beats faster when I realize he has exactly the same voice as the man who turned into a flaming spirit in my initiation dream. How strange! These strangers are peculiar people, lacking in culture and learning but not stupid at all. They live very close to nature, and even though they don't intellectually know the inner, creative laws and the essence of things, they know a lot as a result of their own direct experiences. It is remarkable to observe how a truth, which we clearly see and know in our spirit through inner contemplation, appears in these people as mere belief and superstition. When they don't know the source and cause of a force, they imagine that it comes from an invisible being, and they then give the name God to their own imaginings. And they stubbornly insist on calling these imaginary, fairy-tale creatures gods. They think they know everything better. When one tries to tell them the truth and explain real facts to them, they merely shake their head and laugh condescendingly. Of course I am not permitted to tell them any of the secrets of the temple, but still I have tried to explain to our foreign guest the forces which cause lightning and thunder in a storm. I knew I wouldn't be permitted to tell him how the high priest uses the Ark of the Covenant in the pyramid to create lightning and the blessed rain that keeps our country from becoming absolutely barren. But I did try to explain to him that lightning comes from a meeting of two opposite forces and that he can cause the same phenomenon himself by striking two pieces of stone together. At this he gave me a supercilious look, saying he knew very well that lightning was the arrow of the chief god, and that little demons live in certain stones and become angry and shoot out little flashes of lightning whenever they're disturbed. When I tried to give him the true explanation of this phenomenon, I found his mind closed up tight. In one sense it doesn't make any difference whether we consider lightning to be the arrow of the chief god or the meeting of positive and negative forces. But if these people continue to believe in their superstitions and all their various imaginary gods, they'll never learn to control the forces of nature and always remain slaves of their superstition. Anyway, I have succeeded in getting our strange red-headed officer guest interested enough in my explanations of various natural phenomena so that he's always eager to hear more. He said he would like to have me teach him, so he's going to come to the temple every day, and I will initiate him into the lowest degree of knowledge. After sunset Menu helps me into my priestess robes. Then, heavily veiled, we both walk over to the temple. A neophyte has accompanied our officer guest to my little cell in the temple wall where he is awaiting me. Menu stays behind in the temple court, and I enter my cell. The stranger is already there. Standing there, leaning against the wall of my cell, he greets me with his usual smile of superiority. This smile annoys me. How does he dare to look at me this way? He's not my superior in any respect. Just because he's physically bigger and stronger, he ignorantly assumes himself to be superior in every way. He doesn't have the faintest idea that the power of mind stands over everything. But I'm going to show him. With the power of my mind I'm going to conquer this insolent, red-headed giant. Despite all his physical power he'll be vanquished, and through my spiritual power I'll come out victorious. The stranger bows deeply, but I see clearly he's doing it without conviction. Here in our country the people practically worship me. They know I am an initiated priestess, a servant of God. The stranger also knows I am a priestess in the temple, but he doesn't know what initiation means. He doesn't know that our knowledge is not a system of beliefs based merely on human imaginings, but rather the direct recognition of truth. Divine omniscience. But I'll open his eyes. I'll explain the mystery of man and the universe to him. I'll guide him into the mystery of all creation. If you want to achieve true knowledge, I tell him, you must first learn to know yourself. You have to know what you yourself are. When you come to know yourself, you will discover that all the truths of the universe are concealed within your own being. Thus rough this self-recognition you will get to know all the secrets of the world. First solve the great puzzle of our Sphinx, that of man himself. You must recognize what you are. The stranger looks at me attentively at first, but then begins to smile. I'm supposed to learn what I am? I've known that for a long time. Why is that supposed to be such a great mystery? But it seems to me, O Queen, that you don't know what I am, and so I am telling you, I am a man. And with that he lets out a hearty laugh, showing all his big white teeth. Oh my! What a child he is! His laugh is so infectious that I can't help laughing myself. I know very well that you're a man. I answer him. But I can't even finish my sentence because the red-haired giant interrupts me impolitely. It seems to me, Queen, that you not only don't know I'm a man, but that you don't even know what a man is. I'm not a priest and can't read people's thoughts the way you can, but I know women, and I can see something you don't know at all, or else you've forgotten it, and that is what you are. You don't know you're a woman. How do you think you can try to teach me the inner secrets of man and the universe if you don't even know this simple fact that everybody else can see? I know very well that I'm a woman, I reply with dignity. The stranger smiles insolently, but I continue undisturbed. The outer form is only the mantle of the inner being. When one knows the inner being and when one is the inner being, he uses the outer form only as an instrument but does not identify himself with it. The body is only the robe of the self. You wear clothing too, and yet you are not the clothing. In the very same way you wear a body which can be either male or female, but your self stands above the sexes and is neither man nor woman. The self is the creator. The person, the physical, material manifestation is only one half of the true being. The other half has remained behind in the unconscious, unmanifested state. And whether a manifestation is male or female depends merely on which half has incarnated itself. When a person has made both halves of his being conscious and experienced them consciously, he has become identical with his self, and then he carries within himself both the male and female principles in complete equilibrium. But still his body is either male or female, isn't it? He asks. Yes, indeed, I answer. The material phenomenon can only be one-sided, for whenever the two sides merge into unity there is nothing physical. The union of the two complementary halves, the merging of the two sides would mean complete annihilation of matter, complete dematerialization of the body. One can only be androgynous in spirit. Queen, answers the guest from abroad, there's only one thing in all your pretty words that I can really understand quite clearly. A point on which I'm in complete agreement with your secrets, namely that my physical manifestation, as you express it so neatly, is only one half of a unit. In the past I have often sought, and found, a complementary half, but I was never annihilated in doing so. Perhaps because I never found the real unity. But even if it were to mean annihilation, I would go on seeking my true, complementary half. I am a man, and my other half can only be a woman who gives me complete and perfect happiness. For such a woman I would gladly lay down my life. I feel in my body a warm rush of blood that reaches my head. In the face of such a way of thinking I am completely powerless. How can I explain to him that the earthly happiness he is seeking in a woman is only transitory and unable to satisfy his immortal soul? We end our discussion for today. He must have time to digest the new truths I have given him. And there follow many evenings in which I do battle with his ignorance. I am determined to help him make progress, and I take all kinds of care to say the right words to him in order to fan the divine spark into flame and awaken his higher self. When I wake up in the morning he is already in my thoughts. I remember everything we spoke about the previous evening and concentrate my thinking throughout the day on the lesson I am going to give him in the evening. Often during these days I race through the countryside with my lions, but now it's without bo-GHA. Bo-GHA hangs his head as he goes to his master Ima for lessons. Ima tries to console him with all kinds of presents and everything else a boy's heart could wish for. I'm sorry to see bo-GHA so sad, but I need time to be alone with my own thoughts. After one of my chariot rides, while I am taking leave of my lions in the lions' court, I pat their heads and run my fingers through their manes. As I'm doing this, it suddenly occurs to me that our officer guest from abroad has exactly the same color hair as the lions. If I were to stroke his head, the same thick locks of red hair would be slipping through my ringers. Oh, how I love these lions! That evening I tell our guest my observation about his having the same color hair as the lions. Queen, he says, may I go for a chariot ride with you sometime? If I could see that you could control real live lions with your willpower, I'd begin to believe in your superhuman powers. And he laughs tauntingly. Where have you heard that I have superhuman powers? Everybody I talk to adores you like a goddess. Everybody believes you're a supernal being. But I don't. I feel injured. What do you think about me? I ask, noticing with some annoyance that my heart is pounding while I await his answer. In the very same moment, quick as a flash, Tahotep's image pops up before my inward eye, with a warning expression on his noble face. No. No. Leave me alone. I answer the inward image. I'm in no danger. And outwardly I go on listening to what the stranger says. So you want to know what I think about you? Why do you want to hear that from me? If you're so high up above everything earthly, why should you be interested in what goes on in a poor earthly head like mine? And after all, you can read people's thoughts, can't you? Yes, I can read your thoughts, but I want to see whether you're being frank with me. I answer. But as I do so I am aware of an uneasy feeling. There's no time to try to find out what this feeling means, because the stranger asks me again, so you want to know whether I'm being frank with you? Why don't you ask yourself first whether you're being frank with yourself? I am speechless. I just don't know what to answer. For years I've made a habit of self-observation in order to seek out the motives of all my thoughts and deeds. I am convinced I am frank with myself and therefore frank with the rest of the world including him. Nevertheless his words bring an embarrassing surprise. Could he be right? Have I really lacked the courage frankly to face all my thoughts and feelings? I resolve to examine myself even more thoroughly, but in any case I'm going to concentrate all my efforts in order not to be defeated in the struggle with him. I must come out victorious. I mustn't allow an uncouth stranger to think I'm weaker than he is. I mustn't allow him to think he stands above me. The next day we go for a chariot ride together. Before we get in, the stranger stands beside the lions and holds out his shaggy red head towards me. Want to try and see if my hair really feels like the lions? If they don't mind your stroking their hair, I may be able to stand it too, he says with a hearty laugh that erupts from between two perfect rows of white teeth. He really is a big child. He's not behaving this way out of lack of respect, and I can't be angry at him. I have to laugh too, and if the keeper of my lions were not standing near, I really would feel like tousling his hair. And so it goes, day after day. And the time quickly draws near when the stranger will have to return to his homeland. In many respects I could be satisfied. As a woman I could even gloat in triumph at the way his attitude has changed. He has put away his superior airs and waits all day long every day for the evening to come so that we can be together. I realize he never really felt superior, and that his overbearing manner was actually a kind of self-defense to save him from complete capitulation. He didn't want to give up his masculine arrogance. He admired me from the very first moment he saw me, and my vanity, which first drove me to spend time in his company, could now be completely satisfied. And yet I am not satisfied. On the contrary, I am plagued by persistent anxiety. But every time I analyze my feelings, this anxiety gives me the reassurance that my interest for him is not coming from the feminine instinct of my lower nature. For I am constantly watching and checking on myself. Menu says I show all the unmistakable symptoms of being in love, and she's overjoyed that I am blooming at last. But she's wrong. She's in no position to judge because she considers everything from her earthly standpoint. She can't begin to understand that I cannot and must never fall in love. And that I'm not in love now. How could I ever fall in love with this uncouth, unkempt, red-headed giant? He's not my type. Physically, he seems strange, even repulsive to me. In my moments of self-examination, I have often asked myself whether I could want to have a child by him. Heaven forbid. A child with such ears and such an ungainly, raw-boned body? Never. In any case, I know absolutely I'd never want to have a child by him. So I know I'm not in love. I only want him to find God. I am keenly interested in each of my pupils, and for this very reason I think of him so often and with such a concentration of all my attention. But he hasn't found God yet. In this point I haven't yet succeeded. That's why I feel so sad and anxious when I realize he is soon going to have to leave our country, and I may never see him again in this life. Then everything happens faster than a flash of lightning. On our last evening together I go to the temple to see him and take leave of him. As usual, he's leaning against the wall. But now he doesn't try to seem so superior the way he did when he waited here for me the first time. Now he doesn't even look at me, but stands there staring off into space. What's the matter? I ask him. I'm just trying to think what kind of sense it makes for me to have been coming here to see you every evening. What did you want of me, you beautiful queen with no heart? What use have I had out of all the things you've told me if they've only served to make me unhappy? You've talked on and on about my having to find myself, but with every one of your words and deeds you've helped to make me lose myself completely. I was a brave, courageous fighter, afraid of no one, and now I've become a slave. The slave of a tiny woman who hardly comes up to my shoulders. And now I'm afraid of the future. How am I going to be able to live without you? A hot wave of joy floods through my being. I try to imagine it's only my vanity. But I feel a shock. In the beginning I really did want him to recognize my feminine beauty and power, and as soon as I had achieved that I wanted to use my power over him to help him on the inner path. I took all kinds of pains to awaken the self within him. But instead, he's fallen in love with me. I didn't want to go that far. I don't want earthly love. I've wanted to create with him a far higher unity, the unity of the self. I wanted to lead him to God. But it's done no good at all for me to bring forth the deepest truths from out of my inner being. He sees me only as a woman. He cannot or will not rise above the sensual. He doesn't see me. He doesn't realize that he does not love me. I don't really exist for him. He merely loves my body, the outer cloak which is merely a manifestation of my true self. How horrible! How debasing! Look, I say, trembling, it hasn't made any sense at all for you to come here to see me, because we just don't understand each other. We just can't get together. I want to help you rise to the spiritual plane, and you want to drag me down to the level of the body. It hasn't made any sense at all to go through all this trouble. Go back to your homeland in peace, and we'll never meet again. At these words, the blood rushes to his head, his face, his neck. The whole man becomes dark red, so dark his hair seems lighter than his skin. His eyes flash like glowing embers, and with a shock I see his whole spiritual body turning into a powerful flame. Then, without my having time to defend myself, he seizes my arm, holding it as if in iron tongs, pulls me to his mighty breast, embraces me, pushes my head backward, presses his mouth to my lips with such force that I lose my breath. Then he kisses my face, my neck and my lips again, and in between his burning kisses, he whispers hoarsely, "So you don't want to see me anymore? But I want to see you, and we'll meet again. We'll meet again." As I saw his wild face coming close, I felt a wave of deathly panic. I wanted to push him back and get away, but as he locked me in his mighty arms and pressed his burning hot mouth upon my lips, all my inner being caught his fire. I lost control over myself, and without resistance I gave in to the overpowering feeling of pleasure and delight that sprang up out of my fright and swept through me. Now I realize I love him. Have loved him from the first moment. With all my body and soul. With my whole being I love him passionately, and I always will. The fire overwhelms me as if coming forth from a gigantic volcano. Hot flames sweep through me. Devour me. My backbone feels like a bridge of glowing embers, holding 7 burning torches. But now I'm no longer in the immovable axis of my spinal column, no longer in the midpoint from which my true self radiates the fire of life. On the contrary, my consciousness has fallen into my burning body, and sparkling, crackling, flashes of lightning race through my veins, through my whole being. All my nerves are aglow, all my thoughts blotted out. They're burning out my consciousness, annihilating me. Then I black out and everything disappears. Little by little I come to again. Slowly I open my eyes. See stone walls around me. I am lying on the floor of my little cell. I am alone. Surrounded by the silence of a tomb. I have no thoughts. I haven't anything I could think about anymore. Dejected and broken, I get up, cover my weary head with my veil and leave the cell. The long colonnade is dark and seemingly empty. After a few steps I see a dark form leaning against the opposite wall. IMA. He stands there as if made of stone, staring at me with an indescribably wild look in his eyes. Even in the darkness I can see it. Have to see it. He looks right into me. Right through me. Then he turns and walks away softly in the opposite direction. Without a thought in my head I go back to the palace. Menu, who had fallen asleep in a corner of the temple court, accompanies me, as usual in silence, except for an occasional loud yawn. The lion I lie on my knees before Tahotep. I do not speak. He understands my unspoken words, even when I am silent. Father of my soul, save me. Take this fire out of my body, give me back my freedom. I cannot and will not go on living this way. I lost myself. I am destroyed. I no longer have any control over myself. I can't think anymore what I'm doing. My thoughts control me and split my head apart. Help me, Father of my soul, help me back to the heavenly heights where spiritual clarity, purity and freedom reign. Give me back my wings so that I may fly again with you on high like the creative power of God, the divine hawk Horus, who flies through the universe creating new worlds. Open up heaven for me again, Father of my soul, let me hear the music of the spheres again. The music that now lives on only in my memory, while within me there reigns only the silence of the tomb because my ears are deaf. Open my spiritual eyes again, Father of my soul, for they are burned out. I see the light of heaven and the brilliance of God only in my memory, while within me there is only darkness as my inner eyes have become blind. Open for me the gate of my heavenly home where I once possessed all the treasures of the Spirit that now live only in my memory, Father of my soul, because I have fallen and have become a poor earthly beggar. Open up again for me the happiness and the peace in the divine unity of those who have found salvation, Father of my soul. The unity which now is mine only in memory as I have fallen into the wilderness, into the desert, haunted and plagued unceasingly by the burning unrest of being torn in two. Lay your blessed hand upon my head and permit me to be freed from the dungeon of time. Permit me to become again in the eternal present the person I was. The person I really am. The person I can no longer be in the elusive world of appearances. Father of my soul, save me, save my soul. Permit me to hear your voice again, like the voice of God within me, for I no longer hear your answers. I am blind and deaf, I have lost my heavenly wings, I have become as one expelled, one driven out in exile. Take me back, Father of my soul, take me back into the unity of the blessed, because I can't go on living this way. Save me, Father of my soul, save me, you man of God. Do not leave me, do not leave me. Do not leave me. But I hear no answer. I have lost everything. My intellect that has always been there to help me onward is foggy, only hazy thoughts creep through my mind like tired travelers. On my bed in the palace I lie with one and only one thought in my head, to die. I can't go on living, I won't go on living. I am only the shadow of myself. Through the mists in my mind, hazy faces rise up to harass me, Menu, crying hopelessly, and bo-GHAR. The despairing eyes of bo-GHAR. I want to die. To die. I used to be master of my body and could leave it intentionally at will. Now I try it, but without success. I cannot leave my body. It's as if I were nailed into it, I can't leave it. I've become a prisoner in the dungeon of matter. I want to go to the Ark of the Covenant. It will burn up my body just as its radiation burns up the dead sacrificial animals in the temple. So completely that not even a trace of ash is left. I put on my veil and hasten to the temple, through the great hall, onto the door that opens into the underground passage to the Great Pyramid. But I can't get through. Before the stone door I run up against an invisible wall. It begins to dawn in my hazy brain, the lowest frequency of the Ark of Covenant, ultramatter. Materialized hate. Although completely invisible, it protects the forbidden area better than the strongest wall. I try again to break through the invisible barrier, but the unbelievably hard wall of ultramatter stops me unmercifully. There is no mercy for me. No mercy. Slowly I go back through the long temple passage, past my own little cell. Without thinking, I go in and sit down on the stone bench. I sink back into memories. The room expands. From every side I hear the echo of infinity, and within me pictures emerge. A figure, wrapped in hazy fog, approaches mine. I recognize it, the hazy figure I saw in my vision when I was being initiated. It comes quite close to me, then a flame spurts out of it. The whole figure begins to burn and becomes a fiery being who irresistibly embraces me, encircles me and penetrates me so that I too catch fire and begin to burn. Then I hear his voice whispering to me, I told you we would meet again. You belong to me, you will never again be free of me, we will meet again. In endless time and in timeless infinity we will meet again, again. And the echo of his voice goes on repeating thousands and thousands of times, meet again. Meet again. Meet again. No. I cry, I will not, I hate you. The figure of fire laughs, as long as you hate me, you love me and I have power over you. You can't get free as easy as that. We will meet again. The echo goes on calling. As I hear this voice echoing back thousands of times from every direction in the empty room, so powerfully that the air itself literally vibrates with it, I know the hazy figure of fire is whispering and looking at me with voice and eyes I can no longer resist. In all the endless lives I was able to remember in the vision I had during my initiation, I was always seeking the same voice and the same eyes in all the voices that spoke to me and in all the eyes that looked at me and in all the countless men I met in all those countless lives. In all these men I was seeking the man whom I love with love eternal and with every drop of my blood, the only man, my man, the image and likeness of my complementary half. Then another picture flashes upon my mind, the picture of the man whom I do not love as my complementary half, but as myself, IMA. I could not love him with earthly love because I was always one with him in God. We are bound together by the eternal love of heavenly unity. I will go to him now, I will tell him everything, he will understand me. The unity that binds me to him will lead me like a light in my further travels. This unity will illuminate my darkened path so that I can find my way back into the heavenly home I have lost, to God. I rush madly out of my cell. I look for him in the neophytes' school where he prepares candidates for initiation. I look for him everywhere, peering into every room. But I find him nowhere. Suddenly the young priest appears who helped me with my last preparations before initiation. "Are you looking for Ima?" he asks. "Yes, where can I find him?" "You won't find Ima here anymore." He left the temple in absolute desperation. He completely lost control of himself, for his faith was not in God above everything, but in a woman. He rushed away from here in a terrible state. None of us could stop him. He said he'd rather live with Negro tribes than go on living here in the temple because the savages would not disappoint him. The savages do not lie, they don't pretend to be different from what they really are, were his last words before he ran away. "You'll never find Ima again." I stand stiff and silent with horror. "Oh Ima, I have brought misfortune and despair on you too." The hell within me suddenly becomes 100 times more horrible because of this news. And still I know the young priest is wrong. I will find Ima again. If not in this life, then in a future one. Everything passes away, only true love never dies, and this wonderful love that stands above and beyond all differences of sex, this love of spiritual unity, will with absolute certainty lead us, Ima and me, back together again. I return to the palace knowing only one thing for sure, that I must die. Even if I were not a priestess, even if I were not initiated, I would not be able to go on living, but now that I know I have pulled down my best friend into hell with me, my mental torture becomes unbearable. All my thoughts and all my feelings balk at the thought of going on living. I want to destroy myself, and again I make a supreme effort to leave my body. But I can't. I can't die. I must go on carrying within me the fire that's burning me up and destroying my nerves. I can't flee from myself. Down completely exhausted to seek relief and rest a bit, I feel as if a mountain were weighing down upon my breast. I can scarcely breathe. Before my closed eyes I see blinding fire and flames, red flickering flames like the hair of a strange man. Like the shabby mane of the lions. The lions! Yes, the lions. I will go to them. And I'll dress myself as if preparing for a chariot ride. The keeper lets me go to the lions, because he knows that ever since my initiation my father has allowed me to go out riding with the lions alone. I go to my lions. They greet me with lowered head and with wrinkled nostrils. They smell a strange scent about me, they notice a strange and foreign emanation clinging to me. I go to Shimmer and stroke his head. Sugar lets out a loud growl, slowly drawing himself up ready to leap. Rage and jealousy blaze in his eyes, and the instinct of self-preservation awakens within me. I hurl my will against Sugar just as I used to guide him with my will's soft power during our chariot rides. But with a shiver of horror I realize I can't hurl my will anymore. My will is lame and dead, and the lion leaps. As I turn to run, in a flash I see 3 horror-struck people running toward me, AS A, bo-GHAR and the keeper. With all my might I run out of the court of lions. I feel the hot breath of the lion upon my neck, I feel its muscle touching me. And then a blow upon my head, but I keep on running. I see a door through which I must run into an area where the lion will have no more power over me, and in the door I see the fine, pale figure of my mother. Mother! I cry and run on breathless because I know I'll be safe in her arms. Mother awaits me with her sweet smile and with open arms. Making an extreme effort, I run to her and fall in her arms. The lion disappears, I am saved. Then everything is dark and I know only one thing, I am in the arms of my mother who helped me over the threshold. I feel good. I rest. I revel in the love of my mother whom I haven't seen for so long. I revel in the peace of love. Suddenly a great indefinable power draws my consciousness in some direction and I awaken. I'm lying on a sarcophagus and don't feel my body. My consciousness is hazy, I only know that I want to get up but can't. Then I see Ptahhotep and his deputy standing near me, and it is Ptahhotep who softly, gently holds me back. I must remain prone. I am in my spiritual body which is still connected by the magic thread to my material body of flesh and blood and bone. My body lies embalmed in the sarcophagus, and I'm lying on it, in the same position, in my spiritual body. Ptahhotep and his deputy are near me, I see them in their spiritual body. See the glowing centers of power which their eyes have built up in their material bodies and with which they look out into the material world. Ptahhotep's 2 centers of power now emit a bluish phosphorescent light upon me, into me, penetrating my entire being, and sleep overcomes me. The hall and the 2 high priests disappear. Again I rest in my mother's arms. Now I realize I'm not resting in her arms, but in 2 streams of power which once had built up her arms as well as her whole body and radiated out of her body as love. These forces are carrying me and filling my tortured soul with love, peace and a feeling of security. Suddenly an unpleasant sound yanks me out of this. A sharp report which my spiritual ears first perceive is a blow. Seeking the cause, I notice it's a snapping sound as a slave driver cracks his whip at regular intervals. He's doing it to keep slaves in step as they pull my sarcophagus which slowly slides along on rails like a sled. I must have just left the palace. I want to jump up but I can't. I can't move my legs at all. From my neck to the tips of my feet I am bound tightly. I lie there as if I were chiseled out of a single block of stone, my hands crossed over my breast, my legs stretched out straight, parallel to each other. In this position I can only look upward and forward. In the direction of my feet I see the shiny, sweaty backs of men, bent over forward, as they pull me on with rhythmic steps. Over their backs in the distance, I see a building of white stone, in its side a dark black spot like an open door. With its glistening white walls, the building contrasts sharply with the dark blue sky. As the men pull me onward, it slowly comes nearer, and the dark spot gets larger. I look up to the sky that is so dark blue it almost seems black. 2 big birds circle silently over me, storks? Or cranes? Now the stone building is very near, and the dark spot is very big. Yes. It really is an opening. Oh, now I know. We're in the city of the dead. I'm being hauled into a tomb. The men step into the opening and disappear in the darkness. Now the black opening slides over my head. And after the blinding sunshine, the world around me is suddenly dark, everything disappears, absolute, inky darkness covers me. Unspeakable horror grips me, and in my heart I suddenly call out to Ptahhotep, how long? How long must I lie imprisoned here? And now I clearly hear his voice, the voice of Ptahhotep telling me the inexorable, immutable sentence, 3,000 years. Monstrous horror, despair and fear seize me, holding me as in a vice, and out of this fear there suddenly appears again the monster that is the expression of the law of matter. I see his deathly, satiric ugly face grinning at me, his trenchant glance boring deep down into me and tying me to the mummy that once was I. Then the monster speaks to me, "So now you are in my power." You see, the highest and the lowest are always reflections of each other. Perfection resting within itself and eternal rigidity are two sides of the same divinity. You wanted to become conscious in the perfection resting within itself, and now you have fallen into rigidity. Yes, the mortal remains of the initiates are embalmed by the priests in the temple so that the divine power radiated by their bodies can continue to be active, like a battery, for a long time. Their spirit is free, in their consciousness they aren't attached to the earth. But you have bound yourself to your body. By carnal love, you guided the divine power within you into your lower nerve centers and burned yourself up. In this way, your consciousness together with your spiritual body are bound to your material body. You are my prisoner forever. Whereas the spiritual body of the initiate, through the act of embalming, is attached to his mummy, his consciousness is in eternity. But you are exiled in infinity. Eternity is the eternal present, infinity is the eternal future which can never be reached and never becomes present. Eternity never had a beginning and thus will never have an end. Eternity is timeless present which has no past nor future. Infinity, however, means a falling out of eternity into the future, without a present. You wanted to take part in the spiritualization of the earth. Now, spiritualize this little lump of earth that was your body if you can. Ha, ha, ha. The priestess is lying here, and her consciousness isn't more than a piece of stone. Now you're undergoing the first test of the initiation, in the condition of consciousness of matter with a human consciousness. Just try to get free if you can. You're my prisoner. You can't get away from me because you have become I. In your initiation you conquered me because I had to recognize in the face of your divinely spiritual consciousness that I could not exist without the self. Thus I had to admit that I am you. But now it's the other way round. You in your consciousness have become matter. You have identified yourself with your body and are nevertheless spirit like I am, namely, the spirit of matter. Therefore, you have become I. You're my prisoner in infinity. In darkness. Imprisoned in this corpse which you were and which because of the embalming can't decay to allow you to go free. It will be your punishment to watch how this mummy, that now preserves your beauty because of the embalming process, will gradually shrink and become the image and likeness of me. You wanted to be immortal in the spirit of eternity, and you have become imperishable in this mummy into all infinity, into infinity. Infinity. I am powerless. I must listen. I lie there with my spiritual body indissolubly bound to my mummy. In desperation, I attempt to escape into unconsciousness, but I cannot. I must lie there completely conscious, without having the vaguest idea about time as it flows on past me. Time. What are you, oh time? You exist only to the extent that we human beings are unhappy. In happiness there is no time, our consciousness stands still. The concept of time disappears. Only when happiness is over do we suddenly realize that while our consciousness was hovering tunelessly in the eternal present, time was rushing onward. Time begins with our fall from happiness, from paradise. But unhappiness too knows no time, for the more unhappy we feel, the slower time goes by, minutes seem hours, and in our moments of deepest despair, when sufferings and torture are unbearable, every moment becomes an infinity, time freezes. Oh, how right Satan is! The highest and the lowest are as alike as to twins, just like reality and its reflection, appearance. Happiness is timeless eternity, and the opposite, unhappiness, is endless time, infinity. I lie there and have nothing, absolutely nothing, with which to compare or measure time. Oh, tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now I understand your truth that recognition is only possible when he can compare. How can I know how much time has passed when I can't see the sun, this divine timepiece? When I have no idea what kind of an experience of time a day represents in this darkness? What is there to show me time when nothing happens, when only solidified darkness reigns around me? How can I know anything about time when I no longer have a heart which once measured the rhythm of life in my breast and now with its pulse could give me an idea of time? Have I been lying here for a few minutes and does it already seem an eternity? Or weeks? Years? Or centuries? Millennia? What is a minute and what is a millennium? How could I possibly know the difference? The feeling of horror and fear refuses to leave me for a single moment. I no longer have lungs with which to draw deep breath, with which to draw fresh power from the eternal source, with which to measure time by their breathing. I cannot look in any direction for help for my tortured soul. The tortures and sufferings know no end. No end. No end. Mist and reawakening. Time ran across the face of the great cosmic clock, along the circumference of the gigantic wheel of creation. Ever onward even though I had not the faintest idea it was passing. It seemed to me I had been lying there for eons and eons, stiff and rigid, as if the tortures of hell would never end. When finally a moment did come in which I felt a force approaching me. A force greater and stronger than the bond which held my consciousness to my mummy, and which, now completely dried and shriveled, had become the horrible image of the spirit of matter. This new force was drawing me irresistibly in some direction. After all the sufferings and tortures of hell I lost consciousness. Two people, related to me in their souls, united and gave me the opportunity to inherit a body corresponding to the nature and degree of my far-fallen consciousness. Because I had fallen as a woman, I had to be born again and again as a woman until I re-attained the level from which I had fallen. I came into surroundings where I met only semi-conscious people. Where my deeds and those of the people around me were ruled by passions and animal instincts. Where I found only brutality, crude selfishness and an absence of any kind of love. I lived several insignificant lives one after the other, all in a hazy, semi-animal state of consciousness, and all of them serving only to awaken my emotional life. Misery and incessant work woke and polished my dulled and feelingless nerves. Men always played a great role. Men from whose bodies the same passionate fire of physical instincts always came forth to burn me. Again and again I met the fiery eyes and the whispering voice of the spirit woven of fire whom I had first met in my third trial. And again I was forced to dance with the spirit in the cavern of sensuality and passions where people turned the sacrament of procreation into a self-seeking end in itself. And I had to dance on with the spirit until I could scarcely stand on my weary feet. I wanted to be happy and I kept on seeking love. Kept on seeking the one and only man whom I could have loved and who could have loved me, the image of my complementary half. But I found only whipped-up sensuality and heartless passions that never could have satisfied me. I went on and on, seeking happiness again and again in the arms of men, trying to find the one I loved, the one with whom I could experience true love. These lives were a series of never-ending disappointments. Fate whipped and drove me onward, and my soul suffered so many blows that the fires of my tortures burned through the layer of indifference about my nerves and gradually awakened my comatose consciousness. The incessant excitement enabled me to develop my nervous system step by step and bring it upward by at least 1 degree in each of these lives. Thus through my sufferings, eternal love enabled me to purify and refine my nerves and increase their resistance again. In each of these lives, however, there was within me an incessant striving to find again those people whom I consciously sought with every drop of my blood even though I could no longer remember them. People like myself. People with whom I would feel at home. People to whom I really belonged with every fiber of my being, Tahotep, Atothis, IMA and bo-GHAR. But I didn't find them. Now and again I believed I was meeting one or the other of them. Love and memory flamed up within me, but then mists covered the clear picture, and I lost them again. Sometimes I heard a servant of God speak about a great teacher, a son of God, and I had a vague recollection of having once somewhere, somehow in the dim past been close to this high being. Having heard his teachings in living words, and within my poor benighted soul there arose a force tending to draw me away to where such high beings are at home. But these moments never lasted long, for fate always gave me another shove forward. Brutal blows drove back the dawning memories, and I forgot everything again. The physical and spiritual privations I was forced to endure purified my limited senses until my nerves were again able to support the highest vibrations of unselfish love. Then, gradually, a heavenly ray of divine love began to shine through the brute passions of physical instinct. And in my next life this wonderful love banished forever the mists which had been clouding my spiritual sight. Then when I was born as a neglected servant child, I was already carrying unselfish, divine love in my heart. But now my higher brain and nerve centers had to be awakened in order for me to be able to learn to express and use spiritual abilities. Again I met the man with the fiery eyes and the well-known voice. The man who had once been the red-haired foreigner. On his own pathway through numerous lives he had gone on developing himself. I loved him. I had to love him in order to gather the last experiences of love between man and woman. In my love for him, however, I conducted only physical forces into the body, and this did not represent a fall. Finally our common fate brought us together again as beggars, and the tremendous shock of remembering prodded my still dull spirit into further activity. My spiritual eyes opened. But the shock was so great that my body collapsed and I died the same instant. In accordance with the law of heredity I was drawn, a few centuries later, to two pure people filled with love whose lives had been involved with mine for ages and ages. And once again I opened my two human eyes in this life on earth and looked at the world around me with all my previous experience. The same frequencies of vibration build up the same outward forms. And as I have, with my present spiritual constellation in this life, again reached the level of the erstwhile Pharaoh's daughter, I also resemble her outwardly. But as I have become stronger in spirit and willpower, I have larger, stronger bones than I had in that previous life in Egypt. On the other hand, the shape, color and appearance, the expression, of my eyes have remained the same. When I survey my whole present life back to the time of my birth, everything is clear to me. During that previous life of mine in Egypt I was conscious of myself, and now in my reawakened state in which I am again conscious of myself, memories come alive for me from that last significant life in which my consciousness was on the same level. My last experience from that life, the experience of being imprisoned in a coffin, was my very last impression. The horror I felt then impressed itself so deeply on my soul that it was the first thing I remembered again in this life. But even much earlier, during my childhood, unconscious or semi-soft conscious memories came back to me. The terrible disappointment I experienced when I began to realize that my father was not the greatest man in the country. My conviction that my dearly beloved parents were not my true parents, such were my first, semi-conscious memories of my earlier life. The blobs of fat on my soup and my incessant search for unity in my circle of friends, that was my longing for bliss in the unity of the self, as I had come to experience it in the temple. The strange body postures I practiced as a little girl at home without ever having had the opportunity to see such exercises, the postures our friend returning from the Far East called the yoga exercises. These were memories of the exercises I had practiced in the temple with Mentupta. This system of exercises was part of the secret knowledge saved by sons of God when they fled to India, where it has been guarded and preserved by great masters until our own times. The horrible dream I had again and again for many years, in which a lion was chasing me so close I could feel its hot breath on my neck. The dream that filled my childhood with fear and terror was my first memory of my last impressions of that life in Egypt. The impressions of the death I died then. And the giants, the titans, and the demigods, who with their tremendous abilities stand far above the sons of men and about whom Father, my dear Father of this present life, knows nothing because he doesn't remember. Tahotep, at office. Sons of God. Where are you? Where are you? and I cry out silently in my soul, the way I once learned to do in the temple before my dearly beloved and highly honored master, the High Priest Ahotep, and turn my attention inward to listen for an answer. At first I suddenly find myself in dark emptiness. But I am fully conscious in this darkness and know that the searchlight of consciousness is the greatest light, and the only light capable of penetrating any darkness. And I set the light of my consciousness to work at its task with even greater concentration. Where are you, you beings to whom I belong, beings whom I resemble? Beings permeated through and through with universal love, beings who understand me. You who have never left me, who have never abandoned me, even in the time of my deepest fall, where are you? Where are you? Then in the darkness I begin to see a greenish phosphorescent light. It becomes clearer and clearer as it appears to come ever closer, and soon I see this light taking on the magnificent shape of my dear Master Tahotep. I realize that myself is now projecting itself into the little room of our forest house, in the person in which I experienced, in my vision during my initiation, the creative self which stands above all created forms. In the time of the three-dimensional world only a moment has passed. And in this moment I have seen all the phenomena which have been latent in myself as possibilities of manifestation and which have manifested themselves on the material plane, from the lowest, unconscious step of matter up to the highest step of the self manifested in matter. Tahotep still stands before me, looking at me with eyes full of heavenly love. This look, the irresistible flow of power which is this look, melts away the last remaining mists before my eyes and enables me to experience again as eternity, as timeless present, everything that exists in my present consciousness as past. I look long and deeply into the eyes of my master, into those two soft springs of life, and with a feeling of infinite joy I discover I understand his unspoken words. I have reacquired the ability of the spirit. We understand each other again just as we once did in Egypt. I feel like jumping up and throwing myself at his breast, but he raises his right hand and holds me back. His eyes tell me, "Don't touch me. You know I'm not in the earthly plane and you can see me only because you have adjusted your consciousness to the spiritual vibrations in which I live and move and have my being. If you wanted to touch me, you would force your consciousness down to the level of your tactile nerves, down to the level of matter, and my image would immediately disappear from your view. But from now on you will be able to direct your consciousness to the higher frequencies and find me just as you were able to do during that former projection of yourself which you call your incarnation, or your life in Egypt. I stand still and very much in control of myself because I don't want under any circumstances to lose this present state in which I can perceive Tahotep with my spiritual eye. But my soul is so full of joy I doubt whether my heart and nerves can stand the strain. Once again Tahotep raises his right hand and lets the flow of power stream into my heart. Instantly my heart begins to beat normally again, and I am able to speak with him without words. Father of my soul, now I understand that my present life is the resultant of all my deeds in previous lives. I understand the relationships between people and events. But there are still a few unanswered questions. I know, for example, that my one and only child is Ima. And I also understand what it was he wanted to forgive me for when he was sick, feverish and delirious as a little boy. But how does he come to believe that he was once a Negro? Through Tahotep's gaze the answer appears as a series of pictures. In Ima's soul a great tragedy occurred. The moment he noticed what had occurred between the red-haired foreigner and myself, he was terribly disappointed. Whipped onward by a burning restlessness, he ran away from the temple, into the wilds of Africa to the Negro tribes. Suddenly I see a picture, Ima as I had known him in Egypt, but now in a tropical region, surrounded by many Negroes. He radiates divine love among these primitive children of men, and they feel and instinctively understand his love, just as animals do. Ima teaches them, heals their sick, helps them in every respect, while the natives repay his love and care with childlike worship. In his utter desperation he finally takes a Negro woman to wife and allows himself to be carried away by physical love. Little by little his consciousness sinks deeper and deeper into the body, and the daily struggle for existence in the jungle draws him farther and farther into life on the human level. He dies with a consciousness directed towards human problems and human worries, and inasmuch as he had occupied himself with the dearly beloved members of his Negro tribe, identifying himself with them in his thoughts, he was reincarnated in his next life as a Negro in accordance with the law of attraction. Into this next life he brought along the same chaotic low consciousness into which he had sunk as a result of his desperation and the extent to which he had been living on the level of animal urges. Nevertheless, his intelligence radiated through his physical body, and he became a well-liked and highly respected member of his tribe. He also had a wife and children. In his incarnation as a member of this Negro tribe I can recognize him only by the look of his eyes. I see him as he goes hunting in the jungle, climbs trees to watch and wait for passing animals, then kills them and takes them home. One day when he is hunting again in the jungle, he is attacked by a tiger, struggles heroically, but finally is killed. I see his wife, alarmed by his screams and the noise of the terrible struggle, plunging into the jungle to help her husband. Then the vision pales, and I perceive only Ima's condition after his death. His incessant longing for me leads him unconsciously, in his disembodied state, nearer and nearer to me. And I have come a long way since we were together in Egypt, but so far we haven't been mature enough to be ready to find each other again. Now we finally reach the level on which we can find each other again without the danger of physical love. The will to preserve the purity of our love at all cost and in the face of any temptation, together with the law of physical heredity, caused Ima to be born as my child. In this life he must also acquire the clear spiritual vision he once had. And since I was immediately to blame for his having lost his faith, I have to be the one to lead him back on the path to God. But it's not yet time for this. He is still a child. Father of my soul, I ask Ptahhotep again, where is Atothis, your brother and my father in Egypt? I long to communicate with him again, and I'm also certain he has never abandoned me. Instantly before my spiritual eyes there appears the image of a splendid man, one who has been, in recent times, the greatest teacher and expounder of the highest, profoundest truths. I've read books published by his disciples on the basis of his lectures. In reading these books I was deeply moved because every sentence I read made me feel absolutely positive that I knew the man who had made the statement, that I was in profound communication with him, that I knew all his thoughts and that I belonged to him. I knew I would never have a chance to meet him as he had died in a far-off country when I was still a little girl. Often I gazed long and intently at the picture of this marvelous person who had possessed superhuman powers in every respect. I felt positive that somewhere, somehow I had seen his eyes before. Somewhere, somehow I had felt their heavenly gaze resting upon me. I didn't know why I often ran to him in my dreams, ran so fast my hair and my dress trailed out behind me in the wind, and why I threw myself into his arms, onto his big broad chest, crying, "Father!" Father. For the sheer joy of seeing him again. Neither did I know, when I had wakened, why I had called him father in my dream, nor why I had cried so much my pillow was wet. Ptahhotep smiles. Now do you remember? Yes, father of my soul, now I remember. He once told me when we were at the seashore in Egypt, there'll be a time when I'll be on earth while you are not living in a body, and there will also be a time when you'll be living in a body on earth while I'm working only on the spiritual plane to do my share in the great task of spiritualization. Where is he now, father of my soul? Where is he now? And I understand Ptahhotep's spiritual answer. When he was still on earth, he promised he wouldn't abandon his disciples after his death. He promised he would go on with the great work of initiating humanity in the ancient truths. You and Bo-GHA are both his, our, co-workers, even without your being conscious of it. Later you will be conscious co-workers. Bo-GHA. Is he living on Earth again? Where is he? Do I already know him in this life? Have I perhaps met him without recognizing him? Wait, answers Tahotep. He is living in a far-off country where Atothis too was reincarnated. Remember, he promised to come to you from the other end of the world and save you if you got into danger. He will come to you just at the right time. Danger, father? I ask, what kind of danger? Do you remember what I told you in Egypt just before your initiation? If you fall, you have to experience all your initiation dreams in reality on Earth, for dreams are nothing other than realities in the non-material, vision-forming energy world of mankind. And what you call reality is also only a dream. Only a projection of the self which has been dreamed into the material plane, into the atmosphere of the Earth. And all the tests you fail to pass once, or even several times, come again and again in your life so that you can again become an initiate, a useful co-worker in the great plan. An old friend will help you through the mystic door. The young priest who helped you prepare for your initiation in Egypt is again living on Earth. When the time comes he will appear, to help you on your path to the goal. And how did Thistha, Atothis General, come to be my dearly beloved father in this present life of mine? It would take too long to tell you all the reasons that played a role in this end result. But here are the main ones. You know, the greatest power in the human soul is longing. Wherever a person's consciousness is drawn by his longing, that's where he is reincarnated. When you were attacked by your lion back in Egypt, 3 people who saw the attack wanted to save you: Thisoft-Tha, Bo-GHA and the Lion Keeper. Bo-GHA ran after you when he noticed that you had left the palace, and in desperation he ran into the court of lions to save you. At that moment Thistha was in the act of having his lion harnessed. When he saw your lion turning on you, he ran towards you to try to protect you. But the lion reached you first and felled you with a terrible blow. By the time the 3 men were able to free you from the lion's claws, your body was so injured that resuscitation was impossible. Thistha picked up your lacerated body in his arms and carried you into the palace while Bo-GHA tagged along crying bitterly. Thistha was an honest, upright man who loved the pharaoh and you faithfully and without any ulterior motives. As he was carrying your dying body in his arms, his heart was wrung with infinite pity. He carried you like a poor little child, just as if you had been his child. He felt for you as a father would feel love and pity for his own daughter. Then your last experience in that life was when you saw Thistha and ran to him seeking his help. And these feelings you both has for each other were the deepest reason for your having experienced in a later life the relationship of father and child. But along with many other incidental reasons, there is still one important reason why you became his child. For you to be able to go through the initiation again in this life, you absolutely had to inherit highly developed nerve and brain centers open and accessible to spiritual revelation. If you could follow back the long chain of successive generations descended from the Thistha who once lived in Egypt, you'd see that the chain of live cells passed on from generation to generation from the man who once was Thistha, your present father, has been unbroken right down to the present. In other words, the bodies of each of Thistha's children developed from a living cell from Thistha's body, and the bodies of their children each developed from a living cell. And so it went for generation after generation until your present father's father and mother were born, and once more a living, fertilized cell was available as a vehicle for the spirit that once was Thistha in order for him to be reincarnated in the same hereditary chain. There are many deeper relationships between children and parents, ones that go back to the earliest times, than the present-day scientists studying these laws have even begun to dream of. They see only the body. But over and above the physical, there are laws of heredity reaching up into higher, spiritual relationships, like attracts like. Along with all the other reasons involved, you could really only be born again as Thistha's child because your characters are so very similar. There's a very good reason why everybody notices the great similarity in character between your father and you. But you don't resemble him because you're his child, you have become his child because you are similar to him. Naturally you also resemble him physically in build, posture, bone structure and features of face. Forces that are similar build up shapes that are similar. If you understand the hereditary change of living cells, you also understand why your father has the same black hair and eyes he had in that life long ago in Egypt. Colors and shapes are also manifestations of the spirit. It was a distant descendant of Thistha, a seaman who traveled to countries far away from Egypt, who brought to this country the ability to hand down physically these colors and shapes. Even after centuries have passed, a long-forgotten, long-lost color or shape can come out again in the hereditary chain. That's why parents, even though both of them may be light-complexioned, can unexpectedly have a dark-haired, dark-skinned child. The spirits themselves who are born into these strangely incongruous bodies could tell how they come by such an inheritance if they were conscious. In most cases, however, they only come to understand their origin and their task in life at a much later time. And it's good that this is so, for if a child nowadays remembers its earlier life and talks about this to others, people immediately consider it mentally deranged, or at best a dreamer or liar. But you've had enough today, my child, now return to your physical consciousness. After the great shock of remembering, your nerves need complete rest in order not to become ill. Little by little the vision of Ptahhotep pales. For a few moments I still see the divine glance of his radiant eyes. Then he disappears from my view, and once again all is darkness around me. I turn the light of my consciousness onto the question, where am I? As if in answer to my question, white walls appear out of the darkness, then the contours of various objects. The colors and shapes become stronger and clearer, until everything is changed back and I realize I am in the little room of our forest lodge. Yes, I am in the little room of our forest lodge. That is reality. But when I was initiated in Egypt and my body lay in the stone coffin, when my consciousness experienced as dreams all the lives which were slumbering in a latent state in myself, those dreams were just as much realities for me as the present fact that I am in our little forest lodge is a complete reality for me. Who can tell me what is truth? Have I just been dreaming here in the forest lodge, that I once lived thousands of years ago in Egypt and was initiated there, or am I perhaps dreaming now, during my initiation in the pyramid, that I am in our little forest lodge? And is my whole life that I consider reality nothing but a chain of dream pictures in my consciousness giving me the opportunity to succeed in the face of one challenge after another? My son now, and IMA in Egypt? Which of them is reality? In the dreams I had during initiation I saw such chaotic, horrible pictures that I can't really remember right. Nevertheless, all these impossible things in my initiation dreams were complete reality. I still see pictures from these dreams now. I saw IMA as a grown-up in an Air Force uniform, then other pictures of us sitting together with a lot of other people for seemingly endless lengths of time in air raid shelters, and I remember seeing foreign soldiers as if we had been invaded. Then our house all in ruins, then other chaotic, quite senseless, impossible dreams. How horrible. Probably I dreamed all these things because the newspapers are always writing about the possibility of a Second World War. And so I try to put my thoughts in order. For a long tune I sit motionless in my room until my housekeeper, a dear girl, comes in and asks, "What shall I fix you for supper?" "Nothing, thanks, Betty. I want to go straight to bed. I'm a little bit tired today," I reply. "Yes. That comes from thinking so much. You really should stop all this reading and thinking. I do hope you won't be sick, you look so pale." She pulls back the covers on my bed, says good night and leaves. And as I prepare for a good night's rest, I realize my master Ptahhotep was right when he told me in my vision that my nerves need complete rest. They really do. 42. ROO-KHA and the 12 pills. All that happened next came so fast that it seems like a dream in my memory. I began to pass on to the people around me the truth that I had learned from Tahotep in the temple. More and more people came to my lectures, like thirsty wanderers in the wilderness, seeking to draw living waters and to quench their thirst with the deep secrets of initiation into the divine self. From that time on, my work has been the same. I stand at the beginning of an infinitely long pathway, while at the other end there stands the radiant form woven of light, the creative cosmic self, awaiting each and every traveler with open arms. I stand there and point the way to the countless sheep who seek the light and wander on side by side, slowly forward, ever onward towards the form of light. Just the way I had seen it all in my vision in the Dolomites. Outside in the three-dimensional world, my karma, which had created my character and my fate, ran onward according to the laws of time and space. I was alone with my task, without a guide from whom I might have received advice, just like everyone has to be alone who wants to develop into an independent, resourceful, reliable co-worker in the great plan. Only at rare intervals, when I had reached a great turning point in my life, did I again receive help and directions from the higher powers which guide the course of the earth. Even then I still had to solve all my problems. As the years went by, however, things happened now and again to remind me of my experiences in Egypt. Once, when I was in a far country for the first time to take part in a big international conference, I met someone I had known in Egypt. After my arrival, I entered a room in which a number of the convention participants had already gathered. I was really thinking of anything else but memories from my life in Egypt, but in this room I saw a man whom I recognized instantly, and for sheer surprise my heart began to beat faster. It was ROO-KHA. The man stood up, and although I refrained from expressing surprise by even so much as a twitch of a muscle, he showed his surprise as he looked at me. Then he bowed and introduced himself, Walt Klimke. We shook hands. We stood there for a moment in silence, then he said with much embarrassment, "Strange. Who are you really? I have the oddest feeling. Just as if I should bow before you with outstretched arms, right down to the floor. Very strange." He looked at me inquiringly. "Why do I have this odd feeling?" I answered, "You were finance minister in the government of my father in Egypt," and smiled. Those around us laughed heartily. They thought I was joking. But Mr. Walt Klimke didn't laugh. He kept on looking at me in a quizzical, embarrassed way, and all throughout the convention, which lasted for several days, he always called me Queen. Again and again as he looked at me so searchingly, he would mutter, "Strange. Very strange." And in all our meetings during the convention we talked together like two old friends. Another event of about the same period in my life stands out very sharply in my memory. One autumn evening I went to bed as usual. I was dreaming something quite inconsequential when all of a sudden I seemed to be surrounded by bright light. Then in my dream an automobile came speeding up and stopped right in front of me. Two men, dressed in white and looking like doctors, got out. One of them stepped up to me, pulled a spoon-like instrument out of his pocket and used it to scoop my defective eye out of its socket. The other man pulled out a little file, opened it and took out a big, round white disc that looked like a pill. Holding the pill up close for me to see, he said, "Don't be afraid. I'm now going to insert this disc in your eye socket. 12 of these must be consumed and then you'll get your eye back. So don't be frightened at the idea that you will now apparently be blind in this eye." Then he inserted the pill in my empty eye socket, closed my eyelid and bandaged my right eye with a white cloth. I awoke early in the morning and wanted to get up. Then I noticed that I couldn't see a thing with my defective right eye. It was just as if a board had been placed in front of it. I ran to a mirror to look at my eye. With my other eye, which was still good, I could see that the pupil of my right eye had turned gray in color and was completely opaque. I knew it was a cataract. For several years one had been developing slowly in my right eye, But its progress was slow and unnoticeable, and even yesterday I could still see pretty clearly. It was completely invisible from the outside. And yet, now in the space of only one night, the lens in my right eye had crystallized into a cataract. "Don't be afraid." My dream visitor's voice echoed in my memory. "No, I won't be afraid. I'll just have to begin again a series of pilgrimages from one professor to another, and sooner or later one of them will operate on my eye. Long ago I learned that it doesn't do any good to be afraid, but what is the meaning of these white pills? And what is meant by the idea that 12 of them are going to have to be used up in order for me to get my sight back again? How can that be?" I went to various famous professors. In their unanimous opinion, my right eye was operable immediately, but they all said there was a danger I would always have to wear dark glasses afterwards. This was because they were going to have to cut out a bit of the iris which would give the pupil the shape of a keyhole, and because I was already 35 years old they thought my eye would not be able to stand the exposure to more light through the enlarged pupil. So they advised me to wait with the operation, and I followed their advice. I kept on working, but I couldn't get used to working with one blind eye. The cataract bothered me greatly. Summer came, and as usual we went to spend our holidays at our family villa on the lake. There I met a Catholic bishop who told me I should certainly go to Vienna and have my eye examined by a world-famous professor whom he personally knew. "He uses different techniques from other doctors," said the bishop. "Go to him and ask him for his advice. I am a servant of God, and perhaps God is giving you this advice through my mouth." By this time I had heard so much advice about my eye that I was nearly immune. But the bishop's words, "perhaps God is giving you this advice through my mouth," made a deep impression on me. When autumn came, my father accompanied me to the professor in Vienna. He recommended an immediate operation. "You should get this ugly, bothersome cataract out of your eye as fast as possible. Without any doubt, it's psychologically bad for you not to. Won't my eye suffer greatly from the fact that you're going to have to cut out a bit of the iris?" I asked. He looked at me long and searchingly, then tested my reflexes and began to talk about my sculpturing work, asking all kinds of things that had no connection with my eye. Then he suddenly said, "I won't cut out any of the iris. You can be assured your eye won't be sensitive to light. In that case, let's get the operation over as fast as possible," I answered. A week later I was in the sanatorium, preparing for the operation which was to take place the following day. It was a glorious autumn evening, and before going to bed, I stepped over to the window to look out over the beautiful city below. As I drew the curtain to one side to look out of the window, I saw the great round white disk of the full moon climbing slowly into the sky to the east. Instantly I recognized the great white pill the doctor had given me in my dream. It was a full moon. The doctor had told me, 12 will have to be used up. With my heart pounding in excitement, I started counting the time that had elapsed since that odd dream. Sure enough, 12 full moons had gone since that time. I knew the operation would give me back the sight of my eye. The next morning I lay on the operating table, and in an amazingly short time the operation was over. A light flashed in my blinded eye, and a moment later I saw a hand in front of it. "What do you see?" I heard the professor ask. "Your blessed hand, Professor," I answered, and a moment later both of my eyes were bandaged. As I was being wheeled out of the operating room, I heard doors opening and closing and the soft voice of my father. "How was it, Esther?" "Good, Father," I answered. "I can see again." The eye operation brought me many very interesting experiences, the most revealing of which was learning something more about those vibrations we call light, namely, that these vibrations are only light for our eyes, and healthy eyes at that. In other respects, light is a tremendous force, big enough to kill a person, or even stronger beings. It all depends on the relationship between the skin sensitivity of a living creature and the intensity of the light. This is what happened. A few hours after the operation, the professor came in and said, "Don't be alarmed when I take off the bandage from your eye. I have to see how it reacts to the light of a burning candle." I thought, why should I be alarmed? The doctor took off the bandage and said, "Now please open your eye." I was expecting to see a burning candle when I opened my eye. Instead, I saw only darkness, but I felt a terrible blow on my newly operated eye. Jerking my head back, I closed my eye again. I couldn't understand what had happened. My doctor laughed reassuringly. "Didn't I tell you not to be alarmed? The retina of your eye is so sensitive right now that it doesn't pick up light rays as light, but reacts as if it were being hit a sharp blow. Just go on resting. I'll come back in a few hours to examine your eye again. So far everything's going just fine," he said and left. I remained alone in my darkness, with plenty of time to think, what is light? How is it the same light I perceive with my healthy eye as the flickering flame of a candle can cause me as much pain as if I were being hit by a fist? I didn't see any light at all, but I did feel the wallop so strong it knocked my head back. From this, I was forced to conclude that if there were beings whose skin had the same sensitivity to light as the retina of my freshly operated eye, they could be struck from a great distance, perhaps even killed, by turning the light of a searchlight on them. Conversely, it is certainly conceivable that there could be some kind of light, for simplicity's sake we can call it ultralight, that is so much stronger in its effect than the light we are accustomed to seeing with our human eyes, that, depending on the sensitivity of our skin, it could strike us down in the same way ordinary light would affect a being with a skin as sensitive as the retina of my freshly operated eye. I realize that everything is relative, a question of the relationship existing between an operating force and the resistance it meets. This fitted in with the realization that there can be infinitely varied kinds of life existing on the different planets and heavenly bodies throughout the universe. A creature similar to man living on Uranus or Neptune, because of the much greater distance between those planets and the Sun as compared to the distance between the Earth and the Sun, might conceivably have a skin as infinitely sensitive to light as my freshly operated eye, and if such a being on one of these distant planets were to see in sunlight in the same way we see here on Earth, his eyes would certainly have to be immeasurably more sensitive to light than ours are. But do we need to go so far away? The myriad creatures living in the depths of the ocean have such eyes, and capabilities we cannot even begin to understand, because we simply couldn't begin to exist in such dense darkness. In this vein I went on meditating on the unlimited possibilities of worlds without end and of the different forms of life they can contain, and the more I thought on these things, the more my heart filled with deep humility in the face of the power of the eternal being we call God. This eye operation brought me another very interesting and valuable experience. Through it I learned that the eyes take in light not only for themselves but for the entire body, just as the lungs do with air and oxygen. Light is force. On the third day after my operation, the professor came in with the nurse, and said, "Now it's time for you to get up and come over and sit in this armchair. Just put on your slippers, and the nurse and I will help you." I was offended. "Doctor," I said, "I'm not sick. And lying in bed for 3 days certainly hasn't made me so weak I can't sit up and move about myself." "You don't need to help me, good," the doctor said. "Go ahead and get up by yourself, if you can." I started to get out of bed. But I was in for a big surprise. My feet and legs were so weak, so powerless, that I would have sunk to the floor if strong hands had not seized me from both sides and held me up. My legs hung down like two limp rags and my back was just as limp and powerless. So, quite the opposite of what I expected, I was really glad for help in getting out of bed and over into the armchair. How was this? Then I heard the professor laugh. "You see, you couldn't get up alone? It's just because you were in complete darkness for 3 days. When a person is suddenly shut off from light, he loses strength so fast he soon can't stand up alone anymore. You'll shortly be able to open your eyes again, and when you do you'll find your strength returning quickly. One of our greatest problems during the war was how to help blinded soldiers, not so much because of their mental condition, but because of the complete debility which always and unavoidably accompanied their sudden blindness. The human soul is so wonderfully fashioned that a person always finds ways and means to survive even such a tremendous catastrophe as sudden blindness, and he can even go on and discover new joys in life or new aspects of old pleasures. But our greatest problems arose from the fact that these poor young men weren't even able to stand on their own feet for a long time. It was not possible for us to give them back the blessing of light. But thank God for the elasticity and resiliency of the body. In time a blind person's skin takes over the whole job of providing light throughout his body. The problem of blindness is always most acute right after it hits its victim, simply because of the weakness caused by the sudden absence of light. I was silent. Ever since my eye had become diseased I had begun to understand the significance of blindness much better than one ever could when he has two healthy eyes. Now, through my own experience, I came to understand the biblical passage, "The light of the body is the eye. If then your eye is true, all your body will be full of light. But if your eye is evil, all your body will be dark. If then the light which is in you is dark, how dark it will be." Matthew 6:22-23. And my heart bled the more at the thought that mankind isn't even satisfied with the blindness which occurs in nature. Quite the contrary, he goes out himself to wage wars in which countless otherwise healthy people are blinded, maimed and crippled. When will humanity be mature enough to refuse to obey the tyranny of politicians who unconscionably sign declarations of war? 2 weeks later the professor took me into a dark room to examine both my eyes. With a very strong lens before the eye he had operated on I was able to read everything he put before me, even to the tiniest letters. Then to my amazement, this dignified old professor jumped up, seized me with both hands and hoisted me high above his head. He was such a charming old fellow that I really couldn't understand what had got into him and why he was acting so strangely. As he gently set me back on the floor, his face was beaming as he said, "The technique I used on operating on your eye has so far only been used for children and young people up to the age of 20. Beyond that age there's a danger of inflammation of the iris, leading to total loss of vision in the eye. As you may remember, in our first consultation, I observed you closely, noting your extraordinary vitality and resilience. Your reflexes, too, were quite good, and as I always do, I followed my intuition. With the courage of my convictions, I operated on you as if you were still a child. So now you know why I'm so happy. The operation was a complete success. Your tissues were still young enough to come through this difficult operation in splendid form. So now you can go home with 2 healthy eyes, and with my heartiest congratulations." I thanked him for his kindness, and we took leave of each other. As I traveled homeward, I reflected on the 12 pills which had to be consumed before light would return to my blinded eye. And now it had. 43. The young priest appears. Several years went by in which my husband and I lived pleasantly and happily, our love for each other unchanged. I continued my work as a sculptress, with lots of assignments, and in my free time more and more people came to me for psychological consultations. Several times a week I gave lectures on self-recognition and understanding, based on the secret knowledge Tahotep had given me in Egypt. And whenever I felt like resting from my exertions, there was always my beloved piano. Every day I practiced spiritual yoga and even attained the ability to go into deep trances, but the last, highest door on my pathway remained closed and locked before me. Having attained a certain degree of spiritual development, I found the pathway towards the complete realization of myself was blocked by an obstacle like a wall I couldn't break through with my consciousness. Every year one spent several months living alone in our forest lodge and practicing yoga. The young fruit trees I had planted years before were now big, strong, well-developed trees, and still I practiced with unabated diligence, yet the guardians of the secret gateway refused me admission. It was autumn once again, and I left our little house in the forest to spend a day in the city celebrating my father's 70th birthday with the whole family, our relatives and our many friends. The following morning, as I was preparing to start the trip back to the forest lodge, our telephone rang. An elderly friend asked me what I was doing that afternoon. I told her I was free. The famous writer with whom I studied in India under Maharishi has arrived and is staying at my house. If you're interested, come around this afternoon and you can talk with him, my friend said. That afternoon I rang my friend's front doorbell. Stepping into the parlor, I caught my first glimpse of the man who had attained world renown through his books about yoga and the great yogis in India. At my first glimpse, I was taken aback. There, in front of me, sat the young priest who had helped me with my last preparations for my initiation in my long-ago life in Egypt. We exchanged a few comments in which I mentioned that I had read his books and that I had been practicing yoga for a long time but still was unable to reach the highest goal. Other guests dropped in and we were all soon involved in a general conversation which lasted far into the evening. There was no further opportunity to talk with him alone. In leaving I thought, so nothing happened. Secretly I had hoped the famous white yogi would help me ahead on my mystic pathway. The next morning my friend rang me up again to tell me the writer wanted to speak to me alone. If you have time, come around again this afternoon, she invited me. Entering her parlor I found the famous writer sitting in the lotus posture on the sofa. As I too sat down he asked me, "What do you wish of me?" "I have no wishes," I replied. "I'm living quite contentedly in absolute inner peace." "Then why have you come to me? What do you expect of me?" "I want reality," I said. After a moment's silence the writer looked at me and asked, "And your absolute inner peace, isn't that reality?" "Yes, indeed, it is reality. But I'm looking for more. I feel like Moses who saw the promised land but never got there. I believe I can see it too, but I'd like to get in. I'm not satisfied just seeing it from the outside and seeing what's inside. I want to get in myself." He smiled. "Yes," he said, "you're standing high front of the great door with your hand already on the doorknob. It's extremely rare that anyone can progress up to the point you've reached all alone and without the help of a master. You have probably been initiated in some previous life, and now you only need to make the last step through the gate that separates you from the great goal." I looked at the yogi. Doesn't he remember he was a priest in ancient Egypt and knew me there? I thought. Or is it just that he would prefer not to talk about it? From his impenetrable gaze I couldn't tell. "I know that already," I answered, "and I want to get through the door even if I have to break it down with my fist." "And do you believe I can help you?" he asked. "If I am ready for it, yes, you can certainly help me." "And if you're ready for it, you believe I can help you?" he asked again. "Yes," I answered firmly. Then, as if waiting for this reply, he pointed to the chair opposite from where he was sitting and said, "Sit down over there, close your eyes and think yourself intently into your heart." I did as he said, closed my eyes and concentrated intently on my heart. Then with my eyes closed, I saw a strong yellow current of bright light flowing out of the yogi's solar plexus, encompassing me like a circle, then encircling him again like a big figure 8. Simultaneously I felt I was coming in my concentration to the point I had so often been able to attain in the past without being able to go forward. And now I felt a great power, foreign to myself, reaching into my consciousness and carrying me forward, as if through a door, into an infinite depth beyond. Every concept of time disappeared, and I hadn't the faintest idea how much time had passed when I heard the voice of the white yogi again, "Now you may open your eyes." In doing so, I realized how far away I had been from earthly physical consciousness. I didn't feel like talking because it seemed superfluous to say anything at all. "I have set up a contact between your personal self and the overself," the writer said, "because you're ready for it. From now on, whenever you have a question, concentrate on me, and you'll get your answer the same day. On your person or on the higher self?" He smiled and said nothing. I understood perfectly. It was completely useless to waste a single word talking about the person. From that day on I found myself one of a group of people meeting at my friend's house and meditating under the leadership of the yogi. A few weeks later he left us to continue his travels. Once again I was alone and found myself living outwardly just as I had before. About half a year later I was sitting with a number of friends, listening to one of the group talking about black magic. He said black magicians chose a few disciples whom they use as blind tools to carry out their will without resistance. These disciples are possessed by the black magician, lose their independence completely, and are finally destroyed. The next morning as I remembered these words, I began to wonder whether I had been lacking in caution in my meeting with the famous white yogi. I was still convinced that he was a white magician if we wanted to call him anything, but I had nevertheless put myself completely in his hands with a blissfully innocent trust. Was he after all a black magician or really a white one? How can I know? How can anyone know whether he's dealing with a white or with a black magician? This question really bothered me. That afternoon we were visiting one of my husband's old school friends. While we were chatting, he told us how that very day he had been leafing through the pages of an old book, and how in doing so he had come across a highly interesting chapter about the difference between white and black magicians. The white magician, when he wants to help one of his pupils onward, binds the pupil to himself in the form of an 8. His full independence, because both teacher and pupil form the midpoints, each of his own individual circle. On the contrary, the black magician takes away his pupil's independence by taking him into a circle with himself in such a way that the black magician is in the center of the circle and the pupil just inside the circumference, in the same way a satellite's orbit forms a ring around the sun. I listened to this story with the keenest excitement. Our friend didn't have the vaguest idea he was giving me an answer I was seeking. I had not mentioned the matter to anyone. And yet I got my answer the very day my question came up. The higher self, God, always finds a human mouth when he has a message for us. For the self there is no such thing as an obstacle. 44 IMA and bo-GHAR. Then the Great War came. Both of the men who belonged to me put on uniforms. My husband was mobilized for service in one of the largest government industrial plants to come under military control. He had to carry the heavy responsibilities of a commander. One day we were sitting together at table. The door opened and in walked our son, in an Air Force uniform. I felt as if the earth had disappeared beneath our feet and I were falling into an abyss. Within our circle of friends, every one of the fine young men who had gone into the Air Force had very soon after been carried into the cemetery. Strangely enough, the moment he walked in wearing his Air Force uniform, I had the odd feeling I had already seen him in such a uniform. But there was no time to puzzle over when and where I could have seen him. I was simply horrified at the thought he had gone into the Air Force. The countries we were fighting against had much better aircraft than ours. They had shot down our very best boys, for only the very best were able to pass the exacting physical and mental entrance exams, like so many toy balloons. At the very moment I was working on a big composition for a tombstone for a young flyer killed in action, one of my son's boyhood chums. And there I was looking at my very own son in an Air Force uniform. "How did you come by this uniform?" I asked him. "Government issue," he answered proudly. "I've passed the entrance exams for the Air Force. We thought we'd arranged for you to get into the Engineers Corps. How come you're in the Air Force now? No young man can get into the Air Force without his parents' consent. Mother, with the war on, they've done away with the requirement of parental consent, as you can see for yourself." I was speechless. There was nothing I could do. And there came days when I wandered around in our apartment like a sleepwalker, talking to God. My power over my child was at an end. I had to turn him over to God, and I did so consciously. I was forced to realize that God loves my son more, must love him more for the simple reason that he is God, than I, an imperfect human being, have it in my power to love him. No matter what might happen, I told myself, it was certainly for the best, even if it might seem like a catastrophe to me in my human short-sightedness. I was forced to act on the strength of my faith in the reality of God. I couldn't allow my heart to tremble, and I had to control my nerves with absolute calm, because I was forced to consider the fate of my one and only child from the standpoint of the great divine plan, beyond time and space, instead from my little human standpoint. And considering it this way, I was also forced to act accordingly. Other mothers were praying day and night for their sons. How could I have done that? God doesn't allow himself to be persuaded by humans, and according to the law of character and destiny, I knew that whatever happened to my son, no matter what, was certain to be the very best experience for the development of his consciousness. Yes, God loves him. Even more than I do. This realization gave me the strength to go on living. As the war dragged on, life became a kind of uninterrupted waiting for the end of this mass murder. Outwardly things went on pretty much as they had before. We worked, and we went to concerts, operas, theatrical performances and to social gatherings among our friends. But all of this seemed to flow past us, for at the back of all these external events in our lives, there was always the same incessant waiting. Waiting for the end of the war. A few years went by in this way, and with increasing clarity I could see with my inward eye the gigantic military steamroller closing in on us from the east. One day a friend rang me up to say she wanted to introduce me to a very interesting person. He was an Indian, a genuine yogi, she added. Often before that she had wanted to introduce me to genuine yogis, but I had always found them out very quickly to be perfectly ordinary and average people. Despite all these experiences, she continued to act as if she were convinced that every Indian must somehow be a very highly developed yogi. Reason enough why I wasn't exactly excited about her new discovery. Refusing to take no for an answer, she insisted on coming to see me. And she did come, and told me a long story about having seen a picture of a young Indian yogi in the newspaper, having looked for him all over town without success, until by a very remarkable coincidence she had discovered that the Indian she was seeking in vain all over the city with more than 1 million inhabitants, was living in another part of the very same building she was lodged in herself. It was a huge, modern block of flats, so it was no wonder the tenants didn't all know each other. After listening to her patiently for a while, I tried to cut her long story short. And now, what do you want of me? You just must meet him, she said. Let me bring him here and introduce him to you. He never goes out, preferring to live a very retiring life. But when I told him about your weekly lectures on yoga philosophy, he immediately expressed his willingness to come and see you. Look at some of these photographs of him. With only casual interest I took the photographs she held out to me, glanced at them, and caught my breath. B-O-G-H-A. With my heart beating excitedly, I looked at all the pictures. Not the faintest doubt. I recognized the look of these big black eyes. The unbelievable purity and the childlike expression of the entire face. It was he. But he wasn't a little boy anymore, as I had known him and carried the remembrance of him deep in my soul. Now he was a grown-up young man. Helen, I said to my friend, tomorrow evening I have time. You may bring him. The next day Helen came with B-O-G-H-A. We drank tea and chatted about all kinds of things, but all the time we did so my inward eye was seeing pictures of a great palace made with huge stone blocks, with a room in it, my room, with magnificent furniture inlaid with gold, a low couch covered with beautiful skins of animals, and on these skins a human form sitting, with legs, arms, hands and shoulders I can see, only the head I don't see because I am this human form, sitting on the animal skins, and at my feet a child, a sweet vivacious child who now looks at me with the eyes of this young man from India. And why does he call me queen? I ask him. Because you are a queen, he replies with conviction. Yes. You're right. My husband says. She certainly can give orders, especially to me. With that he laughs heartily, and we all join in. My son enters, sees the Indian guest and stands stiff and rigid out of sheer surprise. Then he pulls himself together and I introduce him. Both he and Bo-GHA look at each other long and searchingly. I succeed in bridging over the momentary embarrassment by offering my son a cup of tea. He sits down and joins us but is quite unable to take his eyes off the young Indian. That's how Bo-GHA first came to us. In a very short time he had captured the hearts of everyone in the family. My parents and my brother and sister took him in as if he were a new brother among us. He opened his yoga school, and since he didn't know our language, he asked me to give a weekly lecture on yoga for his pupils. Thus we began our work together. The war dragged on. In the winter we all went on with our work as we had before, and in the summer we moved into our little house in the forest. Bo-GHA came with us, living in the forest according to the laws of yoga he had learned from his master. My son, by this time, had one plane crash behind him. Miraculously he had survived it with only a concussion of the brain. In due time he was well again with only a scar on his high good-looking forehead to remind him of his mishap. One hot summer day, when the great steamroller from the east was already near our borders, my dear, wonderful mother suddenly fell to the floor. When we tried to help her up again, she said very clearly, "Stroke, it's a stroke." Then she lay in bed for a long time, struggling painfully to bring forth one word after another as she told us she felt one side of her body was already dead. "And do you know," she added, "it's so interesting to be half here and half on the other side already. I still see each of you half from the outside and half as if from within. And I can also see your future destiny. As soon as I'm better, I'll tell you all about it. Right now it's very difficult to talk." She was already living very close to the world of the spirit. Whenever any one of her friends, at home in some part of the city, spoke about her, she would say to us, "Now my friend Mrs. X is here with me, and this is what she's saying." And Mother would tell us exactly, word for word, what her friend was saying in the same moment several miles away, as could later be proved in minute detail. And it also often happened that Mother was sitting in her flat talking to her nurse and I was up on the second floor talking about her with my husband. Then she would say to her nurse, "My daughter Resta is now here and this is what she's saying about me." And she would repeat word for word what I was saying about her in another part of the house and well out of her hearing. One day her nurse called me to come immediately. Mother had suffered a second stroke. I rushed downstairs. Mother lay there, still and pale as death, unable to say a thing. With her right hand she pointed at her tongue, giving me to understand she couldn't move it any more. She lay there thus for several hours, without being able to speak. Suddenly the door opened and Bo-GHA came in. With her poor, twisted, half-paralyzed face, Mother looked at Bo-GHA, her eyes beaming with joy. Bo-GHA sat down beside her and enclosed her wrist in his hand. After a couple of minutes Mother opened her mouth and said very slowly, syllable by syllable, but quite clearly, "From Bo-GHA's hand a force is flowing into me, and this force has now reached the part of my head where I feel pressure that prevents me from speaking. Thanks to this force that's flowing into me from Bo-GHA's hand, the pressure has abated and I can talk again." Then she went on to tell us a number of important things, all part of her last wish. Bo-GHA went away after a while, and for an hour and a half Mother was still able to talk. Then all at once she said, "Now the force our dear Bo-GHA caused to flow into me is ebbing away. It's getting harder and harder to talk and use my tongue. The connection between me and my body is dissolving. God be with us." These were her last words. And 2 days later her coffin was carried out of the house. Her place at the head of our family table was empty. From then on we marked it with a burning candle when we gathered round. 45. The challenges are repeated. It was the last winter before the end of the war. Our gardener who had taken care of our orchard had long since been called up for military service. The orchard was forsaken, and I moved into our little forest house to save whatever I could. One night I was awakened by a horrible noise. Sirens. In the city. I jumped out of bed. From the dining room I could see the city in the distance. Dozens and dozens of airplanes roared over my head in the darkness. The air trembled with the noise of their engines. Suddenly a hellish drama began to be enacted in the air over the city as row after row of airplanes dropped their bombs into the masses of humanity living below. The sky came alight with the bursting of bombs and the fires they started throughout the city. The noise became deafening as, added to the roar of the engines and the bursting of bombs, the city's anti-aircraft cannon began picking out targets overhead as best they could. Seen from the distance, their fire looked like tiny red lanterns climbing up into the sky. From time to time I could see what looked like a huge burning torch plunging downward, and I knew that somewhere a mother would be waiting in vain for her son to come home. This breathtaking show of fireworks continued for about an hour and a half. It seemed to me I had been standing at my window for an eternity of time. Down there in front of me, where this interplay of lightning and thunder meant death and destruction for thousands of people, all my dear ones were living. All except my son, who at that very moment could perhaps be flying through the air as a target for other poor young men flying in much better aircraft, forced to shoot at him against all their human instincts, just as he was being forced to shoot at them. All at once I felt a force from a nearby tree calling for my attention. Looking towards the tree, I saw two green eyes staring at me. An owl. It sat there as immovable as a statue. Never before had I seen an owl in this whole area. How did it come here? Almost unconsciously I spoke to it in spirit. You dear bird, it's not your fault that superstitious people think of you as a harbinger of death. Still, do you perhaps want to tell me that all my dear ones down there in the city are no longer living on this earth? Immediately the owl danced a bit closer to me on the branch, suddenly spread his wings and flew off into the forest. Instantly I knew that a great power which controls and guides everything was telling me, through the disappearance of the deaf bird, that all my dear ones were still alive. Yes, all my dear ones. But all the thousands of people who were killed that night in the city, and all the others who have been killed during this terrible war, each such person was somebody's dear one. Why have these people had to die? Why do people kill each other senselessly? The hellish drama was repeated night after night. In the summertime several of us moved into our little house in the forest. Bo-GHAR came with us. During the nights of terror we all stood together at the window, watching the bombardment of the city below. Shortly after the sirens gave the all-clear signal, my husband would telephone with the reassuring news that he and the others with him in our city house were all safe and sound. When autumn came I stayed behind alone in our forest house, continuing my work in the orchard and garden. Each evening I was able to observe how much closer to us the enemy artillery, oh, these poor young men who are forced into being our enemies, had moved up during the course of the day. One evening I decided I was going back to the city. Come what might, I was determined to go through at the side of my loved ones the difficult hours of siege and bombardment that lay ahead. Then my telephone rang. How strange. I suddenly felt positive I had already experienced this same situation some time before. I knew in advance that my husband was just now going to call me, and I knew word for word what we were going to say to each other. And all the while I felt as if I were dreaming. And this same strange feeling was to continue throughout all the difficult days to come, until the days turned into weeks, the weeks into months and the months into years. Again and again I found I knew exactly what was going to happen. The next moment, just as if I had already experienced all these terrible things. Everything was simply repeated. I knew it! But I couldn't understand where and how I could have experienced these situations before. After I had returned to the city and the sirens howling in the night forced me to join all the others in the house in a pell-mell flight into the cellar, and as we sat there, All of us calm, passive, earnest and worried about what was going to happen next. All the while I knew that somehow, somewhere I had experienced all this before. And so it was to be with me throughout all the nights, the horrible nights of bombardments and air raids. I experienced this feeling of reliving past events even more strongly one day in late autumn when the door opened and my son came in. Why was I surprised to see him in an Air Force uniform? Yes. I still remembered him as IMA, the young priest in Egypt, and I also knew all the relationships that linked us together. But in my memory of him in Egypt he wore quite different clothing. How do I come to feel that even in my life in Egypt I already saw him in this Air Force uniform? Why do I have the feeling that everything I experience is not reality, that I'm merely dreaming all these pictures, and that I'm experiencing these dreams in my initiation sleep in the Great Pyramid? I clearly remember all the relationships of my life in Egypt, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot remember the events nor my initiation dreams. How strange. How can one remember that one doesn't remember? If I can't remember something, then I cannot know that it has existed. But I know I experienced my whole future destiny in visions during my initiation in the pyramid, and that these visions, or dream pictures, were the occasion for my passing various tests and meeting certain challenges. It's true my master Tahotep warned me that if I were to fall after my initiation, all the tests I had to go through during my initiation would be repeated on the earthly plane. Yes. Continually I have the certain feeling that these events are repeating themselves. For a number of years I made a habit of writing down every morning, as I was waking up, the dreams I had had during the night. I had not reviewed these records for a whole year. Now I began to read them. And to my great surprise I found that most of these dreams I had recorded were dreams I had of events to come, events which I actually experienced later, sometimes as much as 6 months or a year later. In the meantime I had completely forgotten the dreams themselves, and if I had not been able to see and recognize my own handwriting, I would not have believed that I had dreamed these dreams and recorded them. How was it possible that when these things actually happened I couldn't remember any more that I dreamt them in advance, and in many cases even in amazingly accurate detail? I found this discovery to be literally amazing. What kind of a force is there within us that knows our future in advance with such precision and tells us about it beforehand? And what kind of imperfect creatures are we who understand so little about the language of dreams that we can't remember having dreamed in advance about a certain event or situation, even when the dream is repeating itself on the earthly plane in our outward life? Truly we don't deserve the care and attention this force bestows upon us as, with infinite patience, it reveals new truth and knowledge to us. How could I explain remembering from an earlier life in Egypt that I had seen my son in an Air Force uniform and that when he came in I knew exactly he was going to take leave of me because his unit was going to be transferred to an airfield less exposed to enemy bombing than the one near our city? As he spoke and as I answered I knew within me that I had experienced all this once before. Again I had the feeling I was only dreaming. I didn't dare tell anyone of this experience. I was afraid that even my son, Ima himself, would believe my mind had suffered from all the excitement. It seemed much better to keep silent about the whole matter. And so we lived through the siege of our city. For 7 weeks we sat in our cellar, enduring incessant bombings. After the house above us had been bombed and shelled into a heap of rubble, we were forced to flee. Our destiny tossed us about like a leaf in the wind, and after many trials and tribulations we began to rebuild our lives. We were all reduced to the state of beggars. My husband had been seriously injured, and it was a long time before he could work again. By dint of days and nights of effort with no more equipment than primitive man had in the first primeval jungle, Bo-GHAR and I fashioned a new home out of the ruins of our family house, and in it we reopened our yoga school. Months went by as we worked hard and long. Those were times when we learned what hunger is. Week by week we gradually wasted away, shrinking from human beings of flesh and blood to living skeletons covered with skin. Even good friends would fail to recognize each other when they met by chance on the street. Fear, a baleful new fear, spread throughout the population, augmenting the feelings of fright already present in thousands of tortured souls. What will we eat tomorrow? How long will we be able to go on working so hard without even once getting enough to eat? How long can we go on like this and still maintain our health? Our country's fertile soil had brought forth plenty of everything we needed, but we were forced to look on while countless freight trains snaked their way through the countryside, carrying off our rich harvest to another country. Then after long and difficult months, even the famine began to abate. More and more frequently we got something nourishing to eat, and gradually we began to put on weight. Once again, good friends and acquaintances failed to recognize each other on the street. We had all got accustomed to seeing each other so thin and emaciated, and every so often in passing someone on the street, the thought would flash across our mind that this well-fed person bore a striking resemblance to some very thin friend. Both of us would have the same thought, then turn around, recognize each other, and break out in peals of laughter at the happy reunion. But months went by before we became really reacquainted with all our friends. Reaccustomed to their normal dimensions. I still had the feeling that I had already experienced all of this. It was a feeling that stayed with me wherever I went and whatever I did. It was not that I could foretell the future. On the contrary, it was merely the persistent feeling that everything had already happened just that same way once before. And not being able to foresee the future, I did not know what had become of my son. Since the time he suddenly took leave of us he had not been heard of. A year and a half later our doorbell rang. I opened the door, and who should I see before me but my son? And once again I had that strange feeling known by psychologists as the déjà vu. I knew it was a repetition. All these events were repetitions. But how could that be? And one night everything became clear. Once when I was forced to pass the test of cruel love towards the person I love most dearly here on earth, my son, I kneeled in my bed in the dark of the night and talked about him with God, asking him to show my son the way he should go. I followed the pathway which, within us, leads to God, withdrawing my consciousness from my outer person into my inner being. Finally I fell into a trance and suddenly found myself in front of the 7 steps I have told about earlier. And I jump up, from one to the next, easily, happily, and joyously. I know the way. I remember. Oh God! I remember. All these events I've been experiencing as reality in my life on the material, earthly plane are things I experienced several thousand years ago in my initiation in the pyramid. At that time all these events were lying in the depths of my soul as unconscious, still latent energies, still pure cause. This is because everything that happens here on earth is the materialization of a complete, accomplished cause waiting on the spiritual plane for materialization. When one achieves the ability consciously to reach the depths of the self where those energies are awaiting their realization, one experiences cause simultaneously with the effect, the future, as a complete and perfect present. And the present, our life, everything that happens to us is merely an opportunity to meet the tests and trials and challenges of initiation. An opportunity to relax the tensions and dissolve away the stresses we have stored up within ourselves, for eons and eons of time, by our thoughts and words and deeds. The tensions and stresses that are the cause of our destiny, our future. To the extent that we are able to become conscious of these tensions and overcome them, we free our human consciousness which is tied down by these energies and limited because it is tied down, and we identify our consciousness with the true divine self waiting behind every personal feeling of ego. We identify ourselves with God. And that is initiation. Conclusion. After the experience of that night I knew the tensions and stresses had been erased from my soul. Everything personal would have to be discarded. I had overcome myself. There was nothing more within me to bind me to my person. Everything personal had to disappear. It began with a very strange feeling which followed me wherever I went, at home or outdoors. that I wasn't really there. Not the, but where. I really didn't know. But I suddenly became aware of the fact that myself was never where my person, my body, was located. On the contrary, myself projected itself out of spacelessness into my person, and now myself was beginning to project itself somewhere else than where my physical being was. But where? Into another country. I knew I was going to go away, that I was going to have to go away. Whenever the spirit, the cause, ceases to be present, the appearance, the effect, must follow it wherever it is projected by the cause. There it can go on living. Otherwise, the appearance would disappear, that is, die. But how am I supposed to leave this country? No one can get a passport. The time for my departure had not yet come. Other events had to take place first. One night I awakened quite suddenly. I saw my father standing before me, taking leave of me with a smile on his dear sweet face. I understood, it was time for him to go. I wanted to jump up and ask him why he wanted to go away and where he was going, but he disappeared, and I realized that I was just awakening. Father was 80 years old, but hale and hearty in body and mind. With ever fresh and undiminished energy he was still going on with his very responsible government job. Nevertheless I knew his spirit had come to me to take leave. His time had run out on the great cosmic clock, and he was going to leave his body behind. The next day he was already in the hospital, and all the rest of us gathered round to say goodbye. He either could not or would not speak. With long, deep and tender glances he looked each of us in the eye in turn. Then he closed his eyes and didn't open them anymore. And we accompanied the second coffin out of our family. My son tried everything he could to get work. In vain. He kept on trying, again and again, but always in vain. Finally he came to the realization that there was no room for him anymore in our country. And the day came when he took his guitar, a dear old traveling companion he had never neglected even in the grimmest days of the war, and went away in search of a country where a free man who wanted to work could find a home. Again we took leave of each other, not knowing whether we would meet again in this life. But in the depths of myself I knew I would see him again. I knew we would still be working together in God's garden. Then came the last act. Bo-GHA had just given a public lecture. As usual the audience was so big the police had to keep order. After the lecture, he found himself surrounded by people plying him with questions, begging for autographs, and refusing to let him go home. While all this was going on, my husband and I were standing a bit apart from the crowd, waiting. Suddenly an officer of the secret police appeared and asked to speak with me. When we had stepped to one side, he said, "I practice yoga, and my whole family with me, so I know it's a wonderful system. Nevertheless, both you and the Indian are dangerous, because so many people listen to you and do as you say. The party doesn't like that. So now you're going to have to decide either to work with the party and for it, or to get out of the country. We'll let you both go without hindrance. But if you refuse to go, we'll be forced to take other measures. Think over this proposition. My superiors have asked me to bring you, and act accordingly. I'll come back to hear your decision." Bo-GHA could have left the country freely with his passport. But I was obliged to seek permission and apply for an entry permit to another country. Soon I was involved in an endless chase for an exit permit and for entry permits. Finally I was forced to realize that it was an absolute impossibility for me to get a passport. I was shunted back and forth from one office to another until at long last I received a final and definite refusal. But that meant the secret police would soon be having recourse to other methods. And we all knew what that meant. Many of our friends had already disappeared for good and all, while others, after suffering horrible tortures in prison, had been released, broken in mind and body, only to die miserable deaths shortly thereafter. Then Bo-GHA said to my husband, "The only possibility of saving your wife is for you to divorce her and let me take her out of the country as my wife. In this way she'll have the same passport as mine, and we can leave the country legally. And you'll come later." My husband seized Bo-GHA's hand but was unable to say a word. Big tears of gratitude welled up in his tortured eyes. So the day came when I took leave of all the people near and dear to me, and set out into the unknown world, to make my home wherever God should lead us. Bo-GHA kept his word. He came from the other end of the world to save me. We found IMA again, and together we are traveling on in the footsteps of the Titans who have shown us the pathway to initiation, to redemption, to the lost paradise. And when I seek those whom I love, I turn the searchlight of my consciousness inward, for everything and everyone is living within me. The Self, at one and the same time the Self of all living creatures, and therefore myself, knows no bounds, so the entire universe is within me, and myself fills all the universe. Everything that is, I am. In everything I love myself. For the only things we think we don't love are what we haven't yet come to recognize within ourselves. The Self is life and the only reality, and whoever is initiated into the Self, and in this way has come to know himself completely, loves everything and everyone equally, for he is one with them.